I gave you all the love I had to give, and you took it for granted. I just don't understand it. Sacrifice gave you my primal years, and you left my heart damaged. Love to repair it. Everybody think it's my fault. My love stayed wrong. I had to get you back to the streets. Everybody think it's my fault. My love stayed wrong. They see the pain causing me. I'm the one to blame for all the tears, such a shame. River of regret with a screw to all the pain. Sacrifice from time at the end of it, I came. Heartache, hectic thoughts in my brain. At least while I'm alone, I can find some peace of mind. Searching for motivation, but it ain't easy to find. Take time in my room, so I ain't running out of time. I put it all on the line, that's why they say love is blind. Ain't no cares in my heart, I'm gonna leave you with the L. Moving on and doing better once I finally broke your spell. Talk down on you, won't feel it down, make it tell. You got tripped off your spot, all I can do is prevail. My memories in the trash, I'm gonna leave it in the past. Prepared and prepared, searching for something to last. Moving on my flaws, trying to be my best. Me, they say that I don't cost a thing, but ain't nothing in life. I gave you all the love I had to give, and you took it for granted. I just don't understand it. Sacrifice gave you my primal years, and you left my heart damaged. It's rough to repair it. Everybody think it's my fault. My love stayed wrong. I had to get you back to the streets. Everybody think it's my fault. My love stayed wrong. They see the pain you causing me. I gave you all the love I had to give, and you took it for granted. I just don't understand it. Sacrifice gave you my primal years, and you left my heart damaged. It's rough to repair it. Everybody think it's my fault. My love stayed wrong. I had to get you back to the streets. Everybody think it's my fault. My love stayed wrong. They see the pain you causing me.
With thought of you comes great doubt and decision. But he who lingers in lust disguised his love is in prison. So I wither from thee and allow growth of my full potential. For all your shameless glory feeds your pity. My presence is no longer visible. My identity intact and pure. Destiny reaching for me to be near. Don't mess in my lane, but can't ignore my cavalier. So I say to thee, bye-bye now.
Yeah, y'all know what it is. You know what I'm saying? Welcome to the den. Welcome to the den. We have an awesome, amazing show.
Yeah, so we doing a recap. We doing a recap with the brothers commissions information. Pretty much, I like this information, so I want to do a recap with the brother L, so he can go over and maybe build with the brother, bring out some more information, because this is the type of information that he's on, and he's dealing with the different nations. So I just basically wanted to do a recap with this video, and hopefully he can get a better idea of how to bring the information and present it to y'all, so y'all can have something to go back and look at and see how he trying to explain his information. So share, hit the like, whatever you want to do, but we're doing a recap over this information. So yeah, I'm gonna put us up on the screen. You got anything you want to say before I get started?
Okay, so the one brother sitting there, I do know him. Well, through the teaching and stuff. I don't know him personally. I never met him, but the same way I've sat through classes and stuff like that with them. And so, if allowed to, I would just like to, so that as we go into this, it is strictly clarified what I am saying and able to go back here. And it's real simple. Our ancestors had a way of life that was good to us before we get into the scriptures. And that's the main thing that I am seek to show on our way to get rid of some of the evils and ills that affect us today and keep us from moving forward. So Yes, I'm now that was my agenda and my thing. I did not want to come with Moorish teachings, because then I feel like I will be doing what I'm asking everybody else to try not to do. Please don't bring our books to the table, our holy books to the table. That's what I feel like I would be doing if I came with Moorish teachings, just talk to you about Moorish teachings. That now I feel like I'm trying to influence you. But by showing you our history and that our ancestors had a culture and a life that we've never looked at, we've never been shown. We're about to learn about some of it right now and see it right here, as the sister said, through what it is that they teach. But that was my only agenda, to get us past religions so we build our nation. I yield the floor.
All righty then. Okay, so let's get into this information. Hopefully it's some good information where you can build with the brother, on a later base or whatever. But yeah, let's get into it.
For y'all, a demonstration and dialogue in unity today, bringing in our brother Kemetian Heruphant, of the Moorish American Science Group, we're going to bring forth that one God,
let me
one people.
pardon self, brother.
Government, man.
Yeah,
No,
brother.
that's a different organization, but yeah, I caught that too.
Yes,
Moorish
sir.
My
American
bad.
government. Yeah, that's
Moorish
different.
American government. Con.
All right.
Right. So, he's going to bring to us, the knowledge on that one God, one people, one nation. He's got his elder with us, blessed and honored to be here, Dr. Akhenaten. Dr. Akhenaten. Can you say the name for me fully, brother?
Yes,
Can't
sir.
read my
Dr.
handwriting.
M. Heru, Tutankhamun Bey. Islam.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And our elder sister here, Carter, Sister Carter Bay. You know what I mean? And you know who it is? It's, Zion the War Child. You know what I mean? And I just want to let our brothers bring forth this knowledge today. So let's just get it started, brother Kemetian.
Go ahead, Commission, introduce everybody. Introduce yourself, introduce your people you got on the panel. And like I said,
Yes,
this is a
sir.
unity build right here. This is what we're doing
Yeah,
over
most
here.
definitely. That's
Go ahead,
exactly
Aki.
what it is. It's we having our Moorish perspectives right here in the lines then. So we want to rise upon the seven first and foremost, and we give praises, to the great God, whom we call Allah. I don't care what name you use or whatever the case may be, we honor the name Yahweh too, if that's what you call it. Yahuwah, Yahweh. However, we honor all of that, but the great God is the terminology we use. Theocratic government, so we bring those measures forth. But I come forth as a man of no reputation, and I'm just here to aid and assist my people, and uplift fallen humanity. And I'm here on the behalf of all 60 million of my people, those who are conscious and those who are unconscious. I'm a representative of the Moorish American government, and I think it's enough to say that. But, I'm more of a representative, of Prophet Noble Drew Ali, who is the founder, in divinity of this special government, because we can't talk about, who we are in this nation unless we mention and give honors to the founding father. Every founding father, has a nation, just like in the United States, they talk about George Washington and Eric. So Noble Drew Ali is our founding father. Also, I want to give honors to all of, those who are, officials on this call. My Grand National Chairman, Dr. Akhenaten M. Heru Tutankhamun Bey. I give honors to my National Grand Sheik, Dr. Serapis Amin Rael, that you see right there in the left corner right here. And our beloved brother, Assistant Chairman, our beloved brother, Torre Simpson Bey, our new Rasul Simpson Bey, our beloved goddess and queen, Sister Dendra, Ania Curta Bey, aka Diane Carter Bey. We give honors to the goddess and queen, Grand National Secretary of the state of South Carolina. And honors to our sister Rachel Elbay that's here too. But more in all honest to all of you, we give honors to the Lion Den for allowing us to use this platform. You know, we give honors to our brother Judah, Jeremiah Judah, you know, for allowing us to come forth and wake our people up, you know, because everybody heard, you know, a lot of things. We here to unite our people. You know, we just so happen to have a theocratic government. Now, does that mean that we here to browbeat you with religion? Not at all. You know, because when Noble Drew Ali founded, our founding father founded this movement, he founded a divine and a national movement, right? And so we're going to deal with, you know, the divinity of our decent nature while we going about with this. And that's why we labeled this special subject title, One God, One People, One Nation. You see, regardless of what measure we come, we're not coming to convert you to any religious, you know, belief. So we don't want our family to get up in arm when they hear the word God. And we know many of our people have many different approaches when they come from. That's why I say one God, one people, one nation. Let's put it in context. Okay, we done dealt with the aspect of the God part. We don't have to go any further into that measure yet. But one people, it don't make no difference who you are, what you call yourself, what group that you're a part and partial of, what organization, fraternal organization, social organization, whatever affiliation you're a part of. You still one people in essence. We all suffering under the same oppressor, in the same oppression. We all have been brought out of the same conditions, you know, of systemic oppression. So therefore, we should be trying to come together as one people. That's for that particular group of people that just, you know, they can't deal with the God aspect. Even if you think you're atheist, we still need to be one people and get our minds together, our acts together, our ways together, our deeds together, and share in those talents that we have in uplifting fallen humanity. One nation now, on the other hand, you got people all over the place. When you have nations, nations is an organization of a conglomerate of people that have come together as families, and they have attached themselves to the human family. You see? And so when we say one nation, well, it's many different tribes and customs. And so we're not here to get caught up into customs and how they do it this way, they turn this way when they do it, and they wear this, or he got to wear that and she don't. That ain't what we here, you know, to go back and forth in. And in fact, what I want to do right now, Brother Simpson Bay, do you have your book of fire at hand right now?
Islam, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
I do.
I want to read this short portion from the book of fire. I want to go forth first and foremost with our chapter, though. I want to open up with that. You know, our subject chapter for the week.
Oh yeah, no doubt.
Yeah, we can let the goddess read that if you want to, Sister Carter Bay, because I know she got a more Holy Quran right there with her, and then you can come forth and read from the book of fire. That way we open it up as we open it up normally in our call. Islam. So you just get ready to go to page 73. And Sister Carter, Curta Bay, are you there?
Islam, I'm here.
Okay, Islam. Read our subject chapter for the week so we be in line with, you know, our theocracy.
Islam, gratitude. I am Diane Carter Bay, my comedian high name being Dr. Dinger Ani Akurta Bay. First, let me rise and give praises to the great God Allah. I give honors to our holy prophet, Noble Drew Ali. I give honors to Act 1. I give honors to everyone on this call this afternoon. I'll be reading chapter 14 coming from our Holy Quran. Yehoshua spake on the unity of Allah and man to the Hindus. Benares is the sacred city of the bronze, and in Benares, Yehoshua taught. Eudraka was his host. Eudraka made a feast in honor of his guests, and many high-born Hindu priests and scribes were there. And Yehoshua said to them, with much delight, I speak to you concerning life, the brotherhood of life. The universal Allah is one. Yet he is more than one. All things are one. By the sweet breath of Allah, all life is bound in one. So if you touch a fiber of a living thing, you send a thrill from center to the outer bounds of life. And when you crush beneath your foot the meanest worm, you shake the throne of Allah and cause the sword of life to tremor in its sheaths. The bird sings out its song for men, and men vibrate in unison to help it sing. The ant constructs its home, the bee its sheltering comb, the spider weaves her web, and flowers breathe to them a spirit in their sweet perfume that gives them strength to toil. Now, men and birds and beasts and creeping things are deities made flesh. And how dare you kill anything? It is cruelty that makes the world array. When men have learned that when they harm a living thing, they harm themselves, they surely will not kill, not cause a thing that Allah has made to suffer pain. A lawyer said, I pray to Yehoshua, tell who is this Allah you speak about? Where are his priests, his temples, and his shrine? And Yehoshua said, the Allah I speak about is everywhere. He cannot be compassed with walls, nor hedged about with bounds of any kind. All people worship Allah, the one, but all the people see him not alike. This universal Allah is wisdom, will, and love. All men see not the triune Allah. One sees him as Allah of might, another as Allah of thought, another as Allah of love. A man's idea is his God, and so, as man unfolds, his God unfolds. Man's God today, tomorrow is not God. The nation of the earth see Allah from different points of view, and so he does not seem the same to everyone. Man names the part of Allah he sees, and this to him is all of Allah. And every nation see a part of Allah, and every nation has a name for Allah. You Brahmins call him Paragram. In Egypt, he is Thor, and Zeus is his name in Greece. Jehovah is his Hebrew name, but everywhere he is the causeless cause, the rootless root from which all things have grown. When men are afraid of Allah and take him for a foe, they dress up other men in fancy garbs and call them priests. And they charge them to restrain the wrath of Allah by prayers. And when they fail to win his favor by their prayers, to buy him off with sacrifices of animals and birds. When man sees Allah as one with him, as Father Allah, he needs no middleman, no priest to intercede. He goes straight up to him and says, my Father God Allah. And then he lays his hand in Allah's own hand, and all is well. And this is Allah. You are each one a priest just for yourself, and sacrifice of blood Allah does not want. Just give your life in sacrificial service to the all of life, and Allah is pleased. When Yehoshua had thus said, he stood aside. The people were amazed, but strove among themselves. Some said, he is inspired by Holy Brahm, and others said, he is insane, and others said, he is obsessed. He speak as devils speak. But Yehoshua tarried not. Among the guests was one, a tiller of the soil, a generous soul, a seeker after truth, who loved the words that Yehoshua spoke. And Yehoshua went with him, and in his home abode. Islam, Islam, Islam. I will now turn it back over to our National Assistant Grand
Can
Chief,
we hold it right there?
National
Can we
Chairman,
pause right there?
Dr. Tariq
Thank
Simpson
you.
Bay, Islam.
No, can we pause right there, Side Star? Thank you. So, in everything that we're talking about, We see that they came, that's a religious perspective of what was just told to you. And I said, I don't want to give you a religious perspective because this is like bigger than whatever religion it is we want to talk about. So the way I just said what they said, because they did tell you that Zeus was somebody, is Allah, this one was a Brahma. They just named that, right? In all of our nations, everybody had their own gods. Everybody had their pantheon. It wasn't no one particular God that everybody went to, because the understanding, the understanding of the creator was like nobody can know the creator. So everybody had God. So the creator and God in concept were separate back in our ancestors back then. That's why everybody was allowed to have their own gods. And that's why you and I were allowed to be gods and the women be goddesses, because everybody had their own conception. Nobody was told this is the way it goes, this is how it goes, which is what we face today. So that's what and y'all know personally, the creator and God, I'd rather use the term creator, because once you say creator, you can't doubt what the creator has done at all. So I yield the floor on that, and you may go ahead.
Anybody else want to add to what he said or say anything? You were trying to say something, Daryl? Can't hear you if you was.
Islam. Can you hear me, sister?
Islam, I can hear you well.
Yeah, I want to give a brief moment, you know,
Okay.
because I want to tie our holy covenant of the Asiatic nations into this special portion, just to give a measure, to give our family out there some understanding of that. You know, and this is to get into the one God aspect, and then we're going to get into one people and one nation. Because we deal with the divine and the national side of the movement. You know, if we notice here in what our sister just read, family, you know, what was stated, the key point is that all people worship the great God as one, but everybody don't see him alike. So however you see him, some of our people say they don't see him at all. That's their degree of unfoldment. We're not in us, so we don't like you. I call that religious gangbang. We're not here to get into that, but we only here to give you a more perspectives of what it means to demonstrate.
Is he clarifying it up a little bit from what you were just saying, as far as, you know, breaking it down a little bit more? And he pretty much saying the same thing that you were just saying, but giving you a better understanding where she was coming from. So sometimes it's not good to just jump to conclusions, but at the end of the day, you know, he started off saying it wasn't about that. So just don't take certain things and then try to, you know, go ahead. But how you doing, Darren?
I only mean
And
I
Jonathan?
only mean in my delivery and the things that I did not like. They went into the book. I did not go into the same books. I did not read y'all any chapters, because when we're all speaking and stuff, I say that because
Yeah, but this is not your presentation. This is just basically going over the information and seeing if it, you know, it fits and all that. We're not discussing the same conversation we had yesterday. We're just basically going on over this information, and hopefully it can coincide with some of the information that you bring out. I'm just saying, when you do your presentation.
yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, it does. Yes, ma'am, it does. We just some of the terms.
Yeah, we're not here to debate.
Yes, ma'am, it does.
This information. He's not here. We're just here to build, okay? But
yes,
JT, how you doing? If you there, how you doing, Daryl? Yeah, just get a better understanding because maybe he can correct some of the things that you saying. Okay. I mean, give you a better understanding. Just like he just did. Break it down. Okay. I can't hear you, Daryl.
But, but wait, see, that's unfair, Side Star. You're saying he gave me a better.
Yeah, he's breaking it down to give you a better understanding what she was just saying. So you know what I mean, and that was a good thing. But Daryl trying to say something. His mic is muted. Unmute your mic. Your mic is unmute. I mean, your mic is muted, so you got to unmute it. Well, I guess he'll be back. He having problems. JT, you here? I guess you having problems with. I couldn't hear you either. But
Who, me? I didn't say anything.
no, I know you didn't. JT said something, but because I could see his mic came open, but we couldn't hear it. So maybe he having problems. Yeah, we can't hear you if you saying something. Yeah, you gotta go out and come back in. Maybe something went wrong. But yeah. Okay. Go ahead. Say what you gotta say, and then I'm gonna continue. Yeah, you.
Well,
You.
well, I just wanted to clarify from what you just heard. I just wanted to clarify that I chose not to come from chapter 14. I could have reached in any of these books. I chose not to because of the way that I do talk. And I say that our religions are holding us back because we're all coming from these different camps to talk to each other. Our religions are holding us back. Now, here goes some common things. And yes, inside of what he's saying, he is showing you what I'm saying, but he's doing it from the books. And that's all I'm saying is I chose not to come from the books. I could have pulled the same stuff out. I chose not to do it. I was in their classes. The same people talking, I've been in their classes. and I know that's what I'm saying. When I say I know them, I've been in their classes. I got the studies from them. This is where I was called a doctor before I walked out of there. Speaking the Moorish way, I was called a doctor. All of my people are not going to listen to the Moorish way. So instead of running up on people saying Prophet Noble Drew Ali, and then who's Prophet Noble? And then we get into a long argument about that. Then I'll just drill it down to its basic forms of what was being said. And that's where I develop how I say it. So yes, ma'am. Almost anything and everything that's about to come from them, I do agree with. I can tell you that because they taught me.
Okay, that's good. And don't get offended because he's coming with this is how he articulating his information. And just like the brothers and the sisters wanted you to do yesterday, bring some sources and some books, you know what I mean? So it's important. Even if you don't want to do it that way, sometimes it's important to at least fit in some of that a little bit. So don't get, discouraged on how he's sending this.
I'm not Star. Those
Let me
people taught me and I turn people back to them.
You said that. So what I'm saying is because this is not a conversation we had yesterday. So don't try to fit your information in yesterday with what's going on in this video. Okay, we're looking at the video, and I'm not trying to go back and forth and debate his information. You know what I mean, and how he's presenting it. All I'm saying is, just look at the information. This is one of your brothers, so you shouldn't have a problem in how he presented his information. This is not about you at the moment. You feel me? Even though we're doing a recap, it's not about your information and how you presented it yesterday and how you present it to people. This is a whole nother crowd. It's a whole nother people. So we just basically doing a recap of this video, and hopefully you can match your information. Hopefully you can come out of some of them books and show your books or whatever. It's a good thing. It's not a bad thing or whatever, but I'm hoping you can, match some information. Do come out the book, because that's what we did want you to do yesterday, but we're not trying to have that same conversation we had yesterday that we having today. That's not what we're here for. Daryl, can you hear me?
Yeah, I apologize. I knocked myself off when I put the phone on. I apologize.
Okay, yeah. Just keep in mind this is today, not yesterday. And it's not about what you should have did to the people in the chat and all that type of stuff. This is a whole nother discussion and a whole nother build. And hopefully that you can, when we do the presentation, I keep saying, when you do your presentation, hopefully you do bring sources and books and coming out the books. And hopefully, since they already seeing this information, they better be familiar with what you're trying to bring out. Okay, that's it. Don't try to get, start, tripping off of how he's presenting his information. Okay, he could, he could present it on a wooden stick. Please don't get to tripping off of, because it's not a comparison. You're not in competition with this brother. Okay, so that's all I'm saying. I'm about to continue. Hopefully Daryl can get his stuff together.
Demonstrate the unity of a creator for those who do have that foundation in it. Notice it said man's highest idea, or his idea, is his God. And so as man unfolds, his God unfolds. Man's God tomorrow is today, tomorrow is not God. And the nations of the earth see Allah from different points of view. And so he does not seem the same to everyone. Now, I don't know about our family, how knowledgeable they may be, but if you deal with a group of Christians in Christianity and they from Arabia, they still use the word Allah, even though they follow the same principles, that are demonstrated here in the West that they call Christianity, right? So in other words, you just know the name Allah is the name for the creator in the Arabic language, just as Allah can be found in the Hebrew, it can be found in Egyptian, all over the place, meaning it's basically the name for the creator, universally, right? Now, the key is some of us are more advanced than others. Some of us can look at creation and see science as it exists within us and what connects us to the creator. Some of us can see God in man. And we don't say this from the aspect of you worshiping a man. We're saying this because we don't worship gods outside of the self. That's what we teach here at this level. Some people would think you crazy just for saying that. We don't worship gods outside. Oh, you worship yourself? No, that's not what we're saying. We're saying that we understand that divinity
Say something.
Did I freeze?
No, I'm saying if Daryl got his mic together. Yeah, he froze again. All right.
exists within us, and we ain't got to go to no priest, no middleman, or nobody to intercede for us in that aspect. That's the way we demonstrate. But are we attacking people for what they stand on? No, that's not our position. This is just our degree of unfoldment, right? And we call the gifts of the understanding the treasures of Allah, which means that whatever your understanding is, it came from the same treasures of the creator that gave us understanding. But I shouldn't look at you because of your gift of understanding and say, I don't like that gift of understanding. Neither should you look at me or someone else and say the same thing, because if we do that, what we do, we say, well, we don't like, the creator, because he made us all unique. Maybe he should have made us robots, like some of the animals of the field that we have to care for or look over. And then we wouldn't have those type of conversations, right? But, we're just speaking in general from that aspect. So it even goes into the names and says that, the Brahmins call him Parabrahm. In Egypt, he is Thoth, Tehuti, basically, right? Zeus is his name in Greece. Jehovah, which is Yahuwah, is his name in Hebrew. But everywhere he is, the causeless cause, the rootless root from which all things are grown. So you see, we're not discriminating against someone's belief, because the name of many are mentioned right here. You see? Yet we are trying to get our people to see oneness and stop allowing people, men, to dress men up in fancy garbs and call them priests. Because each and every one of us are priests unto ourselves. I'm talking about those of you who are listening to this broadcast. Those that in the thread, you are priests unto yourself. And you don't have to have a man to ordain you, because what we demonstrate as man unfold is God unfold. If it's meant for you to unfold into a greater degree of consciousness and become a priest over the people, then that's the way it go. We know people got rites, ceremonies, and forms by which they make priests, but we ain't getting caught up into the rituals and the customs of men. We're just saying that we honor man, by honoring the God in man. So I don't care if you call yourself Buddhist. I don't care if you call yourself Israelite. I don't care if you call yourself, Hebrew Israelite, Nation of Islam, New Black Panther Party, whatever you call yourself, whatever you believe in, that's all good and well. But our people need to come together as a whole. Because even in Africa, there are various different belief systems over there in Africa. But it's still one continent, right? It's still one continent. You got the Congo, you got the Cameroon, you got the people of Senegal. I mean, you got all types of people, and they all have different beliefs, but they got African pride, don't they? They got one African pride. When they come over here, they African, right? Well, what about us? When we leave here and we go somewhere else, well, we say we American. Well, how did you become that? We'll get into that in a minute. I'm just giving an example. Even when it came to our people being on the slave ships, and this is what I always mention, when they was on the bottom of that ship, family, they didn't care about what tribe they came from or who was down there with them from, even if they were going to war with each other. Only thing on their mind being shackled, laying down in their feces and urination and everything else, was getting free, getting to the top of that deck, and getting them some freedom. You see, that's the only thing our people was worried about at that time. And so we're trying to get our people to see the same thing. We complain about the way we've been treated under this present system, right? Oh, I can't get this amount on the job. They treating us like that. They shooting us down. They doing all this stuff here. But yet and still, we still are aligned to the same people that are oppressing us. We still align to the same people that have their foot on our neck, and we comfortable in that. So if we ain't really paying no attention to it while we living under it, what's wrong with those who say, well, we the group that's gonna rise up and we're gonna be successionists and build our own demonstration? Why can't we sit down at a table and become one people? We can get to the other conversations about what we need to do to bridge the gaps and all of that later, behind closed doors. We don't have to be out here in the public going back and forth, tooth and nail at each other. You see, and this has always been my message. Now what you will hear me coming forth with is I attack that Eurocentric theology. So if you hear me coming at a particular measure, I ain't coming at my people or my brother. I'm coming at the Eurocentric interpretation that we have received. And I'm saying we need to rewrite our history, because that's what our founding father, Prophet Noble Drew Ali, told us. He said, we got the pen in our hand now. So guess what? We're going to translate our own text. We ain't going to stay dependent upon what the European has brought forth and be content with that. We're going to build our own school. We ain't going to stay over there and be under what they built and be content with that. You know, and so that's self-determination. That's what we're getting at. But what I want our brother Torrey Simpson Bay to do after I come forth with this measure on our holy covenant, you know, I'm going to let our family get a draw and we'll come forth a little bit more. But the holy covenant of the Asiatic nation is a thing that our prophet gave to us as a foundation. And it unites all of us because he spoke of what he called the unity. You see, the unity. He said, salvation, our God, and unity, right? He said that basically we derive our power and authority from the Grand Quran of Muhammad, and that's what the ancient Kemetian interpretation. That's where the unity come at. He talked about the uniting of the Asiatic states, Asiatic nations. Let me show you something for those who have a problem with that word, Asiatic. I want to share this screen real quick so our people don't get it twisted. I want to show you something here. Listen to this, and we can get into the conversation about it when we open up the floor later. Asia, originally applied to the peninsula which Caria formed the western extremity. The affiliation was gradually extended to the whole continent, right?
You got it together? Unmute your mic.
Are y'all talking to me?
Yeah, you got your mic together. You wanted to
Yeah,
say something? Yeah,
uh,
you wanted to
yeah.
say
I'll just
something?
listen right now because I'm driving and I'm going through some
Okay,
bad areas, so I'll be kind of cutting in and out. I'm just trying to
okay,
say something. Yeah, so
all
I'll
right,
mute my mic and just listen right now.
all righty. Neil, you want to say something? Can't hear you.
Oh, I was saying peace to the room, peace to the room. You know, I was
Hey,
asking, was that Commission screen up there, and how y'all doing today?
yeah, that's commission. We're doing a little recap, and
Okay,
we're doing lovely.
Peace,
How about
family.
yourself?
Peace.
peace. I'm here to listen. I don't know what y'all talking about yet, so
Unity.
like
Me
the
too.
building.
Yeah, we talking about unity, building under one God, one nation.
For sure.
Oh,
So
that's interesting.
It says, in this
Oh,
sense, it is used by Herodotus or Herodotus, whichever way you.
Go ahead, brother. You want to say something?
you talking about me?
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I would always love to say something, and I'm grateful. I got people as my brothers and sisters who will not listen to me as negative, but consider both positive as well before we can make a confirm. I'm honored meeting everybody here. Peace. I'm from Ashanti, um, a kingdom. Well, the kingdom is known not old as Ashanti, but it was already there before the formation of unity of the black people. So the Ashanti as a kingdom, when you get in them, it's not like a one source, like it's a kind of group that finally came to realize, man, we all coming from here. We all, unless we can have the power, we got to go and support the where we need to support. Because not all of us can lead. It takes one. Not all of us can be a father. It takes one to be a father, to be a mother, and also to be a child, to operate as family, to be a grandfather, a grand like So it's all about source. And this I've been I don't want to say use the word preaching, but I've been also like, telling another stories that people seems it's not found in written script or something, so it's not important. But that's where we all got it wrong. Life never started from writing. Everything is there, it's surrounding us. Yet we still giving birth to newborn babies. How do we want to just confuse ourselves with some false false teachings like someone created someone? And sometimes it be like it makes us feel so kind of neglecting common sense, which is basic, which is foundation. We've been doomed for a long time. And if we can consider our unity back, unless we look at a source, the source that is written on the wall of Kemet, that Sankofa, meaning return and get it. Get it from where? From who? This is telling you something. It's telling me something. It's telling everybody that can read, write, listen, something. Read symbols, something. Not just something. Something important. I've been facing a lot of brothers from the Kemet. I've been studying it I've been following Islam. I've been studying it too. I've been following Christianity since birth. I've been studying it too. And it's expecting me to live the same way and go the same way that they treated my ancestors. Shit, I am them in this existence to prove they are right, and they are wrongs, and make it with right. Because I'm the same person. Who am I supposed to pray to? I speak to myself, my soul, because I know what I want. Where is this God, the Most High, we all been talking about, but can specifically point at, prove us? Someone asked me, where did you get this breath from? I said, shit, it's my breath. Why are you asking me where do I get it from? If I'm suffering from breathing, do you feel it? Does the God feel it or I feel it? And I asked a question back for them to get themselves prepared for that question, to get the answer. I asked them back, who owns the nose that you got? They say they own it. I asked them, who owns the mouth that you use to talk? They say they own it. I asked them, who owns the eyes you use to see? They said they own it. And I repeated back their own question. So who owns the breath that you asking me? I get people who are seeking truth. And when it comes to one-on-one reasoning like I'm expressing to you, they feel it. They be like, yeah, my breath belongs to me. None of us here on earth was ever created. No. But yet, why we all subscribe to this lie? How do we come to answer our kids when they come out with such questions that I am coming out with? You're gonna be telling them to shut up. No. They are rather telling you to be smart too. And whatever comes from them is something that's already in you, but it may be you neglected it. You couldn't get your hair grown to connect to some source. You couldn't keep yourself natural to connect to nature. Yet you want to express yourself according to nature. Shit, nature ain't know you. You killing those animals like like they are for no purpose. Shit. It's time. If we're looking and seeking for unity, we got to return back and get the unity from the first source, from the power, from the first power that we know, from the people who understand, the people that live natural, the people that lived centuries of many years before civilization was known and was feeling comfortable. Okay, so good. The people that are known peace, love, and togetherness. Ain't not Haile Selassie or Ethiopian, whatever that belongs to. They are descendants of that root. So they can say, but yet deviate from the main concept, just as we all was being trained through education. But that's not our nature. Our nature was supposed to be raised instead of being trained. Animals are meant to be trained because we train animals for them to consume extra of their nature, which means it's not something that they are meant to be. That we are teaching them for them to be what we want them to be. And that's why we pet them. So to me, it's like we all fucked up from the beginning. True, when we surrender and bow to education is the source of knowledge. True education is the source that we can survive with. And when I sit down and look, it's all about surviving for paper. It ain't no life in it. Because even if you got all the papers and you don't have good health, like your ancestors used to have to live like 200 years, 300 years, shit. You're doing nothing. So I've been begging my brothers and sisters for about 6 years, 8 years of my absorbing of all this truth. It's for us to come together and rewrite our own together, because we know ourselves better. I don't want to take the whole conversation. I love questions. I'm the one always being saying, ask me everything.
I have a question. I have a
love that,
question
brother.
for you.
That's what I'm
Peace
here
and,
for.
peace and love, brethren. Here's my question. Can you tell us an example of some spiritual stories that the Ashanti people had in ancient times? Can you give us an example?
Yeah, no, we not about to do that. You know, he didn't went on a
No,
long spell
that's in
and
the internet.
talk
I don't
about his
I
little
don't focus on that.
issues and his little problems, whatever, you know, what he disliked. But this unity. So we working
Unity.
with people that have different religions and different beliefs. We
Let me
don't
say
care what they
something
say,
about
what they
unity.
believe, what they all that. It's coming together.
Let me
So
say something about unity.
we not about to do that. This is not a discussion about that. So
Unity.
yeah, I'm gonna go and I'm about to play this video. We're not about to do that one.
Can I say something about
You said
unity?
enough.
Can I say something about unity?
Yeah, go ahead, because this is what it's about. This ain't about tearing down somebody and what they believe in, what they doing and all that. We not doing that one.
I think if
We
we're
not
going to
worrying about why they studying this and all that type of stuff and why they following who they following. We ain't doing that one.
because this is what I'm
I,
trying to get us to see in terms
Go
of
ahead.
unity. There was a
Speak on
unified
it.
effort to demonize a concept, and that concept is applicable to us, which is the term black. So when you see my channel, it says SBTG, and that means see black, thank God. Because once again, there was a unified effort to demonize black and make us see white from a halo perspective. So what I have done is rewritten the definition of black. And so with me saying that, I think that is something that we can get behind as a group, because we were not at the table when the definition of black was written. So what this does, it brings the black Muslim It brings the black Christian, the black atheist, the black whatever you may want to call yourself. We have something in common, which is the carbon in our skin or the melanin in our skin. But somebody else took the liberty to make sure that when we see it, we would see darkness. And so what I try to point out is that it's light, and that would create a paradigm shift in how we understand, because once again, that is what we have in common. And when they enslaved us and put us in dehumanization camp, it was a unified effort that if you looked a certain way, they didn't ask what your religion was, they didn't ask what your gender was, they didn't ask how tall you were. When they saw certain qualities, they then said, we're going to now put you in these dehumanization camps and we're going to dehumanize you. And then they justified it by making sure that they label concepts certain ways. And so once again, the channel I have is to see black think gods, because once again, I'm trying to take away the demonization that somebody else decided that they would do. And so to me, I think that would be a noble goal for us to unify in changing that definition.
Then let's call ourselves brown. We're all different shades of brown. Let's call ourselves brown then.
But it's a reason why we would call ourselves black. They did not demonize brown. They demonized black. That was their unity. They came together and said, we were going to make sure that the world sees black from this lens right here. And then what it is, they made us see it and accept the definition. If they demonize brown, I'll be talking about brown. When they came up with black magic, black ball, blackmail, all of that was designed to make sure that whenever we saw it, we would not embrace it. We didn't do it. We're just analyzing the problem, trying to determine what did they do. They were unified in their effort, and they went around the world to make sure that when everybody else saw black, they would come to the same conclusion. That's something bad. If they did it with brown, I'd be saying, yes, let's do it with brown. If they did it with red, I'd be saying, let's do it with red. But they did, and then now we wear the label of being black. So let me show you this. Once you wear a label, even though you do something good, it cannot even be counted as good. Let me give an example. If the devil were to come and give you $10,000, you would always be suspicious of it. See, we can't even have unity as long as we have this suspicion in the core of our mind. I know most of us are familiar with what's called Willie Lynch. Willie Lynch. What we did is we took Willie Lynch and made it into an acronym. Willie, W-I-L-L-I-E, L-Y-N-C-H. Wisely injected lethal lies, internally embedded, limits your natural conscious healing. And as long as we have these lies embedded on the inside of us, we cannot heal. We cannot unify, because right now, I don't trust you. Because why? The law, when you write something in a word, you really make it law. The law says I should not trust you according to the dictionary's present definition, because once again, we were not involved when that definition was being written. So now we just come along and wear the labels. But what I believe that this is the generation to change all of that. That's when so many things are being exposed from the Hollywood level. This is the year to expose certain things. And well, I guess I'll yield my time. But once again, I think we should unify, changing a concept that somebody else took the liberty to define it a certain way and make us now be viewed from that lens.
Yeah, I'll use this. I would like to just say a little bit on top of yours, and as other brother was trying to ask about the brown. Yeah, the brown is still that color, right? So the brown, what being brown, black, it's still. If we want it to be brown, all right, then why do we want it to be brown? Is black something really demon or something? Are we looking in deep the meaning of black? The black represents
I don't want to be called by any color. I don't want us to use any color.
Because you don't know how it's got to be like that.
Well, it don't matter. I'm about to continue with this video because you're picking and choosing. Now you can't unify because you're worried about somebody using a certain color and identifying that something else. Let's get back to this video.
Yep, let's turn the
That is
video
why
back
we
on.
are here.
You want to say it? Who remarks that
That is
Egypt
why
did
we.
not belong to either Asia or Africa. The Nile being generally viewed in the time of Strabo as the boundary of the two countries. The term Libya was sometimes used in the same extensive exception. And they got maps that show this stuff that's being read here. I got a lot of them. But it more commonly denoted exclusively maritime district between the greater cities in Egypt. The natives of Africa are divided by Herodotus into two races, Africans and Ethiopians. It says one possessing the northern and the other the southern part. By these nations, remarked Major Renell, are evidently intended the Moors and the Negroes, which two classes are as distinct in the present day and the ancient times, and apparently have not greatly varied their ancient limits. Although the Negroes,
keep in mind, our discussion is supposed to be how can we unify together and pull it together, you know, and and not trip off of somebody's tripping off a brown, white, whatever in that nation. So I hope when y'all look at the video, y'all can add to how we can unify together without worrying about why they this and that and all that, because you can't unify with somebody trying to talk stuff about what they do, like what they study and all that type of stuff. You're supposed to be talking about how we can come together.
Well, can I ask the question? If
Yeah,
I've
go ahead.
said, Kim,
Go ahead.
if I'm asking, I'm saying if we can unify correcting what somebody else demonized, wouldn't that be a level of unity? We don't know what it's like to work together in terms of saying, okay, let us come together and have a common goal. Because once again, our family, our children are looked at a certain way. Anytime they come and they under the umbrella of the term black, they will always be viewed this way. So I'm saying, wouldn't that create unity? That's a question. Wouldn't that create unity if we take away the demonization that somebody else put on black? Would that create unity?
Yeah, yeah. Like I said,
yes,
they have
and
demonized
that's
black.
what I'm saying. But then to start flipping and talking about, well, I'm not talking about you. You feel me? I'm not talking about the information that you just presented. I'm saying let's get back to, you feel me? How can we not try to, argue about some terms that people use and playing word semantic and all this type of stuff? You know what I mean? We understand that, yeah, we do have to stop demonizing certain things in order for us to, come together. Because if you demonize certain things that people, study or talk about, then how you gonna work together with them?
Exactly, exactly. And my point is somebody else outside of us that didn't look like us. But what it is, when you come into a culture, the culture makes you accept the definition. And so as we're now analyzing what causes our division, we have to look at they did it purposely so that we couldn't come together. That's what's called the law of repulsion. I cannot work with you if I'm repulsed about something about you. So if we're going to create unity, we have to have what's called the law of attraction. Light is an attractive quality. So when they made black dog, that made all of us repulsive of it. You're not and by you having a light, you cannot unite with something that you believe is dark. No matter how you want, you're going to always be suspicious of it. I wonder what they're doing with the money. I wonder what they're doing over here. That's when we have a natural attraction. Trying to make black an attractive force. That's what's going to bring us home. That's what's going to make us embrace it. That's what's going to make us come together in unity, because they purposely focused in on that particular quality because they knew something about it. When they start studying organic chemistry and looking at carbon, what we need to do is look at what's called bioluminescence, which is the light within a thing. When they start studying this black energy, they got afraid of it. When they start studying chemistry and biochemistry and physics and start looking at it, they understood that those qualities were in us, but it's dormant. So they had to make us afraid to embrace it. And our children will always be afraid because they think they're going into the dark. Once they equated black with dark, it made us fearful of it. It made us unembracing of it. And so I'm thinking that is the way in which we can come to unity, to undo what they did. We didn't do it to ourselves. They did it. So we are the generation to bring about the change. Our grandmother and them didn't know to do it. Our great grandmother didn't know it. So this generation right here, and from this platform, we can
We
start
know
saying,
how
wait a
to
minute,
do.
let's focus on changing our perception on how somebody else made us see ourselves.
It's still there. It's around us. We just have to just calm down, reason with it, subscribe with what's surrounding us, the situation we're in, and it all. Like I said, black got to be looking so pretty above all colors. So than how it's being demonized for us to wear black for funeral. You feel me?
Yes.
We it's all something like that that we got to cut it all out. But and this is how we can do it by showing the youth that all right, reasoning with them, being in their shoes, and asking them questions to prove themselves right. By asking them, have you ever seen a black tissue, a black toilet roll, a black pad, a black, sanitize, a black, all this? No. Why? Because the white that we cherish, the white that we love, the white that I see people talking about spirituality and wearing it as a different meaning, it's purposely for shit.
Here's something to add. Here's something. Here's something to add to that. There's something known as the Pygmalion effect, which is mean the self-fulfilling prophecy. It's not illegal for you to go down the street speeding until they post a speed limit sign. If you go on somebody's property, if they don't have a no trespassing sign, that's not illegal. They didn't just say black meant that, they posted it, which in turn mean it became a law. It's really illegal for us to be anything other than what the definition has said it is. Because once again, the Pygmalion effect made the self-fulfilling prophecy. When they gave the definition of black and wrote it, now our people are now, some of the weaker ones are fulfilling the prophecy. When they say black means evil, wicked, death, it's fulfilling that prophecy because somebody else wrote it. Once again, the term Pygmalion effect, look it up. The self-fulfilling prophecy. When you write something down, then things come into existence to actualize that thing that is written down.
Where's our spell? That's how I can go with that. Everything we say, that's what it happens to us. If you reach some level of understanding of, connecting nature and spirituality, good spirituality, not that bad one. Because anyone talking about spirituality must specify it. Which type of spirituality? There are only two types of spirituality known and the law of nature. It's either you're using your spirit to do good or using it for bad doing. No matter how high, how powerful, how superior, it's all a matter of how you use it, what you use it for. Being good or bad. So we can't do nothing without going back and getting it corrected.
And unifying. We can unify once we become attractive to each other. We cannot unify as long as the law of repulsion resides within us. Going back again, once again, Willie Lynch, wisely injected lethal lies, internally embedded, limits our natural conscious healing. Our consciousness cannot heal as long as we have these micro lies on the inside of us. Willie Lynch, once again, wisely injected lethal lies, internally embedded, limits your natural conscious healing. Our problem, brothers and sisters, is Willie Lynch. And we can unify ourselves by making sure we get the Willie up out of us.
Yeah, brother talking about language. First, we got to see the language is part of it.
You talking to the comment section? No. I'm about to play the video.
Sister talking
May in
to
many
me.
instances have received new masters from among the Moors. It says the common boundary of the Africans and Ethiopians in ancient times may be placed in the southern border of the Great Desert. Now, this is an ancient source right here, right? And the information that they're giving here, they're using, you know, certain terminologies such as Negro and so forth and so on. But we know that the Moors, the true Moors, you know, were, you know, of Asiatic, what we call a melanated hue. You see? And all of the Europeans' interpretation of them later, we can get into that at another measure. I got videos I did on that.
I
We
know
don't want
about
to tear
one
it
more
long.
too.
I want to
I
show
know
you this
I
here
know about
because there was another measure I had up here.
sometimes
Let me get
the
that.
West, the language,
Let
I
me
mean
see.
where it comes from
I
and
had
the
another
tonnage.
measure right here I want to show our family, and this is dealing with a map. That's very important for those who have any question before I go into this holy covenant of the Asiatic nation. Here we go right here. Look at this, family. Now we know that these are determinatives right here. You know, we ain't got to get into the aspect of dealing with the language and none of that, you know, and talking about symbols being alphabets or none of that. We're dealing with these symbols of a man here and a woman there, right? Ain't got nothing to do with the alphabet. But these people that are seated here, and this symbol down here, they say, well, it represents plurality, right? But it actually deals with a people in their occupations. CRMT, that's the actual word that comes from Heradic. It don't come from these symbols, contrary to popular belief. You know, we can get into that later. But this word means people. But it also extends itself in the Asiatics and witnesses as well when you cross these measures up according to, you know, the way things were given. So Asiatic wasn't a term that was just given to a Hyksos people. There was a term, Asia, as referring to the people. Now, this is an ancient map right here from the 1500s. Let me close it down a little bit. I open it up too big then. This is an ancient map right here, family. And it includes, goodness gracious, well, let me let it process real quick. This ancient map, though, that I have here is actually a map, family, that deals with right here in this spot here, it said America parse, right? Europe parse. The word parse means a portion or a part, right? Then you have Africa parse, right? You know, and all of these particular continents here, which were mainly the original maps, didn't have but these on them during this time. They even got the Afrasia right there wrote on the map too. But this was referred to as a whole as Asia on this map here. In this map, it was the same thing. This is a map Basil, Basali in 1538, 1543. This is another one in Amsterdam, 1598. But it went here and it spoke in the process of time of Eusebius, the historian informs us, a colony of Asiatic Cushites settled in the part, well, in that part of Africa, which has since been called Ethiopia proper. Josephus asserts that the Ethiopians were descendants of Cush, and that in his time they were called Cushites by themselves and by all the inhabitants of Asia. So you see, it's still giving the same thing here. I don't want to read this whole thing and take up a whole lot of time, you know, because I got these same charts here, you know, in my page for those who are my friend on Facebook. But I'm just showing you that it wasn't something new to hear people being called, you know, Asiatics and so forth and so on, right? And so at this particular time, what I want to do is give you a drawing from our Holy Covenant of the Asiatic nation, brought to us by our founding father, Prophet Noble Drew Ali. It starts off a holy covenant of the Asiatic nation. Yea, the children of one father provided for by his care, and the breasts of one mother have given you suck. Let the bonds of affection therefore unite thee with thy brothers, that peace and happiness may dwell in thy father's house. And when you separate in the world, remember the relation that bindeth you to love and unity, and prefer not a stranger before thy own blood. If thy brother is in adversity, assist him. If thy sister is in trouble, forsake her not. So shall the fortunes of thy father contribute to the support of his whole race, and his care be continued to you all in your love to each other. Now let's just say, okay, I read this to you without calling this the Holy Covenant of the Asiatic nation. For those who may be caught up on the name Asiatic, right? And I go back through this whole measure. Yeah, the children of one father provided for by his care, and the breasts of one mother have given you suck. Let the bonds of affection therefore unite thee with thy brothers, and peace and happiness may dwell in thy father's house. And when ye separate in the world, remember the relation that bindeth you to love and unity. Prefer not a stranger before thy own blood. If thy brother is in adversity, assist him. If thy sister is in trouble, forsake her not. So shall the fortunes of thy father contribute to the support of his whole race, and his care be continued to you all in your love to each other. Anybody can adopt that covenant and live by that covenant if they honor their brother as they honor themselves, if they honor their sister as they honor themselves, if they honor their father and their mother. You know, we tell you that the father represents your descent lineage. We tell you that the mother represents your divine creed, whatsoever it may be. So honor your mother and your father, that your days may be long upon the land. If you don't honor your name, your one free national name, and you don't have a name that connect you to the land, then you somebody else's property. You free game for being dealt with any type of way.
Facts.
So the thing is that we haven't been able to come together with a term that attach us to the land. See, it ain't about making up a name that sound good and saying this is we. So when we say we Moors, we ain't saying that because we just chose a name. We're saying this because it's written in the European law that we identified this by this name are attached to this land. You can't say that about every other title we come up with and make up. They're not attached to the land. So we can call ourselves that. We can become a big group. But if it's not in the law, you know, it's not going to be honored to the extent of you being a nation. That's why Indians can come up and get a plot of land under what they call, you know, what they call them, reservations. And that
Right.
ain't really sovereignty because they still got power over that.
Yep.
But you actually was the owners of this. Your people was here before they came. They got to give it up. But they ain't going to tell you who you is. Not when it mean they got to get out the way. But as long as they can keep our people asleep and not embrace their one free national name. And I'm going to read something to you after this, brother. Because I want to show you things. I don't want to just do a lot of talking. I want to show our people so they get a clear picture right here, for example. See this brother here? And I'm giving it to you in a minute, brother Simpson Bay. Brother was known as the Moorish Prince, right? I don't know why I keep doing. You let me expand it, but that's all right. But this brother is known as the Moorish Prince, right? Abdul Rahman. This is in 1828. This is a whole book on showing how this brother was freeing himself here in America now by letting it be known that he was a Moor. This is back in 1828. He went to the courts, you know, and that's basically what this whole document is about. You know, this is, and that's why I say Moorish Prince, and these are actually his writing. And he was writing in Arabic. You see, that ain't no European now. For those who always talk, oh, the Moors, you know, here it go right here, the Moorish Prince. Go look it up as I'm talking. You know, for those who have questions about this, go look up the Moorish Prince, Abdul Rahman, and look up the case that was brought forth and what was argued in relation to dealing with his nationality and how he had to be released because he wasn't somebody else's property. That's why on our Grand National Seal, which I'll show you in a few minutes, that we have in the government, we say, you know, Moorish American nation since 1865. But you say, well, that was before Noble Drew Ali was born. But Noble Drew Ali, Prophet Noble Drew Ali, was the first one to remind us of who we were. But we had already been freed. 1865, you'll go back to when we were supposed to be freed on the Emancipation Proclamation. You know, but if you don't know no better, you get to arguing and setting up different corporations and organizations because you think you somebody else's property, and you don't even know the door wide open for you to build your own nation. And that's where our people as a whole fell asleep behind the wheel. You see, they fell asleep behind the wheel, family, and so they don't know what nation building is. They think being a nation is just being a corporation, being a church, Western Freemasonry. And we don't say this to attack those groups. We are saying as many Masons throughout the whole world. There's a lot of them, all over the place. But have they come together as a collective and built the government? That ain't attacking them by asking that question. No, they didn't. Let's deal with the church. As many of our religious organizations that are on the manifest, it's a lot of them throughout the world. Have they come together and built a government? You see what I'm saying? We don't say that to attack the church. Same thing with our Nation of Islam family. As many of them is throughout the United States of America and other countries.
You got something to say, El? Yeah.
Really, no, ma'am. I mean, I'm just listening. Like I said, this is what I was taught. So this is where everything comes from. So you could just, it's your job now. See, like right now, I can lead the battlefield because now y'all are hearing the truth. And y'all can turn to, as far as what I was, y'all are hearing it from the people who taught me now. So now that if you're willing to listen to them, I really don't have anything else to say to you, except I would read one thing to you from our book of fire.
Go ahead.
And that'll be the last thing that we have a divine constitution and bylaw. Our constitution is to us what the United States Constitution and everybody else's constitution is to them. In Article 6 of our constitution, divine constitution and bylaws, it says, with us, all members must proclaim their nationality, and we are teaching our people their nationality and their divine creed, that they may know that they are part and parcel of this said government, and know that they are not Negroes, colored folks, Black people, or Ethiopians, because these names were given to slaves by slave holders in 1779 and lasted until 1865 during the time of slavery. But this is a new era of time now, and all men must now proclaim their free national name to be recognized by the government in which they live. We have a constitution recognized by our government and then our last names. Now, there's more in there. I don't want you to think I'm just cutting it off. There's more in there to that Article 6. But the main part is, and know that they are not Negroes, colored folks, Black people, or Ethiopians. That's in our Constitution. And so no matter what you're going to hear on here, I know for a fact they're not going to go away from that. They're going to hold on to that. And they'll continue to say, well, we're not African Americans. I yield the floor.
All righty then.
Had they come together as a government, or are they still just an organization? Same thing with the Moorish Science Temple. Have they come together as a government, or are they just still an organization? Organizations are not nations, and we impartial when we say this. We don't say this to attack them. We're just trying to draw something to our people's attention. A corporation is also considered the property of the one who owns the corporation, right? But if that property is owned by somebody under the corporation and they are property too, then what you think it mattered then about them being oversight? Because that too belonged to the true owner, right? That's why Nova Drew Ali said one day all property is going back to the government. We don't own property in the Moorish American government. When it comes to people as being property, chattel slavery. But we know who did own it. And if y'all think them FEMA camps and chattel cars and all that right there is a game, all you got to do is go do research. And who you think the property gonna be put in there? Dead or alive? Want it dead or alive? You hear that on a lot of Western movies, right? So at this time, what I want to do, after giving that vibration before we go to the next measure dealing with our people in the nation, want to let our brother Torrey Simpson Bay come forth with a reading from the Book of Fire. And brother, I told you to come forth on page 73, right?
Islam.
Well,
I was gonna let you know I'm at my destination. I'm actually about to exit this
Okay,
this coach.
okay,
So
no
if there's
problem.
anyone else, yeah,
No, I do it. I do it. No problem. I
Islam,
read this. I read. Praise be to Allah.
gratitude,
Be safe, grand man. Well, I'm gonna
Islam,
read
Islam.
this short paragraph from the Book of Fire, and it's coming from a chapter. And if you don't have this book, family, The Exhuming of a Nation, written by the brother that's sitting right there in that chair, my chairman, been on the front line for over 50 years doing it, come through the line of those true adepts of Prophet Noble Drew Ali. He done been through everything from the NOI to the Panther Party, all of it. And he gonna give it to you in a minute. But this book, 700 pages of straight fire. That's why we call it the Book of Fire. If you want it, you can order it from him, The Exhuming of a Nation. You know, and also you can get with our Grand Mufti, you know, for crystals that they have as well, 3D crystals, and he'll bring that forth as well. So I want to read this briefly. And Chairman, we give honors to you for this, grand man. That's a lot of writing to do, a lot of research. But it says, Noble Drew Ali said, life is spilled to build a temple of perfected man. And this is coming from the chapter dealing with the esoteric truth about competition, which a lot of our people caught up in. Noble Drew Ali said, life is spent to build a temple of perfected man. Moorish Holy Quran 5:21. Since there are only two things in all the world, then one is either giving this life back to Allah from which it comes, or his life to be spent playing in another man's game. Those who create carnal games and authorize competition do so with the intent to fleece the minds of men. They know that no two forms of matter can occupy the same space at the same time, and will create a contest to attract the interest of rivals. Ironically, in most games, the object fought over remains with the third party, e.g. basketball, the soccer ball, the football, etc. Those who would beat each other's brains out for these objects only get the record or to record themselves as arena side winners or losers. It is Satan who supplies Muslims and other people of the book of forbidden, well, the objects to the games and the various of those supplies abundantly, pardon self. Competition always involves games of chance, and Muslims and other people of the book are forbidden to play games of chance for the aforementioned reasons. They're behind the times backwards of third world and underdeveloped countries. But it is they, the faithful, who is in the high road watching the hungry scavengers flying, cat scent devour and leave crying out caveat emptor, cast out the dead carcass. All competitions and wars are subservient to time, and they thrive upon the things that Satan exploits: hatred, envy, jealousy, misery, aggression, malice, slander, rape, vanity, nationalism, multination, murder, racism, lewdness, pogrom, theft. Ironically, competition is a development from rivals of identical or similar statuses. The life of one is contingent upon the other, and ultimately acquiring the same negative results. They are alike, yet are competitively classified as different or greater. Losers or winners, hero, villain, white, black, slave masters, slaves, civilians, convicts, gamblers, preachers, cowboys, redskins, lovers, players, saved, sinners. It is the thrill of victory to one brother over another brother's agony of defeat. Yet in the world of dualities, competition made fools of the entire family because it devours both the participators and spectators alike. In the grip of competition, there is no distinction between the two. Man is not created to gain strength from weak sources. He must grow in wisdom by the exercise of thought. When his mind is idled or pacified, is also when he is most weak and vulnerable. Most men born into the socially induced world of competition have adapted so well until they accept it to be normal, and they live each competitive day without question. Still, Although the devil can do mighty works, it is noteworthy how he is able to convince an entire civilization that competition is necessary and healthy for political, economical, social, and religious growth. Worse yet, people would rather believe this lie and revealed as fools. And the healthy political, economical, social, religious growth. That's a powerful measure there. But he said competition anchors the minds and the hearts of men to carnal life. If man is to be victorious, he must conquer self. Every victory over self gives added strength. And so what our chairman is saying here is that we make, fools of ourselves and the entire family of nations, when we become, we say, immersed in opposition to each other. You fighting over basically one slot of an egg crate and you just move into another. But if you're in the same egg crate, which we call the United States, right? In all actuality, you still ain't went nowhere. You done went back and forth. I don't like you. Think about it. Some of us who come up out of the streets know how the streets go. I don't like you for what color you got on. What you looking at me for? The new generation say, you don't want no smoke with me. All that type of demonstration right there, right? All the while, our whole nation is being torn asunder. Some of us say, we can't unite. First thing we talk about when it comes to building something and coming together, just building on the thought, we always fall back on, ain't no way all our people coming together. It just ain't gonna happen. Some of our people have this in their mind. So if you feel that way, it's all right. That's where you at, if that's the way you feel. But let those who do feel like they have it in them to come together with our people come together. Don't try to tear that up if you see your people coming together. Have the courtesy enough to sit in what you're doing and stay over there. You see what I'm saying? And all is well. Ain't nobody mad at you. You can do what you want to do. But if you see people that own a collective thought, don't try to tear it up. Because the more conflict you allow to ensue, so to speak, the more conflict that is on the manifest, it make it hard for you to move through the land as well. You see? So you would rather want a vanguard to be there that is really about the peace, and they can make peace when you caught up in a time of war. You see what I'm saying? So nevertheless, competition, is one of the things our people have suffered from, family. We see even on the celebrity level, our babies are dying, killing each other, shooting each other, blowing each other brains out. Like it ain't nothing, just squash them like a cockroach. Don't even care. Our brothers and sisters are killing each other out here for social media. They call it chasing clout chasing. You see, trying to get some attention and fame. So people do the craziest thing. And all these things further widen the chasm, divide us even more. Now you got a division from the upper class and so-called lower class and middle class. One time that mean the European, and then maybe a few other people that ain't European, but they're a little brighter than us, and we was on the bottom. But now lower class, upper class, and middle class exists within our own family of nations. You got those who look just like us, think that they are better than us because of the position or the status that they have in some government. I got a good European education. I got my bachelor's, master's degree, associates. Nothing wrong with learning something. But I'm saying those who get to where they go and then I don't care nothing about nobody, that's the mentality. So that's a class struggle that's on the manifest. Because those who haven't been able to go there, most of them, they will look down, not to pull them up. And now these that are in the state that are at the bottom, now they looking at them, sideways. You see what I'm saying? So this is the Willie Lynch syndrome that we suffering from, family. Not knowing that all this was created under scientific racism, social engineered, also what we call, we can go into the Hermetic hypotheses, everything that taught us to hate ourselves. These Darwinian textbooks that they giving our people out here, Talking about they come from apes and carrying on. You know, well, why apes still ain't producing humans now? You see, adaptation is what we should be focusing on. You know, because we ain't did too much evolution, you know, from what we at as a people, not when it comes to freedom. We can say everybody advancing technology and everything, but have we evolved out our condition? If evolution is real and you believe in evolution out there, family, have we evolved out of slavery yet? We're going to put that in the scientific context. Have we evolved out of slavery yet? Because if we didn't, then we got to say evolution don't apply to us. Being a people that's still in a slave mentality, because we still under somebody else's oppression, right? Think about that a little bit and get where I'm coming from. You know, so
Daryl, L, y'all want to say anything?
I can't hear you if you're speaking.
Daryl ain't saying nothing. Go. You got something to say?
Oh no, no, ma'am. The people are they're getting it. They're
Okay.
getting what would be said.
All right.
These are the matters that we're getting at. So when we talk about one people, it ain't hard to get along, family. I don't like a lot of conflict and beefing anyway. More of the times I get in conflict is because I'm trying to keep the peace. You know what I mean? I get caught up in it trying to keep the peace. In other words, I'm trying to bring the peace to the manifest, and next thing you know, one come out on the manifest, want to attack the peacemaker. You see what I'm saying? There ain't no honor, no respect. You know, our people have a wide old mindset now, but we're not here to just beat our people down and talk about the problem. We're talking about solution now. We're talking about whoever you may be, whoever your master teacher is. How can we have master teachers and not be willing to sit down together? The chairman have met a lot of them. Farrakhan got a copy of that book of fire. Y'all didn't know that, did you? Obama got a copy of this book of fire. It was sent to him, and he got a divine ministry document. You know what I mean? You got Europeans that got this book, The Exhuming of a Nation. Rick Smith out here teaching it all over the place. You know, and he ain't never met the chairman before. But everywhere he go, he got the book of fire because a European gave the book to him and told him this is the work for you to do. One of the Europeans that have went through the Moorish movement back in the day. You know, wrote a few books. But our own people don't want to touch the book. All right, well, you got a couple of them. You know, you even got Amazon, you know, selling the book. Y'all seen it online because I had some of y'all tell, man, this book cost $2,000. That didn't come from the chairman. He didn't put that price on there. You can get it from him for $70. And it's well worth it, family. 700 pages of fire. And it'll tear up slavery, root and branch. You know, for anybody that really believe their condition can be better. So the question is, do we believe that our condition can be better? You know, that's the question that we have to ask ourselves. And again, it's all about oneness and unity. One people, one nation, one nation. So whoever you are, we are appealing to you, family. Put aside your differences. Whatever your philosophy is, we ain't got to get into that. But we inviting our family to the manifest that they can aid and assist. Bring your talents forth. Your people need you. The only thing that we will ask is there a unanimous will among your people to be free? You know, and I close with this measure because I want to leave time and I want my chairman to come forth so he can breathe on the masses. But I close with a grand measure, family, that I always try to bring forth to our family that many of our people don't know nothing about, you know, because they outside of the paradigm. So we don't blame our people for what they don't know. But we know it's our duty and our obligation to teach our people, teach them their nationality and their divine creed. That's what our duty is. And you can't, it take one of us to teach us to be us. We can't go up in Harvard, Yale, and other places and expect these people to teach us to be us, because we seen where that has gotten our people. You know, and if money was enough to free us after we get an education, and why we ain't free yet? We got a whole bunch of millionaires that's running around here now, and they going through it. You see, because slavery is still there. Mental slavery is the worst form of slavery that our people still suffer from, family. I don't care what it is our people say they believe in or what they stand on. Mental slavery has been our worst enemy. That's been the opposition. It ain't been the brother that looked like you. It ain't been the sister that looked like you. It is mental slavery. You see? And I'm pretty sure that everybody that's listening to me now that have some real sense, they gonna say, yeah, brother, you're right. Our people still suffering from all type of slavery, even though they think they all right. About like somebody that's drunk, you know, talking about, I ain't drunk. You know what I mean? No, yes, you is. Something wrong with you. You see? And so our people don't even know that they suffering from this illness. We call it post-traumatic slave syndrome. That's what we call it, you know, over here in this particular paradigm we in. You see, so we don't want to tarry long, but we want to definitely give a strong measure of encouragement to bring unity to our people, bring oneness to our people, you see? And so let me share this screen, and I'm going to give it to our chairman right after I show you this reflection, family. Like I said, I ain't trying to tarry long. I done tarried long enough, but I want to make sure I make it plain to my family, you know, what it is I'm saying. And we're going to open up the flow for questions and everything in a second, family, as well, for everybody to give a draw. This is what the brother Noble Drew Ali said, our founding father. He said, what shall we call it? So often, our various journalists find trouble in selecting the proper name for the Moorish American. Some say Negro. Another would brand him race man. Still another would call him African or Afro-American, black, colored, etc. Is it that these people have no proper name? Did they have a national name when first brought to these shores in the early part of the 17th century? If so, what was it? Did not the land from which they were forced have a name? This is what Prophet Noble Drew Ali asks, right? Now, remember I was talking to y'all about the brother earlier that ended up, you know, having that case in 1828, the Moorish prince, you know, and I told y'all to look it up, Prince Abdul Rahman. Here's Abraham Lincoln speaking on the Moors here. He had a Moor that he was representing during that time. That's around the same, the 1860s, right? It says, my client is not a Negro. Though it is a crime to be a Negro, no crime to be born with black skin. So notice this now. He says it's a crime to be a Negro, but no crime to be born with black skin. Now, in this new era in time, you got black skin, you're in trouble, right? But he was basically separating two conditions, the way in which one was born, and then a label that had been placed on one. That Negro made one automatically property. Slaves under the property. They call them vagrancy laws. Vagabond is what they use in the islands, right? But my client is not a Negro. His skin may not be as white as ours, but I say he is not a Negro. You can look this case up too. Though he may be a Moor. And then, you know, this is what Mr. Lincoln interrupted Judge Davis, scarcely able to restrain a smile. He said, you mean a Moor? Not more. He said, well, Your Honor, more, not CH Moore. He and replied Mr. Lincoln with a sweep, it say, of his long arm toward the table. He said, well, more, and I sat, right? I say my client may be a Moor, but he is not a Negro. This is another measure in the law, you know, of these people where they know who we are, but we don't know who we are, right? And this is the one that I really was getting at here. This is George Washington, 1774. You know, and you'll see Prophet Noble Drew Ali actually, you know, go into these measures in the teachings. This is what he said. It was reported that George Washington summarized the raging debate on how to perpetuate slavery of the Moors unlawfully tagged black people in 1774 at the First Continental Congress here in Philadelphia with this statement. If we would agree to take the fezzes and the turbans off the Moors' heads and remove the sandals from their feet and enforce severe punishments, and to also swear a death oath between ourselves to religiously and faithfully not allow anyone to teach the Moorish children who they really were or who their forefathers were, and only allow the Moorish children to be taught that they were truly Negroes, black people, and colored folks, 200 years from today, the Moorish people would not know their nationality, nor the national name of their forefathers. Also, they would not know from which land our ancestors that they descend from. So this was demonstrated at an Odd Fellows meeting. And this is why we check a lot of different Moors who always like this. No, but Ali was Mason. He was a Shriner. No, he wasn't, family. He was not a part and partial. He was surrounded by Masons and Shriners. Most of those who followed him were, but he was not of that. He got into it with a lot of them. That's what caused a lot of the separation between him and different groups. That's what caused the separation at the Canaanite temple with him and Dr. Suleiman, Ahmed Suleiman. He was a co-founder, with the prophet, and he wanted to teach masonry. I got all the documents. I'm the one that put most of it out there on it, So when it come down to it, masonry was not what Noble Drew Ali was teaching. He was teaching self-mastery. And there's a difference between the Egyptian shrine and Egyptian adept. But nevertheless, also no man can come into the knowledge and the heights and divinity of Prophet Noble Drew Ali came into, family, and then enslave his people. It's impossible for a free man to make his people slaves or promote making slave breaking and slave holding ideology. You see, and that's not to slight those who may be a part of those organizations. We are just giving you the truth as we give it to you uncut. So at this time, what I want to do is say gratitude to our brother Judah, for allowing us to come forth to this platform, the Lion's Den, and say honors to all of you. And at this time, what I want to do is open up the floor for my Grand National Chairman, Dr. Kemetian Adept Heruphant, Tutankhamun Bey, scimitar swinging Tutankhamun Bey. And he got his pants leg rolled up too. If you don't know, you're going to know. Islam, come on forth, Chairman. Unmute your mic, Grand Man. Yes, sir. You should see that little white icon at the bottom. It say unmute, and you can unmute.
Okay, what about now?
Oh yeah, we hear you. Now you got to put your I think you got the YouTube page. Oh, you're gonna have to mute that YouTube page out because it'll give feedback through here if you don't.
Okay.
Hold up. I think you clear now, Chairman. I think you're all right. Okay. Yeah, you good. Let me mute out.
All right. Islam. Let me rise your praise to the great God and give much honor to our forefathers, give much honor to everything the Noble Drew Ali brought to save us as a nation of people. He said, I brought you everything. He even went to Africa, Kemet, and came back, brought us everything he takes, our free national name, nationality, family heritage, descendant line, everything. So I want to extend much honor to Noble Drew Ali for being the last of the prophets that come in these days and times. And he did the same thing that all the other prophets did before him. One thing about the duty of a prophet is to save you as a nation. And that's what Noble Drew Ali did for us as a people, as a nation of people. Want to extend much honor to our topic, subject matter dealing with one God, one people, one nation. And also speaking about that Western Freemasonry, because Noble Drew Ali speak about that also in Acts 6 of our divine constitution. He let you know that this Western Freemasons were, he called them slave holders. In other words, these were those that had us enslaved for about 500 years. And it took him, the prophet, to go to Africa, come back, and bring us everything, because we were suffering what he called mental slavery. And he brought us everything it takes to free us as a people. And that's why we're free now. So I want to extend much honor also to our host, Brother Jamal Judah, and all those who's connected with the Lions Den. And thank you so much for, giving us an opportunity to become a people. And this is what it is. It's all about freedom, more. If you cannot declare freedom, then you got a serious problem. Every nation on the planet can declare freedom, because to be a nation, you've got to be free. Because being a nation of people, you have to have a descendant line. And so with this in mind, I want to extend much on to our Morris American Grand National Seal Emblem, our national flag, our divine constitution, our history, everything. This enables you to become a man. You got to become a man and a woman in order before you become a mother and a father. Before you become a husband and a wife, you got to be a man and a woman first. But you can't be that if you're not a nation, you're not a government. So anyway, just an honor and a blessing. It's just a magnanimous class, and I want to thank everyone for their participation in the program this evening. And I'm just totally charged up, because this is something we do 7 days a week. We got classes. You can go to our website, morrisamericangovernment.land, and tune into our website. We got classes 7 days a week, and because our responsibility to teach our people how to be free. It takes a Morris America to teach a Morris America how to be a Morris America. It's not complicated. So the thing about it is that if you're not a European, cannot teach you how to be a descendant African. And if you want to look at the record that Noble Ali brought when we were first brought over here and put into slavery, it was a terrible thing. The thing about it is that because they were so anti-Islamic, that the first thing they did was what is called denationalized us, took away our nationality, and it was so bad, it was terrible, Morris. Okay, so the thing about it is that we're here now because we have our own divine constitution. We've got everything it takes to save ourselves as a nation of people, and we're here. I just want to give on to this magnanimous class and program, and thank you so much. And we got Moors here all over the country, and the Grand Sheik and Mufti, everybody's here. Thank you so much, Moors. So hopefully, we get a chance to speak. But I want to extend much honor to. I'm here. If you need me, just call me. I'm here for you. Like I said, my pants leg rolled up. I'm ready. Yeah, we ready. Islam.
Islam, Grand Man. We give honors to you and gratitude, Grand Man. We love you. And we're gonna go to our Sheik, National Grand Sheik, Dr. Serapis Amin Rael. Islam. Before we go to our Sheik, Brother Judah, you all right, Grand Man? What you think?
Yeah, I've been listening from my phone and I was eating at the same time. I didn't want to eat on camera. But hey, I'm good with the build, man. This is what we trying to do. And I appreciate y'all coming on here, supporting the channel, sharing the channel. And like I said, Kemetian is our Lions Den champion, so he got the flow anytime he wants. Just believe that. But yeah, ain't no more peace and love over here. I'm just sitting back and listening. I yield the floor.
Islam, we love your family. But let us call forth, our National Grand Sheik, Dr. Serapis Amin Rael. God, give honor.
Islam. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Ooh-wee. Islam. Voice of America. Praise Allah. Let us rise and give a lot of praise, adoration, thanksgiving, and glory to his love thought. Brother man that brought us our story. Prophet Noble Jew Ali. Do we get the highest honors for coming over here and setting us free? Thank you, Prophet. Honors to our officials and our staff, as well as our Grand Mufti, Assistant Grand Mufti Court, divine ministers, student ministers alike, our flag, our emblems, as well as our Constitution for which we stand, uh, Book of Fire, Book of Ali, 101, 102, everything that it takes or more to be free is in our hands. Thank you. And to this grand uh, presentation this evening, and we extend our love to our brother that was gracious enough to let us share the seat with him this evening, and we appreciate you and love you for that. I'm not going to hold you long, but in light of where we're coming from, uh, we're talking about that which seems to be causing a rift in us as a people. And our prophet had diagnosed it as being us having a religious controversy. Let me put it like this. Let me the prophet speak to you. He said, in this age, there is still much religious controversy as to the right thing. Big and powerful ministers have come to the conclusion that something is wrong. Some say it is the Ten Commandments. Others say there is a lack of sincerity in the purpose of the churches. Still others think it is all worthless and not fit for the time it takes to attend them. However, whatever their final decision might be, it is certain they will make and change, or rather try to make one. The fact of the matter is that they have always had only a reflection of the truth and not the real thing. Like one who holds up the sun, hold up to the sun a mirror and cast a few of his diverted rays in a different direction, so have they done with the truth that is supposed to come from the east. There are but few people who know what the truth is all about man, and that a few know it is foolish to try to impart it to the ignorant. Although one, excuse me, although one has finished college and although ignorant, he is still a fool right on, being trained to jump through a hoop. The longer he stays in the schools, the better he can jump, and the more vivid will he defend his jumping. From the east comes all light, but though the sun is hanging at high noon, the blind cannot see. The same is with the Islamic creed from the east, was brought to the Asiatics of America by Prophet Noble Ali and offered to those who were sick at heart, tried for many years, yet they are blind and cannot see the light. Nor is the prophet trying to put new wine in old skins, for he knows that it will bust them. Still, he has the only remedy for the nations, and that remedy brought by Jesus, Muhammad, Confucius, and all of the other prophets, which remedy is truth. The nations do not want the truth. It is too stern. But until they accept it and find out where it is, there will continue to be religious controversy. So, in essence, to that demonstration, my brothers who are listening to us, our situation or divide and conquer method that the Europeans is using is based on the religious belief and where we're coming from. And this is what's holding us down. Get rid of that and we'll fall, not fall, but move to the side and comfort of our holy prophet and our ancestors. Islam.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We couldn't get it no plain. You know, the prophet spoke well on that one, Sheik. Islam. And that's real religious controversy. That is exactly what's dividing our people. You know, and it's dealing with levels of understanding. Not that one don't have the truth. It's just who has taught us that truth. You see what I'm saying? And some of us, I tell our people all the time, we go back and forth over information, but in all actuality, it's the interpretation of the individuals that authored the information that one is arguing over. You know, one is not really came forth with our own text to present that to the people in our own research. You know, we going back and forth over something the European ain't even arguing over. They can come out talking about extraterrestrial spaceships and everything and have no foundation to prove that, and other Europeans gonna support them Europeans, put them on a national platform and everything. But we get into conflict over just one word, you know, one statement, and we done flew off the hook. Goodness gracious. And speaking of that, in the light of that, we're going to our brother, well, actually, we're going to our Grand National Secretary of the State, because I didn't see her there earlier, but we're going to call to Act 1 and see if she's on the manifest to give us a drawing, you know, because we love to hear from the goddess and queen as well, if she is available, you know, before we even go into that other area. Islam, Chairman.
Okay.
Islam, can you hear me?
Oh, we can hear you loud and clear, goddess and queen. Islam.
Praise Allah. Praise Allah.
I apologize Islam. For the technical difficulties.
Islam, Moorish kin, family. First of all, I want to rise, giving all praises to our Father God Allah, giving honor to our Prophet Noble Drew Ali, giving honor to all of those under the sound of my voice, giving a special honor to Dr. Jeremiah Judah and to the Lions Den for providing the forum for this class this evening. It's just a grand honor and a blessing to be here with each and every one of you. Just briefly, when we look at the subject matter, one God, one people, and one nation, and we recognize the fact that our prophet let us know that we had a condition which he termed as mental slavery. And prior to coming into Moorish science, I had no clue what this term meant. But when we look at, even though the shackles have been physically removed from us, as far as our neck, shackles on the ankles, our wrists, what have you, we were still on lockdown within the mindset. So even if I can go to store at will, or, you know, I can go to up the street, round the corner, what have you, I was still using the term as I'm a black person or what have you, prior to the advent of Prophet Noble Drew Ali, of course, not recognizing the fact that these misnomers were given to us during the time of slavery. So also not realizing that this was a sin against the creator, because he never made a black man, never made a Negro, colored, etc. So when we come into the truth of that, then the question would come to mind, well, what about my people? What about my ancestors? You know, where do I come from? Where am I supposed to be going? What am I supposed to be doing with my life? And, you know, that's why I give much praise to our Creator, our Father God Allah, and honor to the Prophet for encouraging me to think. And he stated, if I could just get you to thinking, you can save yourself. So we are encouraged here to be able to free the mindset, to start using the faculties of the soul, which are thinking, reasoning, understanding, willing, and remembrance, being able to go back to our ancient forefathers' state of mind. And when you start going back to the history, because coming up through school, everything that I was taught was that everything started from the European, whether it be the Greeks, the Romans, they were the founders of civilization. To hear them tell it, nothing existed until Rome brought civilization on the scene. But nothing could be further from the truth. We were the ones that civilized the world, you know, and so these are the keys that we have to pass down to our children, our descendants, etc. But, you know, part of the responsibility that has been given to us is to teach our people their nationality and their divine creed. And if somebody doesn't want you in their house, if you find out that, because we always had the question, why are people always abusing our people? What is wrong with us? So much so that we developed self-hatred. This was by design. But when we look at it from the aspect of somebody doesn't want you in their house, if their laws are designed to keep you as property or recognizing you under their law or color of law as 3/5 of all other persons, it's time for you to take on the responsibility of self-determination, to see the value in having your own one free national name and the value of having your own government, where you have laws that are designed to be of a benefit to your special people, your schools. We don't see anything strange when those from other countries come over here, you know, establish themselves in our neighborhoods, get wealthy or what have you, but they have their own schools. You see their children are right there in the stores with them, learning that a special trade. So why should we not have that same birthright that has been given to us? So, you know, it is imperative for us to put aside those differences. And this was also something that was indoctrinated with us as a people. It's time now for us to put aside the foolishness, the folly, and recognize, just as a demonstration that Dr. Shaheed gave in reference to, if we all in a burning house, I'm not going to sit there and take the time to say, who you studying under? No, we're all trying to get out of that house that is falling down. So the same with recognizing the importance of the one free national name, our nationality. You see how hard those that are in a state of war right now, that are fighting to the death for their sovereignty, their freedom, their autonomy. And this is the same energy that we need to possess, not coming from a manifest or war mode, because our 5 highest principles, the Prophet taught us, love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. We have got to learn how to love instead of hate. And this is what our people are about. So it's just been a grand class, a grand measure. Just much gratitude to all within the listening ear, you know, because we're here to be about uplifting our people, not tearing them down. So gratitude more for calling me forth. Much peace and love to all of my Moorish kin. Islam.
Islam, Grand National Secretary of State, we give honor to you, Goddess and Queen, for all that you do. And that's a powerful measure. And that's another thing, family. Here, you know, we don't suppress our goddesses and queens. We don't put the sisters at one level and the brothers at another level. We demonstrate it like our ancestors demonstrated in ancient Kemet. It's called co-regency. The same way a queen can rule on the throne, you know, a king could rule on the throne, and vice versa, you know. And so that's the degree. And so you got a lot of powerful sisters, you know, that are here in the Moorish American government that have a lot to offer their people, you know, as well. It's not just a man thing. We don't even use the term man in the aspect of dealing with gender, you know, because there's a high elevation. We use it as Moorish American National, MAN. You know, in the Arabic, there's a measure that applies man in reference to dealing with all of those intelligent beings in the creation, so to speak. It ain't got nothing to do with no type of movements, if you know what I mean. You know, it's all about us being who we are as a people. So at this time, let us call forth our brother, Dr. Torre Anu Rasul Simpson Bey, if he is. Well, look like he in the call with somebody else. So what I'll do is I'll go to our National Grand Mufti. I know he was on here a few minutes ago. Is he still there? Well, look like he jumped off as well. So if you would, Sheik, you can reach out to the Mufti on the line, and I'll just do a little measure till he get here, and then I'm gonna open it up for our brother Judah in a second after I get his quick drawing. And so our brother can come forth, you know, and give a measure as well, and let us and the people know, because he been, you know, he know this concept of government. He all about separation as well, and you know, a lot of our people are, you know, we just want to come to a clear conception of the work that we all have to do as a people. You know, we all got work to do. Let me share the screen real quick while you giving the Mufti a call. And this is the foundation that we have here in the structure. You know, we use the term the great God, so not to be offensive to our people, because most of our people hear the name Allah due to the miseducation over here in the West. You know, they come into a lot of conflict, but all it takes is a little research and you'll find there is no harm in that. You know, if one has the heart to sympathize with the truth, so to speak, you know, when it comes to being universal. So it ain't a my God versus your God demonstration, because if you take the name Allah and you turn that glyph upside down, you'll see the word Yahweh. And it'll be the same thing if you did that other way and you take the word Yahweh and reverse it, you got who he, and that take you back to Kemet. You know, so I mean, or you can go in the Hindu way of life in Buddha, and you see the Om symbol, it can be translated to the name Allah as well. So there ain't no strange happenings that these symbols are connected to each other, and most of them isolated from each other can also form the shape of a man or the shape of a human being, or we say arm, leg, arm, head, right? In all these walks of life, you think that's, you know, strange? No, that's a code. That's the God code. And all these various teachings, though people can't see it, they have a connection and a tie to each other. I got whole lessons that I demonstrated on that. But we say our holy prophet and angel and founding father is Noble Drew Ali, which you heard me state earlier. You know, our theocracy, you know, is a form of government. It's guided by Holy Quran and Divine Covenant. You know, our Grand National Chairman, Moorish Consul General, Grand Mufti. You know, our grand body is a Congress of Divine Ministers, Adepts, and Angels. Our national head is the Grand Sheik. Our Grand National Assistant Chairman is the Moorish Consul General, Grand Mufti Assistant. You know, we got our national head as the assistant, our assistant national head is Assistant Grand Sheik. And then we have what we call the Moorish American government, you know, as a whole, and those that are in these special capacity, you know, they are the executive rulers, are the consular generals, you know, attachés, sheiks, secretaries. You know, we got divine ministers as well. You know, our citizens are freeborn Moorish American nationals. You can't have a nation if you don't have a people. And you can't have a nation if you don't have a flag, a seal, and an emblem that represent you as a people. You see? So when you get into even the titles that we had here, and we were speaking on these measures and showing our family certain drawings with our flag family, you know, in the seal, it all connects us to a people, because you can't have that. These are things that you have to have, family. And speaking of things that represent unity, we heard our Grand National Secretary of the State speak on the word black, Negro, colored, and all these things. Here, a lot of time our people get, you know, confused and in conflict because they hear more say, well, black according to science mean deaf. Well, you know, the prophet also said deaf is not an enemy. but a friend, right? But we know those are contexts by which you apply these measures. And he was speaking when he said black according to science. What are he talking about? Well, you know anything about any spiritual science, you know what the darkness represents according to spiritual science, or what they call blackness. And you know what white represents in spiritual science. I ain't talking about dealing with somebody's skin color, because a European is pink as ever. Even our people, we brown as ever. You may find one or two that's heavily melanated, but we come in different hues. You see? But when it comes down to actually these titles and entitling these things as race, they came from here. The father of colorism, John Blumenbeck. He created that. This was all a part of scientific racism. Go read the African Fact Book. And they say the same thing. He called the 5 races: Caucasian race, white race, Mongolian yellow race, Malayan brown race, Ethiopian black race, American red race. Just like Darwin came up with the Darwinian theory, and they call it the Darwin theory, the same way this father of colorism came up with these titles, and the West has been going by these titles. But these titles have nothing to do with your nationality. So we're not hating our people. We get mad because they use them. We just correct the one. You know that ain't your nationality, right? If it is, trace the word black back from this new era in time and go all the way back into the ancient time. I bet you won't find a word with the root BLCK. You ain't gonna find that in Kemet. I ain't talking about somebody's definition of a Kemetic word, because even when they say Egypt mean black land, that's talking about the soil. You see, the Quran speak of, black mud, but we talking about a people. Okay, we was formed from the mud, but that still don't get to dealing with what your nationality is. Because the African had a nationality, called themselves Congos and, Igbo and all types of stuff. But what about us? We what somebody else thought. We were made in America, and so that's what we're getting at. We're not attacking our people that use those words. We just correcting the status. So I just wanted to say that. And also, in a show of unity, we brought forth a standard of unity. It's not a flag. This is not a banner or something to that extent. It's a standard of unity, between our people who are demonstrating the Moorish paradigm and the brothers and sisters that are of the Yashrallah family or the Israelite family that identify with their roots and be in connection with each other, regardless of where we come from. There was a tie between the Moorish Zionists, who were also associated with the Prophet back during the early 1900s. So this says Shabbat Alahayim. You see, that's how our brother apostle, Alahayim, we say Elohim, but this is the measure. It's dealing with the circle of the universal keepers of the 7. Because I say the only thing that we as a people, regardless of what we believe, we can agree upon. I don't care if you're Hindu, I don't care if you're Buddhist, I don't care if you're Muslim, I don't care if you're Christian, Hebrew, Israelite, all of us think or believe in that 7. All of us believe that 7 has to do with perfection. All of us believe that 7 has to do with something holy. Even if we say, well, it deal with the 7 chakras in the body. If it deal with the 7 candles in the lampstands, we can say, well, it deal with, all types of different measures we can go into. But nevertheless, that's why we put that at the center. You see, not to dominate from a certain paradigm, but from the center, because we move from the center to the outer bounds as a people. And then if you look here, we understand the knowledge of the stars. We wasn't creating something, we were showing a unity in reality. Because you see that the 5-pointed star says Allah on it, right? You see the other says Yahweh on it, right? Because we're saying it don't matter what you call him, it's still dealing with the great God. But we also know that the upper triangle here in the 6-pointed star is what represents a pyramid. But you know that there's just as much pyramid beneath the ground as it is above the ground. But when you get in the essence of the ground, so to speak, in the bottom of it, in the grotto, that's where you're dealing with Know thyself. If you were dealing with it from a Kemetian standpoint, this is what they call, the preparation chamber. You see? So we deal with what we call divinity and matter. That triangle going up would deal with divinity. The other turned down deal with living in this material plane, what we got to deal with. That's why we say, man, is truth and falsehood strangely mixed, because he got a divine side in him, but he also has a potential to go into the lowest of the low. So you're going to go either in 360 degrees into the light or 360 degrees into the darkness. And that's your choice. You deal with that 5-pointed open star, it's a straight line. If you start at one point and you go all the way and you finish connecting them lines, that's what it is. But yet they represent the limbs of man. Still a grand draw. Now, if you invert that 5-pointed star and turn it upside down, we call that an inverted thought pattern. Instead of love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice, you the opposite of love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. You see? Now you're talking about LSD, D, and B, Lucifer, Satan, devil, dragon, and beast, if you want to use the terminology, them degrees that you fall through. In the religious doctrine, Lucifer was in the heights until he fell, right? So man has ability to be his highest self, or he has the ability to fall into a lower way of thinking. And that's what caused the division and the conflict and the turmoil and the competition, duality. What we want to give our people is oneness. One God, one people, one nation. We say one God, we ain't trying to force you to call God what we call God. Don't get it twisted. We just want you to recognize you're talking about the same divinity if he in you. Now, if you're talking about something outside of yourself, somewhere else in spookism and spook land, then no, we ain't talking about the same God. Because I believe if you demonstrating the teachings of Yahweh and you in that demonstration properly, then you recognize that he is at the essence of your being. He is in your spirit, even in the Piscean record. Know ye not that ye are the temple of God and the spirit God dwelleth within you, which temple you are. And it tells you not to defile that temple, right? So, we see the oneness. Search all things, family, rightly dividing the truth. A workman that need not be ashamed before the Most High. Quench not the spirit, despise not prophecies. That's what the book say. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God is one. We demonstrate all of that, family. So it's all love. We just want our people to come home. And that's my drawing, family. And we can actually get to opening up the floor at this particular time here.
Daryl. Daryl.
Yes, ma'am.
Hey.
Oh yeah, I want to ask you. You heard about what he was saying about, the black and the science. I want you to speak on that if you want to.
The black in the science.
Yeah, with Daryl.
Yeah. To kind of go back to what I was saying earlier, I understand that position, but I think we have to challenge that position, because once again, once a particular concept has been demonized and we were not the architect of that demonization, then it becomes our responsibility to correct a wrong perception that now exists in creation. And because once again, if we look at black from a scientific lens rather than a cultural lens, it becomes necessary for us to then challenge once again all of those who have a perception that is not of a scientific nature. We have a cultural perception of black and not a scientific perception. So I'll stop right there as to what I'm saying right now. I was also kind of confused because I was listening, I was seeing the video, but I didn't know it was a video. I thought that was a video, correct?
Yes, it was.
Okay, I thought we was on live with that group. I was saying, I thought we were on live with that group. I'm saying, well, I didn't see them the first time, So you was showing a video, and now we're critiquing the video, correct?
Right, right.
Okay, okay, okay. I got you now. Okay, okay, yeah, okay, yeah. But I guess I'll say again. I think it's our responsibility to challenge them where we think they may be off the mark, and accept the thing that they're saying are correct. Because I think that's one of the things with the Moorish temple. They do have a concept of black that I think needs to be challenged. But I think it's based on their cultural understanding. I think also, I'm not sure, but I think it's the thing that Noah Drew Ali said. And here's a danger right here. Whenever a leader says something, all of those that follow that leader then start trying to defend anything that that leader said, no matter if it was wrong or right. Well, I'll just say wrong. And so I find the Moorish people bending over backwards trying to justify what Noble Drew Ali said about the concept of black. Because once again, they need the leader to be right.
All right, go ahead.
Peace, peace, peace. Islamism. Fortunately, I had the opportunity of living my life as a Black African American and a Moor. And if we go back to the video, he showed that people as Black is where we're drawing the line with the system. Mostly because of that chart he had up there of colorism, where somebody chose to make us Black. It wasn't our decision to call ourselves Black. Someone else did. And that's what we're saying. Why go by what somebody else wants to call us rather than who we were? So when we study our actual history, we find out that we are so many different types of nations of people, the many people, that to call ourselves Black to us is very disrespectful. Because we see, if you go around America, the United States, however you want to see it, they have Italian member centers, German member centers, social clubs, Italian, Germans, Swedish, Portuguese, Irish. They all have these different clubs based on our nationality. So then you can say, well, the Moors National Divine Movement, that's their equivalent of that. Now, where do Blacks and African Americans have the ability to have those type of national clubs? And this is where we fall off playing their race game.
Okay, if I had to kind of respond to that, the reason we claim Black because that denoted our spirituality, and we always knew that our spirituality trumped anything in terms of nationality, because according to science, the highest state of matter in which any object can exist is in a blackened state, and we knew that from the core. So when we chose to call ourselves that, we're not manifesting that because it's almost like a prophecy. We're going to grow and become Black. We're not that yet, because to be Black is to be vibrating at the highest frequency. That's something that's just not taught in this world. And I think once that truth is made known, it will make us go back and revisit why we declared that we would become Black, even though we're not that yet. Because once again, our spirituality trumped nationality. That's when we identified. And also at the same time, we knew that another group of people who were not receptive to the truth, we would call them white, because of the qualities of white. So I'll yield.
So now, for what you said, there is a like double thing with this. I could, if I was feeling good today, I could say I'm feeling white. And if I was feeling bad today, I could say, or people would say, you're in the Black. You have a Black heart. You're having a Black day. It meant you had a bad day. And this is before racism, the way we know it today, or when people went by skin color. These were just natural selections based on the color and the scientific meaning of the words that people understood them. This was just basic. It had nothing to do with skin color. And he just showed us where using our skin color came from. It didn't come from us. We didn't use it. Somebody gave it to us to use. Our people have national names. If I ask certain brothers that were up here where they from, that brother said, I'm Ashanti. Another brother said he's from Ghana. And if we sit here and I'm allowed to have a conversation with them, then yes, brother, we just say black so that everybody understand for America. But we at home don't operate off that on this land amongst each other because they're all basically the same tone. So nobody has that discrepancy of going that far with it. And I have talked to people, that's why I'm saying it. But it just showed that we did not make up the decision to call ourselves black. It is something that was put on us, so we didn't utilize our national names, our family names that actually make us free within the world. And can you please repeat what you said about the black, the highest frequency of what?
I said when anytime a vibration is vibrating at the highest frequency, the byproduct of that vibration is a color. So the sensation that we see in our eyes is the color black when energy is vibrated at the highest frequency. It either has vibrated or is vibrating. So when you see the color blue, blue is a sensation that the eye sees that when a particular vibration is within a certain range. But they don't tell us that the highest form of vibration will produce the color black. That's something that's not told in this world. They go with the term ultraviolet. And so what I'm saying is that.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Okay. And so what I'm saying is that this information that I'm saying right now would be inspirational to a people who don't know that. We don't know what makes the sensation of black because we've licked this thing from melanin. And so, and if we vibrate at the highest frequency, we're gonna turn black. Because that's law. That's how the law works. Hold on, let me pay for my food. Hey, how you doing? Okay, I was in a restaurant, so I couldn't talk very loud. But now, going back to what I'm saying once again. Am I still on?
Yes, sir.
Okay, going back to what I'm saying. What determines any color is the rate of vibration that an object has. We were never told that when an object vibrates at the highest frequency, the sensation that the eye will see is black. So therefore, that withholding of information has actually, I'm gonna say actually, but the withholding of that information is not beneficial to us. So therefore, what I'm saying is that I think when we start receiving information that we did not know, then it makes us at least, well, it just gives us more information. That's the best I can say right now. I kind of still walking and gather my thoughts. But I'll probably come back and clarify that a little better if it's not clear.
Okay, so I do see what you are describing. On both ends of the spectrum, I see black. But when you talk about light, I do see the colors turn black. But how are you just saying like we just gonna say that black is light, or now are you gonna show me light within that black?
No, okay. I think what you're looking for that white light. And I think because you see white as light, you can't see black as light. White is a brilliance that black displays when black gets excited. Blue is a brilliance that it displays when it's excited. But when you combine all of the colors together, it turns black, and then the brilliance that black displays is a white light. And so, and that's the part which we don't know. White scientists have said that white light and white hue are one and the same. That's what I'm saying is not the truth. It should be that a black hue and a white light are one and the same. A white object cannot even shine. It doesn't have the ingredients to shine. It does not have the ingredients to illuminate. Because we did not know how to challenge the concept or the idea or the presentation rather that they said a white piece of paper and white light is one and the same. Once again, look at what's called a carbon arc. This is the best way to explain it. A carbon arc, which is a black rod, when they would produce what's called a carbon light. That carbon light produces a white arc. It's still carbon because what it does, it produces the white arc, and in the white arc are all of the ultraviolet frequencies. That's what the sun is. The sun is a giant ball of carbon that is solidified, and it produces this white arc. The sun is not what they told, all this gas and all. This is stuff to keep us in a misdirection so that we won't have the truth, because the more we become the embodiment of truth, the more we can actually start producing this internal light that we have. Here's the thing. Bioluminescence was a term I said earlier. If we become these bioluminous beings that we can become, they understand that we would have the capacity of time travel, step into the next day. This world would be really over. If you became a bioluminous being, you could step into tomorrow and look at all the damn lottery numbers that's going to come through. That's the reason they cannot have us embrace certain qualities about ourselves, because like I said yesterday, it's like trying to stop the caterpillar from becoming the butterfly. So therefore they demonize certain things so that we would never embrace it. So when we don't embrace black, they know that we'll never be a threat. They don't mind you embracing a Moor. A Moor is not a threat to this world. What is a threat to this world is a black man and a black woman. That's the threat to this world.
So let me ask you this question, because you said I'm looking for a white light in the dark. No, sir. No, sir.
But you keep saying dark.
Wait. Let me say it another way. Then. If I walked into a room with 4 walls, only one door, no light, and close that door, I'm going to be in complete dark.
Wouldn't be. That's what I'm saying. That's the part, because you've gotten to a certain. You have to really be born again to understand what I'm saying, because what it is, concepts already occupy your mind now. So when you walk into a room and there is no what you call visible light, you're in a black light filled room at that time. But what it is, you keep trying to associate what you know light to be. And that's when the Bible is talking about being born again, because every time I say light, a image and concept comes in your mind. But when you're looking at that black stuff on there, that is light. And that is the kind of light that they use in the hospital. When they're going to use that MRI machine, magnetic resonant imaging, they get this black magnetic energy shining on the person, and they're able to see the internal organ, because this level of light sees beyond the surface. Incandescent light stops at the surface, which is what we call the white light. But if I need to see your internal organ, or what we called in our original state the Holy Ghost, because when you had the Holy Ghost, you had the whole spectrum of light at your disposal. So if you needed to use the X-ray light that didn't go as deep, you use the X-ray light to see something. If you needed the next form of the black light, you go with the gamma light. If you needed the next form, you go to cosmic light. There was no end to this black light that we could use. And so what I'm saying is, I guess I'd have to hear you, but what I'm saying is, the blackness that you see is light, because it's strange in this world, because no one ever told us it was light. You see the blue color, that's blue light. You see the green, that's green light. You see the purple, that's purple light. But when you get to the black, based on what you're looking at, that then determines which level of black that you would use. Whether it's the X-ray level that looks at the teeth, that's what the dentist use. But that level of light cannot see your kidneys. Then you use the gamma light, or the MRI light. And what they'll tell you is this is ultraviolet light, but ultraviolet is black light. And once again, so when I'm saying this term, now you're trying to connect the term that I'm saying with a picture in your mind. So when you just said, when I go into a room and I close all the doors, I'm in a dark room. You're not in a dark room. Let me explain once again what a dark room would look like. If you went in a room and the walls were white, and the floor was white, and some type of way you fill that room with some type of white smoke or something, that is the dark room. And if you can't throw off what you've been made to believe a dark room is, then you don't know how to really understand what a dark room. understand what a dark room is. Once again, if you take a seed, for example, you would say, I'm putting the seed in the darkness. You're putting a seed in black radiant energy, what they would call, what scientists call dark matter or dark energy. And the reason they needed to be dark, because they never wanted to be connected with light. If it's ever connected with light, it then becomes connected with God and all of the other synonyms that go along with God. And so, and that's the reason that they use this campaign to demonize black, because they never wanted black to be associated with light. And so that's the reason I have to then come along and show what a dark color looks like. Darkness is the absence of light or the absence of color. And when you remove all of the light or color of a thing, you just create what's called an unstable object. Because the number one law in the universe is balance. If I remove all of the green light of an object, I just created an unstable object. And that object will go throughout creation seeking that component that was taken from it. So that's the reason when they made what's called a devil, they removed certain things out of that thing because they wanted to create a restless nature. And the way you have peace is make sure everything in you is balanced.
Okay.
And so what I'm saying is the Moors have to be corrected in their interpretation of black, because they have taken a worldly or a cultural understanding. And at the same time, Noble Drew Ali, he wasn't exposed to a certain truth like what I'm saying now.
So listen, I'm not going to say none of that, but I am going to say this. If I know for me, if I walked into that room and closed the door, I'm going to be extra cautious about how I move in that room to make sure I don't bump into nothing. I don't stub my toe, because I can't see in pitch black.
None of us can see. Okay, that was a time that.
Okay, so this we admit that none of us can see in that pitch black. Without looking for a white light, show me black light to see in the room.
Okay, here's the thing. When we were in our divine state, when we went in a room like that, we used something like bats use. And it's almost like, it's called resonance. You could feel the vibration of a thing. So therefore, you weren't walking in darkness. You could sense the vibration, and you knew to move here, move. The same way they give you what's called night vision goggles. You would adapt. The same, I just stay right here. The same way they use night vision goggles. Our eyes, I didn't have to adapt to it, because our skin and hair could sense everything. Our hair used to, like this image called Medusa. Our hair would start uncoiling, and you would know everything in the room. But I'm gonna show you why white light had to be invented. Because if you're in a room and it's all black, every object in the room can start declaring, I received all of the color spectrum. And then when you cut on a white light, the green light says, well, no, I just only received the green spectrum. The blue object will say, I only received the blue spectrum. A white object will have to say, I didn't receive any of the incoming light. I deflected all of it. A black object then shows that I absorbed all of the light frequency, and it now resides within me. So white light was almost like a revealer as to which object absorbed which frequency of light. But that was a time when we didn't have to move like that. And so when the Bible talks about there won't be no certain type of light, it's because we'll be back in our divine state. And if you don't have something like sonar or that or the eco thing like a bat uses, then we are at the mercy of bumping into stuff. I'm not denying it. But what I'm saying is we're in an age right now where that divine gift is not working in us. But when we get on one accord and start first of all, changing the definition that they gave it, because they are frightened by that. Let me say this. When they went at this, we talking about stuff in the 1800s, when they start looking at stuff like carbon and start seeing the properties in carbon, they knew then the same properties that was in carbon reside within us. So they developed, they dedicated a whole science to studying carbon called organic chemistry. And this is what behooves them. They're saying to themselves, how come these black people are not displaying the same qualities of carbon when they are carbon dominant people? And then they look at other objects that are black. They look like all from the earth. They look at bats. They looked at the black eyes within a deer or the black nose, and they'll start seeing all of these properties and qualities. And then they'll see them in us and wonder, why in the hell is it not working in them? Because we had declared that our power will be arrested until what's called the return of Christ, which is return of certain truths. And that's what they're afraid of more than anything. Because what truth would do for us, because carbon, let me say, the carbon and light is the same thing. Carbon is crystallized light. And that's why they were able to make what's called the arc lamp. Look again at what's called a carbon lamp. You get two carbon rods, and when you have a distance between them, they produce a white arc. And the same quality in the carbon is the same qualities in the white arc. Then they got away from what's called the carbon lamp. But once again, two black rods produce the white light. White people came along and said that white light is us. And we didn't know how to challenge it because they look so different. A black object and white light looks different. So therefore, we didn't know how to challenge. So when they came along and said this white light and this white hue is one and the same, we didn't know how to challenge that. But I can tell you, you can make this, go to somebody right now, go get anybody from Harvard and Yale, say, look, I'll give you $10,000 if you can take a white hue and pull out all the colors that you say are in white light. Let me say that again. Go to the best universities that they have and challenge and say, you say white light and white hue is one and the same? I will give you $10,000 if you can pull out the same variables in white light that's in a white hue. Because a white hue does not have vibration. It doesn't have anything. It's empty.
When you say white hue, do you mean the skin color?
No, I'm just talking about, no, white. When I'm saying just a white piece of paper.
Yeah.
White people came along and said a white piece of paper and white light is one and the same. They're saying, and so they keep emphasizing because they wanted us to see white a certain way. They every chance they get, they got something called white hydrogen. And it's supposed to be good hydrogen because they always were trying to halo effect white and demonize black. And we didn't know how to argue against that. And we were not supposed to argue against it until what's called the end of a cycle, the end of their world, because the end of their world would be we see reality properly. And what it is, we don't have a proper perception on reality, and that's how they rule. They rule because they made sure we understand reality according to the lens that they assign to us. And so when we see black now, we see darkness, just like you saying, you did ever a time when you would have never said that had your perception not been interrupted. You would have known what you went into when you went into a black room. And you would have known how to illuminate the room. I was saying this the other day. The Egyptians, when they went into the bottom of the pyramid, and they were saying, well, how are they able to write on these walls when they didn't have light? The same way a lightning bolt strikes, if you can make a lightning bolt be still, you'd have all the light you need. We knew how to go into a black room and ignite the atoms in that room and make it light up because all the properties that you need are there. We just don't know how to do that anymore. And the reason why we don't know how to do that is because our properties had to be arrested so a weaker people could rule. There's no way these people could be in charge if we were at our brilliant state. So we dialed back everything that we were so another people could rule. So the Chinese could have his light in the sun. The Japanese could have his light in the sun. The white man could have his light in the sun. And we knew that at an appointed time we would rise again. That's what the return of Christ is. The return of our greatness. And it's going to take truth to ignite us a certain way. And not just any truth. It's a certain truth you need to become a God. And they understand this. For example, the Shetland pony. They understood the Shetland pony was only the size he was because of his physical diet. We're only the people we are today because of the words that we have been made to believe. Once we get a right spiritual diet, we will grow into God again. And that's their greatest fear. That's when there's been such a campaign to make sure you and I do not come into contact with absolute truth and challenge the definition that they gave things. And something you said earlier. That's when we can't go with brown. They purposely demonized black because they wanted you to be afraid to go in it because they know that you could go in certain level of the blackness that they could never go. And you bring out information first on how to destroy this world. That's what they fear. You going into the light. So they want you to keep saying, well, I'm going to go in this dark room. You're not in a dark room. If you in your room right now, if you in that room right now, your cell phone will still work because there are radio frequencies in there. And in your divine state, you will pick up on those radio frequencies. You pick up on the microwave. You pick up on the gamma free. And that's one of the things they do even, I think I said this yesterday. Let me say this. To be black was like being born with every app in the app store. because every color was in black. So if you needed to make it rain, there was an app for that. If you needed to transport across the galaxy, there was an app for that. And you could hear it the same way. If you needed something right now, you could Google. You say, well, how do I make a German pizza? You Google and the information will come to it. White people have to use technology. Our technology, we went into what's called the Akashic records, or the records of Om, really the Omatic records. So anything we needed to know, we Googled it too. We didn't have to carry all that around. So any information said, I needed to make it snow. But here's the thing. We didn't just do stuff just because of a whimsical idea, because we understood how one thing affected another thing. So that power can even be given to us right now, because just as soon as we tapped into that power, we be trying to win the damn lottery. We be bringing Big Mama back. We be bringing all this stuff back. So therefore, we have to mature first before we can even start getting that power back.
Question. So yes, for the type of thing that you're talking about, if you had to place a time and period when it could have been, when, you know what I'm saying, just would you say the Anunnaki period, the type of mindset that you were talking about? Well, whether they're real or not is not what I'm discussing. I am discussing the mindset of what they said the Anunnaki was a higher being, able to do certain things that we now today can't do. Are you saying that type of brain wave is the black light?
No, what I'm saying is that as a black person, we would have every app in the app store within us. So anything that we needed to do, the same way we take our phone now and Google, how do you make this? How do you make that? Google kept up with the information. We live in a universe of a spinning black universe. It's spinning because it contains information of what our ancestors, what some people call the Akashic records, the records of memory. So if you needed to resurrect somebody, well, first of all, we didn't get sick, so it's certain things that don't even go together. But when you're saying answer your question, I'm not sure I don't know much about the Anunnaki, but I'll push back against this right here. I hear a lot of people say that we came across the galaxy and we mined out gold from here. We did. Now think of what I'm finna say. Do you think gold is the only place on this planet? You don't think there's gold on Jupiter? You don't think there's gold on Uranus? They put a value system in our head, so now we start thinking gold is important. So if you tell me you got the technology to get from across the universe, you know the kind of technology you have? What were you using as fuel in your rocket? But once again, this body right here is what transported across the universe. So you didn't need no ship. So if you tell me about anybody came here on a ship, I'm telling you, these beings did not have a higher wisdom. This body that we had, we sped up the vibration and made it manifest wherever we needed to make it manifest. So anytime somebody's saying they came here on a ship, that's an inferior being because they have not really tapped in. Once you understand how to marshal this black energy, that's not anything that you can do and not any place you can go. But we've lost that information. So when you're saying Anunnaki, once again, I don't know much about them, but there was a time when we had what's called 100% brain use. Look at the movie called Lucy, for example. In the movie Lucy, they show that something came alive in her. And when that something came alive, she started using more brain capacity. And if you look at the end of that movie, all of a sudden you start seeing this black stuff start overtaking her. And then all of a sudden, once it gets at 100%, she says, I'm everywhere. What she had became then was what's called omnipresent, which is the black light, which is one of the qualities of God. One of the qualities of God is omnipresent. There's not anywhere in the universe where this black energy is not at. The science would tell you that most of the universe is 98% dark matter. They keep calling it dark matter because they don't want to call it black light. Because if you ever hear this black light, you will be inspired. And the greatest thing that you can do for any people once their basic needs have been met is give them what's called inspiration. If I inspire you, brother, your electrons are going to jump shells. And that's the whole thing. They've been feeding us a steady diet of something to devalue ourselves and been feeding themselves something that would make them valuable. The most valuable commodity in this universe is light. So they don't want black connected with light. They don't want you to see the value in yourself. They don't want me to see the value in myself. If you ever start thinking, damn, I'm a light being and everything in the universe is light and I can tune into every light frequency, just that thought alone empowers you to start becoming a God. And this is what the person named Jesus understood. He said, I was in the beginning with the light. So when the light was creating, I was creating. He knew that he was one with the light. And the Bible tells you that. The Bible said there's a light in every man, but we don't all have the same frequency of light. And so once again,
Okay.
so that a lesser people could rule, we scaled back everything that we needed. We really covered up our truth so that now they can make these skyscrapers, they can make transformers, they can make this electrical grid, and it looks like a superior system until you recognize that this organic creation that was made, it was made by the trees were made by us. The sky was made by us. The quantum physics, the quantum world, that was made by us. What they call the weak and the strong force, having protons stick together, that was our creation. We created all that, but we just don't remember.
So, all right. So even from the standpoint of what we say, the part about us being a light, we know that because we say we're star seeds and everything else. The light is a part of it. We are the light without putting a color on us. This type of stuff that you're talking about, I've never conceived what you're saying about the dark before. But obviously, since all of that is from our ancestral past, we can achieve all of that without this determination for color. That's really the only part that I'm saying. Without this determination for color, to give any, because they're not white. They are not white. Never have been white.
They are dark. They are dark. But here's the thing. But they didn't know. They thought by calling themselves white, they thought they were adding a attribute to them that would make them, and that attribute was to be in for a season. But to call them white because they cannot absorb light, really, let me show this. There's something known as the Christ and the Antichrist. When you look at carbon is 6 protons, 6 electrons, 6 neutrons. So carbon, when you speed carbon up and make it go into its high state, carbon can go into what's called a plasma state. Now, so if carbon is light, 6 protons, 6 electrons, 6 neutrons, so what would anti-carbon look like? Once I remove the carbon out of something, I create 6 white protons, 6 white neutrons, and 6 white electrons. That's the antichrist. That's anti-light. That's how we darken the color. We darken the color by removing the substance of color or light out of the other. So that's how then, whether the white man knows or not, by him declaring he's the white man, he declared that he's the antichrist. Because it's anti-carbon. Anything that is not the same is anti. So in order to make a antichrist, he never knew that we would come to a level of understanding that he is a dark-skinned people. White people are dark-skinned people. We are the light-skinned people, but they flipped the script to make us think that we're dark and act like they're dark. Now, all of the qualities then that go along with darkness should be attributed to them. But they never knew that we would come to this a level of otherwise they never would have started labeling things like that. And if you notice, there are only 2 people that kind of go by color. Black people and white people. We knew our ancestors were so wise that they knew that one day we would come to a knowledge as to what black meant. They also knew we would come to a knowledge as to what white meant. So yeah, we want to call them white because we understand white has a quality of deflecting incoming light. And when we call ourselves black, what we're declaring is we're in the highest state of matter that matter can reside in. When you look at what's called the crystallization process, this black energy slowed itself down into this crystallized form as to what we are. And to be one with it is for us to be in this state, then be in a state of what's called induction. The primary source, the secondary source. The primary can then the primary will send information down to the secondary. But that's when you want to call yourself black so that you can be in a position to receive. And also at the same time, you're showing the ancestors, I appreciate your wisdom. We never knew that we would grow into being black. We're not black yet. We're headed that way. It was a prophecy.
That was a good lesson.
Okay. And that's why our unity would come from us coming to an awareness and now establishing the true definition as to what black is. Energy existing in the highest state. What makes, again, the color black, energy is vibrating at the highest frequency. They never wanted us to know it. So that's when they changed the term, ultraviolet. Well, ultraviolet, like they say you can't see. The hell you can't see it. You can't see me? And my scientific name would be a ultraviolet person. Because once again, they never wanted us to wear this title, and because they knew that if we ever embrace black, which is our spirituality, we will walk as we walked before.
Excuse me, Elder. Is that how do you pronounce it? Is that Brother Dale, Elder Pastor Dale?
Yeah, Brother Yah, my spiritual name, Brother Yah.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, yeah, I thought that was you, man. Yeah, man, this is one of the Christian heavy hitters that we pulled up out of the woodworks, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, y'all ain't ready for this type of information. You know,
Okay,
that's why I invited him to the den, because he was in the 32-man tournament, and they kind of screwed him over. So I said, come on over here.
Yeah. You throw me a lifeline, Chief. Yeah, you throw me a lifeline.
Yeah, he been looking for smoke. I thought that was you. Go ahead, brother. Continue. Hey,
okay, yeah.
Everybody on the panel. Peace to everybody in the chat. Thank y'all. Let's keep the good information coming. I yield.
Okay. Good talking to you, brother.
Look like he been on for a little while.
Oh, peace, Jeremiah.
Hey, shalom, brother Benny.
My eyes couldn't see, and that I had to get up close.
Oh, yeah. Okay, how you doing, brother?
All right, brother. Good seeing you, man. So, listen.
Hey, hell yeah! Today's a new day.
How you doing, Sai-Star? How you doing? Happy Holy Day to y'all.
Yes.
And so, brother, that what you're saying about the black light and stuff, only thing I can say is I can't argue that because I've never studied that stuff. Black light. And so somebody coming through telling me about black light now becomes the teacher of black light. And I would expect that person to keep teaching about black light so we can all learn about black light.
I tell you what you can do, though. Look at what's called an MRI, how they use. Look at the magnet. When they take a magnet and spin a magnet, they're using black light. They're using the technology. But what they want to keep telling us is ultraviolet light that can't be seen. Once you put black light on the right background, you can see it. So they have been using this black light all the time. But once again, they did not want to classify it as light, because if it becomes classified as light, then we start asking another set of questions. Wait a minute, I look like that.
So
and that's the biggest I say conspiracy to camouflage it first and then lie about what it is. Because once again, if you look at white people, they are quick to say white light is white hue, because they understand they need that value added to them. And anytime you see the value in something, you're going to treat it different. We live in a value-based culture. The reason you see gold a certain way is because the culture teaches you that gold has value. It teaches that platinum has value. It teaches that silver has value. But look at what they study. They got a whole book dedicated to studying carbon. They ain't got no damn book dedicated to studying gold. But they make us think gold is valuable. If you let leave me with anything, leave me with carbon. You can have all this damn gold. You can have all this silver. Leave me with carbon. And look how much stuff is made from carbon. Once again, they got a whole science dedicated to studying carbon.
I understand.
Because they understand that it is the master element. Gold comes out of carbon. Every other element, hydrogen comes out of carbon. Helium comes out of carbon. When you got the master element, and that's what we got residing within us. Because once again, to be black is to have every app in the app store. If you needed to make it rain, there was an app for that. You need to make it snow, an app is in you for that.
I understand what you're saying, but even in learning about black light, I, as a person, could never call myself black, because when I look down at my skin, I see this brownness. And so I feel like I'm lying to myself because I have a shirt on that's black, and then you can see the contrast between the black and my hand. So I would feel like I'm lying to myself by calling myself a black person.
Okay, let me ask you this.
The attributes that come with these different colors really don't belong on humans, no matter which way it go. So like you said.
Let me ask you this. If you vibrated the highest frequency, what would you be?
See, you're.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. If a Caucasian vibrates at the highest frequency, a Caucasian would become black. It's not just a color. I think you're thinking that it's only a color. It's a quality. When they tell you a business is operating in the black, it's not about the color of the business. It's about certain quality and milestone that it has reached. When you are a black belt in karate, it's not about the color of your belt. You've gone through this and you've gone through this and and now you're at a level of master. So now you are a black belt. It's not about the color. And I think what happened, because if you came up under the Moorish school of thought, then you'll start saying it's only and most people. I'm not an adjective. Black is not just an adjective. It's a quality. And let me say this: in science, certain objects will have certain quality, and a scientific property of a object is color, and the color tells the scientist something about the nature of the object. So when scientists see a green object, it tells them something about the nature of that. So when you declare that you're black, it's not so much color. You said I'm vibrating at the highest frequency. And once again, any race of people can do that. It's not just exclusive to black people. Black people, in terms of color, can become white when they become like a beast. You become a beast, you vibrate at the lowest frequency, then you become white. Once again, because when there was nothing but black people, the first devil was a black man. And he called him white because he could no longer absorb what's called incoming truth. Because that's what white object does. It deflects incoming light. And we knew that at one time, but once again, when it was time for us to go to sleep, all of this information then had to go to sleep too, until what's called the return of Christ. And the return of Christ is just the truth that comes to us to awaken us, to make us vibrate faster. And when we all get on one accord, I believe there was a planet that was dismantled. I think all of that stuff is going to come together. But I think, once again, in order for us to be in the state that we're in, is certain phenomena in the universe that had to take place. That asteroid belt, once again, this clump of rocks, I think it's going to come together, and I think it's going to then bring a power to us that's dormant on the inside of us. And let me say this about truth. The way that what's called the nitrogen cycle works. This means they don't want us to have truth. The way if you ever add nitrogen to the soil, nitrogen is what makes things grow. The basic human being is made of carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, and nitrogen. They understand that the carbon in you, if it gets excited, it would ignite your nitrogen. Your nitrogen is what's going to make you grow. The same way when it rains, if you have what's called a lightning storm, you have what's called nitrogen molecule. Two nitrogen atoms are stuck together. When lightning strikes, it splits that nitrogen molecule, make it a nitrogen atom. That nitrogen atom then gets caught in the water, comes to the soil, and that's when you have what's called a lightning storm, your grass gets greener. That's the reason they don't want us to come into contact with truth. They understand that the carbon in us would ignite the nitrogen, and if the nitrogen is ignited, we start growing into God. So that's when there has been such a campaign that makes sure truth don't come to us, because they are afraid of what you will become.
Okay, well, I give my piece on that. I can't argue the black light theory and concept and using colors in any manner for quality or anything to describe human beings, mostly because that's how we got in this mess. Because Caucasian white people are not white people. They are not white. So they were messed up.
They're white according to the quality.
Well, see, all of that right there, man. I like I said, based on there's either good people or bad people. After that, just to say because of your skin color, you're something, I have a hard time with that.
No, and that's when I say a white person that is vibrating at the highest frequency
is black. Yes, sir.
And I said a black person that's operating as a beast is a white person.
I did hear you say that, but for me to stand up and part of a movement and make part of it that I'm black of anything based on my skin color.
Why you keep bringing it to skin? I'm beyond skin color. Skin color is one of the qualities, but a black object can look. What the Bible says this: What good is the salt if it loses its savory? It's like looking at a match that still has the black tip on it that's been burned, but it's lost to fire. So I'm not, and I understand what you're saying. I'm not caught up on just skin color. But at the same time, but we live in a world where somebody else made skin color issue. So we have to address the problem in this world. Because if Jesus were to come back today, Jesus said, what's wrong with these people? Somebody made you believe something about yourself that's not true. So he would have to work on the psychology of us. So we got to deal with the skin color part. Because once again, if Christ is to come, he got to be able to solve problems.
Brother,
that's when we embrace God.
I got a question for you, brother. Do you believe white people come from black people? Do you believe white people come from black people?
I believe Caucasian people come from black people. I think white people is a whole different animal.
But do you believe that we birthed the race of white people?
Do I believe what?
Do you believe that we birthed the white race?
I believe that Caucasian people came through. Some of it was through climate change. Some of it was geography.
Brother, somebody got a bad echo.
Huh?
Albinos.
I got a bad echo. Can they mute their mic when they're not speaking, please?
What I'm saying is some Caucasian people came from going into different geographical regions. Some white people came from us. Then there was an experience. There was some supreme black. Let me show you this. The first form of racism started with black people. Because that was a time when we knew that the blacker you were, the more you were like God. And so if I'm blacker than JJ, then I would feel like I'm better than JJ. So all of a sudden, I was like, well, JJ, go give me some grapes. But if JJ is obeying the laws, then JJ is spiritually more stronger than I am. But if I start disobeying the law, I lose what's called my spiritual gifts. Now, JJ may be lighter than me in color, but he's stronger than me spiritually. So that I won't be exposed now, I got to get JJ out of there because JJ can sense, damn, he unlocked his damn quality. Hell, I should be the damn king. Because he's been violating the law, because that's how you lose your quality, by violating laws of what's called sinning. But I don't know if I'm asking your question. Your question was where white people came from. Now, what I was getting to, we had some, this is my theory. We have some supreme science. You got 6 colors, red, green, and blue, cyan, magenta, and yellow. If you take the energy out of each one of those colors, you have what's called, let me just make sure I'm saying this right. If you take the color green, for example, and bleach all the green out of that green, you're left with a white color. You take the color blue and bleach all the blue out, you're left with a white color. You take the color red, bleach all the red out, you're left with a white color. Now, all of these white colors look the same.
Let me play this video right quick.
Okay.
Brother, don't go nowhere because I got a question for you. Peace to the panel, too.
Color opposed to an actual color, but what does that mean? And why are there so many variations? Tricorn black, caviar, green black? Well, we have the black to end all blacks. But before we get to black, let's talk color. What is it? Color is our perception of different wavelengths of light. Humans can only see a limited amount of the spectrum. Just ask the mantis shrimp about this as they laugh at our ability to see a mere 10 million colors while they can see, well, color me jealous of food. Anyway, light travels in packets called photons. When photons with a wavelength of about 650 nanometers hit your eye, you see red. 570 nanometers is a yellow-green, and 400 nanometers is blue. When photons of all different wavelengths hit your eye, you see white. Now, pigment molecules are what makes something a certain color. This happens because pigments absorb certain wavelengths of light and reflect others. So when light shines on an object, the wavelength of light and the object reflects back towards your eyes, corresponding to the color you see. Take the skin of an orange. It absorbs red, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet photons, but reflects orange photons. And then there's black. So let's say you're looking at a Metalheadz t-shirt. You see the material that absorbs all wavelengths of the visible light. Well, almost all of them. Your brain registers the t-shirt as black, but the shirt is still reflecting some photons. Similarly, black paints absorb between 90 and 95% of the light that hits them, which is pretty good. The aerospace industry has a black paint called Aeroglaze Z306 that absorbs about 96% of light. It's used to coat the insides of big telescopes so that detectors can pick up even the dimmest light from distant galaxies. But to get the blackest black, we need to use nanotechnology. Researchers are using arrays of carbon nanotubes to trap photons. Photons that hit the surface get trapped among the nanotube and bounce around until they lose their energy and turn into not light, or as we like to call it in science, heat. At this point, there's some debate over whose black is blackest. NASA has a carbon nanotube coating that absorbs 99.95% of the light that hits it, making it a candidate to replace the Z306 in telescopes. Another contender is called Vantablack, whose makers say it can absorb 99.965% of the light that hits it. That's over 100 times blacker than Z306. The Vanta stands for vertically aligned carbon nanotube arrays. Whether it's NASA's Super Black or Vantablack, the stuff is so black, when it's painted on something like aluminum foil, it looks more like a hole than a coating. To your brain, all around the Vantablack is stuff, so what's in between must be non-stuff. You just see nothing, the ultimate black. Well, almost. If you want to get true black, there's only one place to go, a real black hole. Black holes absorb all the light and everything else, so maybe actually you shouldn't go there.
Vantablack is a black that they discovered that it looks, when you paint it on a surface, it looks like a black hole. Vantablack. And a black hole, they tell us that it's absorbing, they tell us it sucks in light, but they're talking about really the white light. The black hole itself is light. But they don't want us to classify it as light because what's going into the black hole is the black energy. Because once again, they tell us the universe is composed of 99% dark matter or dark energy. And they wanted it to be classified as dark because they did not want it to be classified as light, because if it becomes light, it becomes connected with God. And so when God said, let there be light, it's this black stuff that was created first. And then we are the first descendants out of this light. That's what they don't want. Because they understand that if the qualities of light, the quality of light would now be in our heritage. We would be attracted to anything that is light. That's when we're attracted to white people, and that's how they got us in prison now. They made us believe that they're light. So we're attracted to them, and we have a repulsion for ourselves because we think that we're dark. You're going to repulse by anything that you really believe is dark because your nature is light. But what you have inherited is the essence of God, which is light. And that's what they don't want us to know. And the video said this. The video said that black absorbs, I think it said 99% of the light. This is what they don't tell you though. Anything that absorbs that amount of light can reflect that type of light. So they'll tell you black is an absorber, but they won't ever tell you it's a reflector. Because if they tell you it's a reflector, then you say, wait a minute. So I just absorb the light, then I should be able to reflect the light. Because anything that is a perfect absorber of light is a perfect reflector of light. That's what made us walk as God. We absorb the true essence of God. They know that at the highest level. They know we're walking, we're with God with amnesia. And they keep wondering, why in the shit ain't they waking up? So their greatest fear is, what's going to awaken them? What's going to awaken them? What's going to cause the nitrogen in them to get ignited? It's going to be certain truth, because once again, I can give you a truth, the difference between vibration and oscillation. I can give you a truth to make you oscillate. I mean, you're moving, you're alive, but you're at a slower vibration. Then there's a certain truth that's going to make you vibrate. And when you vibrate at this high, because here's the thing, when you vibrate at a high frequency, really, you can disappear in front of somebody. If you vibrate at a high frequency, that's how you step in and out of dimension. I don't know if you ever saw this movie called the X-Men, where it's got this black scaly looking creature. He can pop in and out of creation. They made him look like a devil though with this little tail on him, because they know once again that if we vibrate at a certain frequency, we'll start getting all the qualities that that frequency contains. And at the same time, tap in. And that's what they don't want us tapping in. They don't want us tapping into the gamma range. They don't want us tapping into the cosmic range. Those are frequencies of light that's got information that they don't want us tapping into. But we had the ability at one time to tap into it. And the way we start getting back into it is, first of all, come to a recognition as to who we are and what our potential is. And when we understand what our potential is, everything that we saw that Jesus was doing, that's when you kind of attracted to this Jesus man. But we're saying, no, you can't walk on water. You can't do this. You can't take 2 fish and 5 loaves of bread. But the scientists understand how to open the energy up. When you open energy up, it's a tremendous amount of thing that you can do when you understand how to crack an atom. It's a tremendous amount of energy in there. Then you got to ask yourself, well, how did all that damn energy get in there? We put it in there.
Excuse me, brother, Elder Darrell.
Yes.
You said a lot there, man, and I'm just sitting back listening. And some of the people in the audience say that maybe you're watching too many sci-fi movies when you I mean, come on, man. You talking about people disappearing in front of your eyes. I mean,
but okay, let me show. Okay, go ahead, brother.
Go ahead. No, go ahead, man. I'm just saying, man.
No, I'm saying if scientists is saying that energy that vibrates to the degree that something vibrates is to that degree that it becomes visible. If I take a solid, for example, and if I increase the molecular vibration, that solid turns to a gas.
True.
These are things that are capable. These are things we're capable of, but we just don't know it. And we have all the qualities in us to do that. Because once our imagination is really connected to it, and I know it really sounds like I've been watching a lot of sci-fi movies, but once again, I'm showing you the science. It's just like a fan. If you're looking at the blades of a fan, for example, you'll see 3 blades. And if you put that fan on slow, you can still count the blade. You put it on medium, all of a sudden you put that fan on fast, all of a sudden you can't see the blades anymore. We have that quality within us to vibrate at those frequencies. It's not that you won't go anywhere, but you'll be invisible to the visible eye. And look at the term called bioluminescence. Bioluminescence are entities that's got light on the inside of them. This light on the inside, or this melanin on the inside of us, at one time gave us that capability. And let me say this: if I'm saying that we created creation, we made protons stick together, you can't do that as a being like we are now. You got to be at another frequency. You can't make protons and let this word that they want to say came together through a big bang. In order for this, I'm saying we created all of this, and you can't do that not vibrating at the highest frequency. I just said the energy inside of Adam. You asked science, well, how did that damn energy get inside of there? They want to say it happened through an accident. I'm saying we did that. And it's gonna sound like sci-fi. You said, damn, because we don't want to believe that. Let me give you an example. If I were to show you a seed and tell you that this seed is gonna turn into this big oak tree.
Elder, can you hear me for a second?
Yes.
Now you said we created what?
We created the quantum world. We created the electron. We created proton. We created atom. We created the force that holds them together. Scientists want to say this.
You don't believe in the Most High,
huh?
Do you believe in the Most High?
I can't wait to stop to ask this guy something. I can't wait.
Do you believe in the Most High?
I believe the Most High steps into a body, and when the Most High steps into that body can do anything.
Okay, so you do believe that there's a higher power?
I believe there's a higher power, yes. But that higher power created a suit that it could operate through. Because the higher power don't need no earth. The higher power don't need trees. The higher power don't need the quantum world. It don't need anything. But we who live down here need that stuff. So when it steps into us, and this is what Jesus understood. Jesus understood this. Jesus understood because I contain the Most High in me. All of creation is my creation. He understood that he made this.
Hey brother, can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question, brother? I couldn't wait to stop to talk to you. I've been listening to you for 48 hours. Jimmy Neutron. Yeah, I've been listening to you for 48 hours. And it took me 48 hours to come up with a scenario. Not the scenario, but the understanding of what you're trying to do. You are no different than the scientist that's trying to find the God gene. See, you're talking about a state that man was in prior to his fall. Everything that you've been talking about, we was in that body form, in that form, before the fall of man. And you ain't going to never see that state again. I don't care if you talk from here to doomsday. You won't never see that. The next time you see that type of power, you'll be in spiritual form.
Okay,
wait, let me finish, brother. Let me finish. Okay. You've been talking for 48 hours, and I just want to get this off. See, we got something. Everything you've been talking about is in the Bible. It's biblical. See, we got something in there called leprosy, where their melanin was taken away from them. See, this is why I was asking you, did the white man, I agree with you, that the white man does come from the black man. And I believe that they're operating on a lower frequency and we operating on a higher frequency, and that we have something called leprosy. And we're supposed to get those people from that state to the state of the black man because we're spiritual people. But what you're talking about is no different. That's why you always go back to these scientists. See, at the end of the day, these scientists want to be able to have the same power that the God has in this body. In this body, they want the same type of power that I told you. In this state, you can't handle it because you make bombs, you make diseases, and you make all kinds of other things. It took me a while because for a while there, I was listening to you. You put your hard hat on yesterday while you was at your job, and you was talking about how you had to jump start this, that, and the third, and I couldn't really connect it. You was doing all this talking, and I said, wait a minute, your information, it's like the plane that never lands. We can do this. We can do that. We have the power to do this. We can do that. All of those superheroes that you was talking about earlier, Medusa, Superman, and seeing the gamma rays and all this kind of stuff, that stuff is based off of biblical stuff, man. That's why we have those superheroes, because they want to be gods. You ain't going to never see that, brother. And I land my plane, man. I just land my plane. Listen, brother, you ain't going to never see that type of power and that type of energy and that type of understanding. You ain't gonna never see no gamma rays in this body. You in a fallen state. And the next state that you're gonna be in, the next state you're gonna be in is a spiritual one.
Okay, can I address that?
I'm all ears.
Okay. I said earlier also, based on the information that we have, that determines our genetic makeup. Once our imagination is ignited, our genes will rearrange themselves. We are the people that we are today due to the belief system that we have. Term called epigenetics. Epigenetics states that the environment that the genes are in determines gene expression. And due to the belief system we have, now here's the thing, it's not going to happen overnight. Once there is a collective consciousness of us, once we get collective consciousness to a certain truth, then that thing that I'm talking about, I'm saying they know every so often that the earth reverses its polarity, reverses its rotation. This time period that we're in now, no, we couldn't do it now. Once we reverse the planet's rotation and bring in what's called a new age, that age is called the golden age, the silver age, the bronze age, and the iron age. We're in the iron age now. It's going to be a whole new atmosphere that comes into existence in order for that to happen. But the thing about it, we first have to get our imagination to a place to know that it's possible. It's ages that come into existence.
Okay, so let me ask you this. Would you agree? I don't know if I heard you say this, but I've heard some people saying it. Is there a good and a bad frequency? Or is it just a good frequency?
It depends on the age that you're in. When you're in what's called the golden age, that's what they call the paradise age. At that
Brother,
point,
I'm asking you. No, I'm asking you though. Is there a good and bad frequency? Obviously, a good frequency makes a person do good things, and a bad frequency will make a person want to go out here and murder somebody. So I'm asking you about the
yes.
Okay. So in order, so we both agree that there's a possibility that if we're operating on these high frequencies, like you're saying, that it's a possibility that we can go left because somebody or something can send us a bad frequency.
Okay, let me explain it this way. If I was in the wintertime explaining to you about springtime and start telling you the trees are going to blossom, they're going to do this, it would be a hard time for you comprehending that, because then if I would tell you certain things about bumblebees, tell you certain things about ants and flowers, you'd be saying, well, damn, I don't see any of that stuff now. I'm telling you, when the environment and the atmosphere gets right, all of this stuff that I'm talking about, all these gifts are going to come forward. I'm in the wintertime talking about spring events. So you can't see it. So you say, I just can't see that. But you say the Bible talks about, and the man named Jesus knew it. The man named Jesus, he knew that he had those qualities. He understood that I can walk on water. He understood I can raise it, but it's going to come a time where it's not going to be any death. So when you get into that age right there, when you start hearing about people growing to be like 10,000 years old, these are qualities that are doable, but you have to create the environment first. Then the genes can express themselves. Right now, due to the people that's in charge, they then have dictated how our genes are arranged. The lady named Barbara McClintock, I said this the other day, Barbara McClintock, she understood something called jumping gene, transposing genes. Just like if you in the gene you have the G cats, A's and C, well, G cats, guanamine, adenine. But anyway,
hold on, brother. I just want you to tell me. Are you seeking the God gene? That's what I want to know from you.
No, I'm seeking the God imagination. And once my imagination gets there, I understand what my capabilities are. Because the greatest weapon we have is our imagination. And once my imagination can go to the highest realms of light, because this creation I'm saying right now, we created it. So and the Bible talks about a kingdom coming. So if there's a kingdom coming, we got to get the imagination in us as to what our capabilities are. But we can't really get past this money stuff. Then the Bible says,
where does it say that at?
Ain't nobody making war with this money system. That's the beast right there. That's as soon as somebody, if I were to say to you right now, brother, I'm going to give you a $65 million yacht or you can walk on water. Which one you going to want? Well, shit, nigga, you can have that damn walking on water. Give me that damn yacht. I'm going to give you this helicopter, let you fly around the United States. You can teleport. Which one you going to? Shit, give me that damn helicopter. Give me that plane. The question is, who can make war with the beast? Because this monetary system is what brings us comfort right now. And we can't see it.
You can keep your money. You can keep your money and all your gifts. I will take those other things if I can do them. So
they're coming, but it takes collective consciousness to bring in the environment.
Wait a minute, bro. Okay. I said if we can do them, right? So now, right now, in the position we're in, and from what you're saying, if I honestly heard it, see, for what you asked, I feel like we could do all those things without thinking about a black light. I mean, that's the way I'm raised. That's the way I'm shown. Everything that you're saying, we could do that without a black light, and we can do that. And to me, the only reason why it's so big about the black light is because we want to reference with our skin. And the color doesn't make a difference of people, so let's let that go. And let's deal with good and bad people and inferences or whatever somebody's bringing to. Is that good or bad for us? Is it good or bad? If it's bad, then let's not do it. But if it's good, then let's at least look into it and give it some thing. Now, the things you're saying we'll be able to do. I'm with you on some of that stuff. You know, I hear what you're saying. I can rock out with you on that. But that's more like everybody got to understand their own personal development within it. So within it, that's where we try to back off and say, well, you got your religion, so let's not discuss religions. And right now, where you're at, it's not a religion, but based upon the way you're carrying it. but we understand, because it takes it. I know it takes us back to that, to our beginnings, and I can see it in our end. I'm understanding what you're saying about black light and its properties. But
what I'm saying also about black light, when you go into the dream world, you're in black light at that point. At that point, there's not anything you can't do. But when you come into this world right here, then you start creating limitation. But what it is, we can create that black light world over here. And that's the only way you're going to be able to do this creation like we did before. So when the Bible talks about in the beginning, these were people who had the most high in them. That's when this body was this way, because it is a perfect absorber of light. And anything, once again, anything that is a perfect absorber of light is a perfect reflector of light. So when we heard the vibration of a tree, we uttered the sound. We heard the vibration of the electron, we uttered the sound. When we heard the vibration of how to make protons stick there, we uttered the sound. That's doable. But like, again, it's like me in the wintertime talking about springtime. You say, I just can't see it. So you telling me, if we had all been in the wintertime and I start telling you about butterflies and ants and the leaves gonna come, you say, damn, man, you just talking shit. So you tell me this damn tree that ain't got no leaves on gonna start springing up leaves. And you tell me it's gonna be something in the air flopping around called the butterfly and some bees. And that's what the resurrection is about. The resurrection is about what's going to come from us. But our imagination has to wrap around that idea first.
Can we use your analogy like this? Let's say we had been where we were for, let's say, 3,000 days. And then you came telling us, we ain't never seen nothing you was just talking about. We don't know nothing about that. Half our people starved. Now, here you come talking about butterflies and bees in the next 90 days. How many of us you think gonna believe you if we ain't never seen them and we don't have any idea what they really are?
You know what make you believe it? If I take you to the Bible and start saying, okay, In the beginning, God was doing this and God was doing. Let me show you how black people have always talked. When white people do something, they're going to put their name on it. Einstein's theory of relativity, Boyle's law of buoyancy, Benjamin Franklin's law of electricity. When black people did something, they never put their name on it. They would always say God did it. We do it right today. We get up there and kill someone. I want to thank the Lord, my Savior Jesus Christ, for letting me kill this dude right here. So we were always in what's called the Santa Claus effect. No matter what good we did, we always gave the glory to somebody else. So when you read the Bible, say, in the beginning, God did this. It was God operating in people. But once again, the only way they would have gave you the story is you had to put it that way. Because the same way when they went in Egypt and saw them black pictures on the wall, you think they would have gave you that book if they ever would have known that this level of understanding would come from the book? So it had to be in the disguise of God did. God, so the people say, well, hell, I ain't threatened by no God did it. But now I'm telling you that God was in the body of black people. So in the book of Genesis, God said, let there be trees. God said, let there be this. These were black people who are operating in concert with the light. And you say, well, I don't believe that. Do you believe Jesus was able to do it? And if Jesus were here right now, and if I were to ask Jesus, well, Jesus, did you create the trees? Jesus, oh, yeah. God don't need no damn trees. You had to create an environment down here that was conducive for you. But we were in a much higher state of vibration at that time. The atmosphere was conducive. So therefore, living to be 600 and 700 years old, you died when you got ready. You vibrate at a higher frequency. And this stuff is doable.
When you say we made the trees and stuff, right? There is like an understanding within the faiths that we were here before. Now we're here. We just don't remember where we came from. So, and then we're going to pass away and we're going to go someplace else where we probably won't remember this. Is that the type of experience that you're talking about? Or do you mean we as humans were here making trees and stuff? Because I have something else I want to say that goes along with what you just said.
Well, when God stepped into this body, that's not a human at that point. If I put the mind of a chicken in you, even though you got on a human suit, you're really a beast. It's based on the consciousness operating through you. And once you operate one with the consciousness, it's like saying a coach, for example. I'm only a coach really when I'm coaching, but you don't stop wearing a title when you're not coaching. So therefore, this human form right here, when that God is in it, that's God. What it is, we make the mistake of saying, well, that's a man. No, based on what's in that man, that could be a beast or that could be God. And if something is permeating through that entity, then that's God. When you start seeing certain fruits come from it, that lets you know it's God. This is what Jesus understood. Jesus said, I'm going to choose 12 disciples. One of you is a devil. He used the language. He said, you're not the devil now, but when that entity come through you, you're going to be one with that thing. And when you become one with that thing, at that moment in time, what's called the entity of darkness is now manifested. And even when he rebuked Peter one time, he said, get thee behind me. He didn't call him Peter. He said, get thee behind me, Satan. Because he recognized what was coming through his own voice. Because this body has the capacity of pulling in light or pulling in darkness.
Okay,
but by being black, though, being black really, well, go ahead.
I apologize. So Jesus would say, God don't need trees. Well, in the Bible, they say Elohim is a combination of a we or plural people. And Elohim is said to be the planets, Mars, Jupiter, and all of them with Earth that is responsible for we made you. And in the Holy Quran of the East, it says, we made you from a clot of blood. And those we's have never been fully explained to me. And so I don't ever, try to deal with them. But I see.
Let me give you an example. Let me give you an example. You got white people right now saying, let's go make AI. So you got Elon Musk, you got this person, some white people, let's go make automobiles. These are people who are bringing out of their mind ideas into existence. The same we that's in the Bible, that's what we did. One group of people may make trees, one group of people may make this, but we were in concert with the source. And when you're in concert with the source, there's not anything that you can't do. Let me give an example. If I'm being electrocuted, for example, and an electrical line is coming through me, At that moment in time, if I reach out and touch you, I'm going to electrocute you. We understood that we slowed the vibration down, created this earth suit, something perfect for the source to move through. And so the source don't need trees, the source don't need a planet. We need all this stuff. We needed the Milky Way galaxy. We needed the sun. So let me show you this. If God created all that, he only wants slaves. God wants you to reflect him. Whatever you need, tap into me and bring it forward. But then give me the glory. Talk about where it came from. You say then, God made this. God made that. The same way when you buy presents and say Santa Claus did it. You go out and work hard, but that's the quality we have in us, is to always submit ourselves to a higher power. So we never took the glory. So once again, if I were to stick my hand out right now, I don't have the power to heal somebody, but once the Most High is coming through me, then that's the hand of God. And if somebody's right there say, God's hand went forward and did this. God's feet went forward and did this. We understood that language. We've lost the understanding of the language. We take up time.
I'm not going to argue that either. That's why I don't attribute the Creator with any attributes or anything like that. I don't ever say the Creator said or anything like that, because that's the Creator. Everything is about us, but I do confirm that the Creator made everything for my pleasure, not for me to be in toil, but for my pleasure, our pleasure.
The scripture said he made it for his pleasure. The scripture says he made it for his pleasure. The scripture says he made it for his pleasure. Don't be lying on my father. Now you said a lot of things. You said a lot of things up in here about that spirit. Now when you got a spirit on you, you can have a spirit of the Antichrist. You can have a spirit of the devil. You can have a spirit of the Most High. Yeah, when he came down here, he spoke to us in the holy tongue. But then he confused the language. He told you that already right in Genesis. Did you miss that part? Where he confused the languages? So you couldn't even, let me finish, brother. You're talking about all this frequency and all this highest being and stuff, and he confused your language so you couldn't even communicate with one another. Because when you all speak the same language, you do the same things that you were doing at the Tower of Babel. You ain't going to reach that platform in this body. If you want to reach it, bro, you know what? If you want to reach that, why don't you go into the spiritual realm? You can get to the spiritual realm. You know that, right? If you believe in this spiritual realm and you believe that your body is this, that, and the other, why don't you try jumping off of a building and see what happens? See, all this talk, I don't recommend you to do that. But if you believe so much and so high in all this ability that you have in that body, then why don't you put it to the test? Why don't you put it to the test and see how it is?
Are you talking? Are you talking to me?
That's the best. Brother. I'm talking to.
Hold on. You talking to two different people at the same time. This brother said one thing, and then you mixing it up with the conversation you had with the other brother. So
that's what I think he's doing.
No, I'm only talking to one person. I'm only talking to one person right now.
I'm only talking to one. No. Y'all was just talking, but Daryl said that what you just said at the end. So you were just talking to y'all. Now you directing it.
I'm responding to the language part. I'm responding to the language part on how the Most High was speaking.
What you just did, you talking to two different people, so direct your conversation to one at first and then the other one. So because both of them.
Yeah, I'm talking to the electrician. Okay,
but you was just talking to first.
Cause he was the one said something about the pleasure. I didn't say anything about the pleasure.
Is that clear? Okay.
He said something about the pleasure. But let me say this: what you just said. When that spirit is dwelling in you, then the Most High is experiencing that. So the two become one. There's no when you become one with the source. When the brother just said what he said, he's experiencing that. God's experiencing it too. So when you just said what you just said, well, the Most High said, I designed it for me. The brother saying the spirit is in him. So as he's experiencing, the Most High is experiencing, because the spirit cannot have an experience. Spirit don't need anything. It's complete like it is. It don't need to know what a grapefruit tastes like. It don't need to know what a strawberry. But when it steps into you, he said, "Oh shit, look what I made." Okay, what else you got for me?
Brother, this is wrong. This is what I'm telling you. This is why I said that you would. No, I can't sit here and let you lie. Because see, this you talk. The Holy Spirit requires obedience. It don't just be in you just because it's in you. It will flee from you. The Holy Spirit will flee from
That's
you.
not what I said. That's not what I said. I said that if that brother is experiencing something, the source within him is also having that same experience. You just said the Most High said that he creates this stuff for his pleasure. What kind of pleasure does a spirit get out of riding a horse? What kind of pleasure does a spirit get out of swimming? Just energy of swimming. Hell, what kind of spirit does the energy get out of just riding an airplane? When that energy is inside of you, then it has the experience. So he was talking about when he's
I hear you, brother, but what I'm telling you is we're not the only people or the only creation that inhabits this planet.
I didn't say we were. I was addressing what you just said. You just said it a minute ago that the Most High said this creation was for its experience. Now I just said what pleasure would the source of spirit get out of riding a horse? Huh?
I said his pleasure, brother. That's what I said.
Okay, you said he gets his pleasure from creation, right? The other brother said he gets himself. L said that he gets pleasure. Then you thought it was me though, brother. You're lying. The Most High, then you go off. But I didn't say. But I can still defend what he said.
Brother, listen what I'm saying to you. When I said you was lying, I said I'm not letting you lie on my father. We're not gonna get in no state of confusion here. And let me say it. I heard what you said about the spirit being in people. That's what I heard you. I heard you say it.
Yeah,
I'm telling you that the Holy Spirit don't inhabit anybody. It don't cohabitate with everybody.
Okay, can I ask you a question about what you just said?
Hold on. No, you can let me finish my answer so you can get a clear understanding that we don't have any controversy.
Okay.
When I tell you that the Holy Spirit just doesn't cohabitate, brother, can you put your hand down? I see. Go ahead, talk, brother. Go ahead. You got your hand raised. Go ahead.
Wait. That's when you finish what you gotta say. Then
you got your hand up. You got your.
I want you to finish so that when I say we don't have any disagreement.
Let him finish. Let Benny finish, and then let Daryl finish his response.
God knows, man. I'm not going nowhere, brother. You're gonna have a chance to say what you gotta say. Just let me finish saying what I'm saying. Is when you raise your hand, it's like what I'm saying. You just think it's like it's hurting you or something.
No.
I
apologize. It's just
okay. What I'm saying
in the floor that I would like to speak. I could wait. I can hold my hands up all day just while y'all are going.
Brother.
What you're saying, let them finish. You gonna hold a whole discussion about what you're trying to do? Okay, he heard you. Let them finish and let Daryl respond, and then you can go.
All right, Daryl, bro, the electrician, brother. That's your name, Daryl?
Yeah.
All right, Daryl. Listen, brother. What I'm saying to you is that the Holy Spirit don't cohabitate with just anybody. If it's inside of your temple, inside of that high frequency body that you have, if you got a negative frequency coming in there, the Holy Spirit will not be anywhere around you. You will have a spirit in there, but it may be the spirit of something else. Okay? These black and this colored thing, we've heard different situations and scenarios where we've heard of people seeing these black silhouettes and with red eyes and moving in the dark and stuff like that. We've heard about these type of things before. So what I'm saying to you is that's a spirit also, but we don't know what kind of spirit it is. I've had a personal encounter with that type of situation where I couldn't move. So I'm not talking about something that's off the wall. I'm telling you about something that I personally experienced. There was something on me when I came into the truth, and I don't know why it was on me. It was something on me where I couldn't move, and I was fighting like hell. But I couldn't move, and I know all I know is when I woke up, I was startled. When I got up, I was startled because I couldn't move. So what I'm saying to you is that when you're talking about these things that's unseen in the spiritual realm, in the divine realm, and things that you can't see, you have no explanation of what type of spirit could be entering into these people. Like I said, it could be a high frequency, or it could be a low frequency in your terminology. So I'm saying to you, according to the scriptures, the Holy Spirit is just not cohabitating with anybody, and especially if you're out of disobedience. If you're in disobedience, it's not cohabitating with you. You may have a spirit in you, but it may be the spirit of something else, brother, and not the Most High God. I land my plane, brother. Yes.
Okay. Well, with you coming from that place, that was not the original conversation. The original conversation, Brother L was saying that he gets a pleasure out of creation, and then you thought it was me, and you came along and then said the Most High gets a pleasure out of creation. So that was the conversation. So what you just said now, I don't know how it relates to where we backtracking at. And I started saying then that when the spirit steps into a body, that spirit has that experience. Now you're saying that everybody don't have the Holy Spirit. That wasn't the conversation. But even with Jesus, he had the Holy Spirit and he had experiences. He felt pain, he felt hunger. So I'm not sure what your question was, but we started off over here and then it went to where you just went to just then. But I never was talking about the spirit in people. You took it to the spirit being, and you took it to the point like we weren't talking about. I never said anything about that. You took it to a different place.
Yeah, no, he didn't. He didn't. And what you should have did was what you did kind of was. Hold on. What you did was you kind of add to it. Instead of attacking him, you should have just said, "Well, that's true to a certain extent." And said the Holy, because that wasn't his argument. You know what I mean? That wasn't his argument to say that it goes to everybody. He didn't say the Holy Spirit get into everybody. He didn't say that. But that's what you should have took it and just made
No, but what I was saying, I thought the original question.
Hold on.
Hold on. No. Listen what I'm saying.
No. But because he didn't. That wasn't his argument. That's not what he was saying. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, he didn't say that. He wasn't even talking about the Holy Spirit. He was just basically saying, people get their own, spirit, as far as, whether it's good or evil. He wasn't making it seem like what you trying to make it seem like, but you should have added what you did add it to it, but it wasn't towards Daryl. Daryl wasn't arguing that fact with you or saying that.
No, Karima, listen what I'm saying, Karima. What I'm saying to you, Daryl, is I'm saying to you, the reason I said that and the reason I gave the Holy Spirit the correct identification is because the frequency level that you're talking about that the Messiah was operating on was because of that spirit. That's what I'm trying to tell you. That spirit has all the capabilities and the frequencies and the seeing all the things that you're talking about. That's what I'm talking about. When you're operating on that level and you have that type of spirit on you, you see things and understand things more than other people. But we're still capped off.
That's why I said you can add in a biblical way instead of trying to direct it as far as.
I wouldn't disagree with that, but I'm saying
not bringing it up. That wasn't his argument, or that wasn't what he was discussing. But you can break it down in a biblical way to understand where they can understand what he's saying, just like you just did.
I have a question. Tell me if I can go ahead or when it's time I can ask.
It's L's turn. It's y'all's turn, and then you could go after that. And hopefully your question is pertaining to the topic and not trying to change it up. I mean,
because I've heard about Holy Spirit. I've heard about Spirit.
It's L's turn.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. All right, sister.
Thank you. This is a builder. He's an architect. He be building, buildings and houses and sketches and things like that. But I'm gonna let him, talk about that on a later basis. But yeah, it's y'all turned up.
Thank you. So where we got hot was I said, I am enjoying the pleasures. And the brother said, I'm not going to let you lie on my God like that. And now, and then he went into his book. I'm going to submit this again. I am not about anybody's religion. I do not try to profess anybody's religion or say I don't want, but the religions, when I speak, everybody wants to correct me because I don't say it the way that they say it. I'm a spiritual person. I'm a spiritual being. I don't need a book to tell me a particular way to do it. And I don't think nobody else does either. So when I express myself, I deal one-on-one with the creator. And I know that the creator made this for my enjoyment, for our enjoyment in abundance. So some of the stuff might sound like it come out the book, but that's only because it's right. So that's who I am. So when you say the spirit can't be in everybody, I don't find that true either. You know why? Because everybody's like looking in the mirror. If I think it could be in me, I think it could be in the next person too. And I'm not going to diminish them from having that. They can diminish themselves and their character and conduct from having it. But I won't do it to a person. I'll only be watchful if that's how they carry themselves. So this, I'm not trying to really be in religious battles with anyone about what your book says at all. This is us uniting, right? I yield the floor.
Yeah. Yeah. This is us uniting. My bad. I'm waiting when it's my time.
I yield the floor.
Brother talking to me?
Yeah, I think it's your time now.
Oh, all right. Great. Yes. I heard about Holy Spirit, right? I'm just trying to make myself right before I ask my question. I heard about Holy Spirit, right? I mean about spirit. I have a question based on the spiritual and spirit stuff. Biblical talks about spiritual. Some Muslims too talk about spiritual, as well as the tradition too talks about spiritual. But this is something about spirit and spiritual that we got to get deep in it and dig and break it down and understand what spirit means and what it is about. Because when you walk in the shoes of Christianity, they're going to present to you Holy Spirit. Yeah. But when you get down, let's first get down on the Holy Spirit. This same Holy Spirit is found in the same scripture telling us about him and the Virgin Mary. You feel me? And the Virgin Mary was already married to a husband that we all know, Joseph. And this is what the scripture states about the Holy Spirit and the Virgin. When we get down on it and break it down, whatever pouring into the Holy Virgin must be something we must be reasoning very well on. That's why I say, when you come to nature aspect, things got to be seen reality. When you come to the Islam or whatever religion aspect, things ain't reality. That's why I always count common sense in it. Are we going to neglect the common sense? The fact that we should know that if you have sex, it results in pregnancy. Common sense. There was this common sense before everything. So, indicating Holy Spirit, no one ain't no holy for me. Ain't no holy man who will sleep with the next man's wife. Ain't no Holy Spirit, a holy person who will ever act like that. That's why I got problem with lions being symbols. I'm just giving a reference. Don't take it offensive. It's just a reference. Why should we take a lion as we people of peace, love, and togetherness? So why should we make lion our symbol? One symbol must symbolize our character, how we do it, who we are. How come all this was presented to us and we accept it as it is, as like it belongs to us? It's not. Why a lion? There is no peace, love, togetherness for any animal to be around lion. And then we call him just a king of jungle? No, he is the demon king in the jungle. Meaning we have been missing or lost the real king of the jungle. As our character, as our nature, who we are. Then I say, oh, what is written is never from the God. It could be it could be Allah, it could, whatever. That thing is not real, actually. That means the whole concept of it. I'm as well driving. So the Holy Spirit is what I'm just trying to get someone, get me clear, because spirit is not just spirit. There is good spirit and bad spirit. So very well according to his doing. If it's truly holy like it is being stated or not. There are a lot of reasoning that is bothering me. I ain't got nobody to do with. That's why when I got people like you, I don't want to miss it. I want to drive and just talk as well. And you know it's not how it's supposed to be. Peace, family.
I guess you have an accent. Are you asking about the Holy Spirit? That's your question? Are you saying that the Holy Spirit, I guess, how would you give the elevator speech as to what you're saying?
The line keep breaking shit. Can you say it again? I'm missing it.
Yeah, are you asking what we're saying about the Holy Spirit? Or are you saying you have a different interpretation of the Holy Spirit? What I'm not following where you are. Are you saying also there's some unholy spirits?
Yeah, that's what he said. He pretty much said there's good spirits and bad spirits.
Oh yeah, yeah.
The symbolism of the line.
I mean, on a number line, you've got the positive side, you've got the negative side of a number line. Yeah. That's why I say when Jesus told his disciples, he said, I'm choosing 12 of you, one of you is the devil. He knew that at a period of time that that person would go into what's called the negative, if we call it the negative realm, and then become the embodiment of what was coming through him at that time. When what Jesus said was the devil. If I'm choosing 12, one of you is a devil. And once again, when he rebuked Peter, he was using certain language to let us know that a negative spirit can operate in somebody, and when that person is the embodiment of that thing is in existence at that time, manifesting through that person. So when he rebuked Peter, he told Peter, "Get thee behind me, Satan." He gives us glimpses of the language. So by him calling Peter a devil, he lets you know that he's God manifested. I don't like that. I don't like saying that because the image that they put on him. But what he's really saying is the truth can manifest and walk amongst us. The light can walk amongst us. And whenever I'm talking about the Bible, I always talk about the objective of the Bible. The objective of the Bible is to get us to walk like Christ walked, which is the embodiment of truth. And when you become the embodiment of truth, really you can't get sick because there's too much light in you. When you become the embodiment, and that's the reason they have to compromise our light by telling us wrong information. To the degree that we have wrong information inside of us, is to that degree that we're not walking like God.
I heard him also ask, why do we choose the symbol of the lion when the lion sleeps with its own children?
Well, who chooses the symbol of the lion? Was he directing that towards somebody?
Yeah, he was probably directing it towards somebody in the comment section, or just yeah, I think it's the comment section. The guy put up a lion in a book, but Benny, I wish he was here to elaborate on that question, because I think most of his questions was directed towards him. But carry on. You're not here.
Well, I'm driving, so I'll be quiet for a minute and listen to whoever is talking.
Okay, here come Benny. El, you want to say something before Benny goes to respond?
I'm good.
Benny?
I missed about 10 minutes of information right there that I didn't hear.
He want to know why is the symbol of the lion used when he said that they sleep with their children.
Wait a minute, say that one more time.
He said, why is the symbol of the lion being used when they sleep with their children? I think that comment was pretty much to him, but he's not here. I'm going to show you. It was to him. But he not.
Wait a minute, since I can't hear you guys speak up, somebody put a lion in the comment?
Yeah, he put a symbol of a lion in the book. And I guess he was, he said what he said about.
Who did that?
No, the brother wants to know why is the symbol of the lion being used? And I know that's the sign, sign of Judah, the lion of, you know what I mean, the lion of Judah. So maybe you can explain to him the symbol of the lion. I don't know if he's, can come up here and speak for himself, but at the same time, I think he was directing it to you too. He said
okay,
that
hold on 1 second.
he said the spirit can be evil and it can be good.
Yeah, that's what I said.
I know. So I think that was basically towards you when he was talking. But he left. The brother left. I don't know if he can hear you, if you respond to him or not. But yeah, carry on.
Yeah, because I'm totally confused as to what he was saying. The lion ain't got nothing to do with the spirit.
Yeah, that's why I say I think he was going back and forth between the comment section and the conversation. Okay, but yeah, go ahead.
That lion, anyway, was an explanation of what Jacob was describing the tribes when he was giving them their basically their judgment.
Is the meeting adjourned?
Yeah,
No, brother, please don't go nowhere because I got another question for you.
Okay, I'll see if I have an answer.
See, because brother, I hear your scholarship, but I know that there's something deeper going on there. So is there something I want to know about you?
Okay.
If you don't mind me asking, what made you? I want to know. Hold on 1 second, brother. See, I do what you do, brother. We have that in common.
Electricity.
Electricity, but I'm around some things. Let me ask you this, brother. I want to know this. I want to know at some point, right? All of our upbringing, I can tell you're from the South, okay? At some point, we all came into the Bible at some point. Most black people, anyway. I want to know when did you go from getting away from the scriptures or the book, whether you believe in it or not, into to the sciences? What was the change? What changed for you?
The change for me, I came up in the Church of God in Christ, and I saw people speaking in tongues, and I saw that when they were in the building, it seemed to have an effect. Once they got out of the building, they weren't tapping into the power. So I was asking a different set of questions. My mom is what we call a light-skinned person. And I saw this when she put her hands up and started, ooh, and it's like an energy went through her, and I knew that, and I see them speaking tongue, and I'm asking questions. So I have just always been a questioning kind of person, wondering.
Okay, did you ever get an answer? Did you ever get an answer to that question about why they were speaking in tongues?
I did.
What was the answer they gave you? I'm just curious.
No, they didn't give me an answer. I was asking, really, I would say myself, okay, the answer I got is that if I were to ask, where was my mother at 10,000 years ago? She was within the genes of somebody else. And so when we're speaking in tongue, the answer I got is that within inside of all of us is an ancient language. And therefore, I begin to realize that there are certain entities in this world that then can be shattered with the speaking of tongues. It's like if cancer, for example.
Okay.
If cancer
hold on, brother, before you run on. I just want to let you know. Do you know that scripture of speaking in tongues is a misinterpretation? Did you know that they weren't talking about?
Even if it is a misinterpretation, I'm going to tell you how I understand it now. Hold on. I understand that within us are ancient genes. And if those ancient genes reside within us, do we have access to them? And if we have access to them, then what would they sound like if we needed, just say, a particular situation taken care in front of us? For example, one of the ways that they treat cancer is with what's called gamma radiation. If gamma radiation is a light, does it have a corresponding sound? And would that corresponding sound be in English? Would I say, well, move out of here, cancer? Or would I have to tap into something more pure? So by me asking that set of questions, I begin to understand, okay, speaking in tongue may really have something, may actually have some validity to it. Because once again, I know that every aspect of light has a corresponding sound. What they even deal with, like, if they're going to radiate food, for example, I noticed also that when we prayed, we put our hands in the form of a pyramid. Putting your hand in the form of a pyramid, you can break light down to what's called its different frequencies. So if I needed something in my food killed without everything being killed, I put my hands in the form of a pyramid and speak sounds through that pyramid, hoping to tap into certain aspects of light. So I was a questioning kind of person as I saw them doing things, wanting to know the why behind it. And so that why behind it led me to ask.
Okay, yes, so I'm asking you, brother. I'm saying that scripture in particular, do you know that it has half or more than half of Christians misinterpreting that one scripture that can lead you down into a burning building? Because the scripture does not mean.
And that's when I just said what I just said, because Jesus, for example, there's a scripture in the Bible where Jesus, his disciples were trying to cast out some demons. And just said they were trying to cast out a virus. And the virus was 10,000 years old. And the language that you're using is only 400 years old. Then you got to tap into something beyond the language that you speak and tap into a holy language. So even if they did not understand it, I try to at least bring this level of understanding to let them know that on the inside of you is more than the English language. Tap into it and release it. Because once again, all light has a corresponding sound. And if you tap into what's called the gamma range of light, it's going to be some sounds come through you and they're not going to be English.
I know, brother, but what I'm saying to you, brother, they weren't speaking in gibberish. It was just people from different nations speaking in their native tongue all together. What I'm
saying is that because the church does do it today, is it possible that they're not tapping into something beyond the language of this world? And if they need something to be broken, then let me give an example. Just like if I'm trying to shatter a glass, for example, there's a certain note that I need to hit. And if I'm saying la 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 la, that glass is not going to shatter. So if I'm trying to destroy a cancer cell, and all cancer has a frequency, then I may have to tap into. I may have to tap into that. But if I don't know the science of it and don't know what I'm doing, then I'll never even understand that is within my range of capability of doing. So speaking in tongues, when I saw them do it, I said, that could be what they're doing. Because once again, they're higher frequencies of light. And if you're dealing with something that is ancient in terms of a virus or a bacteria, then you have to have something beyond the English language to do that. And because when they go into the hospital, they're going to treat you with what's called radiation. They're going to try to shrink the tumor in terms of cancer with gamma light. The thing about it, when they shrink the tumor, they also are damaging good cells in your body. They don't just kill the bad cell, they kill the good cell. That's when you have all the side effects. But if I can speak the language, then I won't get the side effects. I can destroy the tumor without ever getting the side effects. So growing up in the Church of God in Christ, a sanctified religion, it made me ask those type of questions. And yes, that could be a misinterpretation of it now. So what I try to do is give them understanding as to what they may be doing.
Right. What I'm saying to you, brother, is I know you gave me a long answer, but what I'm saying to you is What I'm saying, hold on, brother. Just listen to what I'm saying to you. What I'm saying to you is this is how
Okay.
this is how we get religion. Is what I'm saying. This is why I'm asking you these questions. This is how we get religion, because people that don't understand the Bible or don't understand the scriptures or don't understand how the word is supposed to come out will tell you that when people say speaking in tongues, they just throw it around because we're used to seeing people jump up and start speaking gibberish within the churches and saying things that can't be interpreted. And the scriptures say, for lack of better words, if somebody get up and they start doing that and there's not anybody there to interpret it, then that person needs to sit down and shut up within the church. So what I'm saying to you is that's why I asked you, because whatever it was, there's something that when you came into these scriptures that could have been turning you off. So yeah, they are conjuring up something, but it ain't of God, because that's not what the scriptures say. So all that jumping around and them getting up there tap dancing, all that stuff that they're doing and getting up and tap dancing. Can you hear me, brother?
You said if they're tap dancing, they're not. They're not.
I'm saying that anybody that's getting up in the church and speaking in any unknown language and tap dancing and jumping around and tearing up furniture, when they're doing that, they think that they're doing what the scriptures say. But no, they misinterpreted the scripture, because that's not what speaking in tongues means. As I told you, that scripture just means that there was people from different nations speaking in their native tongues. That's what that means.
And I'm not disagreeing. I'm not disagreeing with that part. But what I'm saying is what's happening in the church now, and as I'm trying to give an explain what they may be doing in terms of healing themselves. So the way light is emitted is, if I get you excited enough and make your electrons jump from what's called a particular shell, when they return, the byproduct of an electron falling is light is emitted. So if the people are in there and they believe that they are of God, they can create an atmosphere. And if you're in that atmosphere, you can be healed of something. They had white people, for example, Caucasian people going to black Holy Ghost filled services because the white people knew that an atmosphere could be created. And once the atmosphere is created and you're in the presence of that atmosphere, you can be healed of certain abnormalities that may be there. And it takes that strong Holy Ghost light to fall upon you.
See, that's where me and you agree. See, this
they can explain it scientifically. They just know that they're doing it.
Listen, you said something today that me and you absolutely agree on. I believe that we are of a higher frequency, which makes us a spiritual people. I believe that. I also believe that they come from us. And this just takes me back to the scriptures and makes it even more correct, because it says that we are supposed to be a holy people. We're supposed to be a kingdom of priests to everybody on this planet, so they can know how to conduct themselves. So they know how to conduct themselves holy in front of our God. In front of our God. That's what it was supposed to. That was the plan from the very beginning. That was the plan from the very beginning, to get everybody on one accord. Instead of separating everybody and sending us all over this planet and separating the languages. So what you're saying is true. But after listening to you for 2 days, I realized, and I came to the understanding, that you, and being in the Scientology, that you wasn't doing nothing less than trying to seek the God gene, because you want to do this in this body, which we're not ever going to be capable of. That's what I want. That's why.
Okay, can I ask you a question about what you just said? Can I ask you a question about what you just? Can I ask you a question about what you just said? Okay.
Absolutely.
Have you?
I think that brother is frozen. Is he froze? Is he frozen?
Yep. Looks like he's frozen. He unfrozen now.
I can't hear him if he's talking.
He ain't talking. He just looking.
Yeah, I can't hear you, brother. You talking? I can't hear you. I think you checked out.
He's logging off and logging back in.
I just want to say, after listening to the brother, after a couple of days, I realized because he's not the only scientist trying to find the God gene. They all want the God gene. They're not just trying to find the God gene. They're trying to create portals so they can transfer, so they can get to other places. So this is not the first time. The problem is that the evidence, once again, what we have down here is we see that man can't handle those kind of things. Mankind, that's woman and man, male and female.
The brain only works at 10% capacity, and the max.
Exactly.
Einstein was 21% capacity. So,
yep.
I just listen to this man, and I don't even comment no more because it's whatever. I understand the part of it, but at the same time, like I'm always gonna tell everybody, no human being is capable of knowing the Most High's plan. We're not capable. Brain not capable. And they say the black matter, and I understand all that, but we're not the only beings here. There's other mammals as well that's here that go off of the hair and the sun and any mammal, not just human. So,
I totally agree.
Good, but we're not the only mammals. So why does this, I'm saying, if it has something to do with science, it's going to be for any mammal or anybody that has mammal characteristics.
I totally agree with everything you just said.
Can y'all?
Yeah, what you up there playing? Why we can't hear? I see you there. Yeah, what you up there playing?
Oh.
Huh?
I just muted myself. I'm not playing anything. I do not know how to play other people's songs, so I make my own.
Well, let's listen to something. You got some type of talent over there. Let's hear it.
You want? I'm gonna put on something I recorded rather than something.
Yeah, we might get us a star.
I'm gonna put on something I recorded. I'll put on something I recorded as opposed to something that I'm working on.
Okay.
Okay. I just need my tools to show up now. I need them. Y'all know how I feel, so give me a second. I do not have.
Hey, Elia, I want you to know that I ain't done with you by a long shot. I'm saving you for another day.
God, man, see, you can say that, bro. But, all right, first of all, I want to tell you that what you say about people and technology, you are right. People will take it to the extreme and mess up. That's what our mystery school was about, keeping that out of people. However,
exactly. We cannot handle that kind of power, that kind of technology. We were turning on each other, we would destroy each other.
A young boy came on and proved it.
Everybody gonna turn into Donald Trump then.
Can you imagine if every man could see through, could have X-ray vision? Can you imagine? What would every man be doing if he had X-ray vision?
The world will be destroyed because everybody will be doing stuff. The world is not healed of sin. Now, if we got rid of sin, then we probably would be able to channel into that. But it's too much sin here to be able to channel into any of that. Our antennas are blocked by sin.
Exactly. That pineal gland is turned down a notch, a couple notches. Just like the volume on the radio, we got to turn you down.
Well, I'm not going to deny none of that. However, I am going to stay on this ground, bro. I am not giving in to any particular religion. I don't think religion is like the right way for my people to understand it. It's just the higher self and the lower self. And you have a choice to make.
I got a question for you, Elia. You said something earlier, right? You said, and I'm just curious to who told you, right? You said that the planet was for your what was that? What was it for? Yeah, your pleasure. Who told you that?
Now, you're asking who told me that, bro. And this is where I got.
He gonna say he's spiritual. Nobody told him that. The ancestors told him that. He got it from from basically creation. Nobody told him nothing because he's past that. He's past that part.
Okay.
And when I say that, people think I'm crazy, but that's
no,
what it
he's
is.
not crazy. He's just past that part. The Bible is the basic instructions before leaving Earth. There's basic, intermediate, and advanced in anything that you do.
And I gotta agree with that.
Huh?
I said I agree with what she just said. It's the basic instructions before leaving this planet.
With this education, with this knowledge, with learning, with anything in life, there's the beginning, intermediate, and advanced, right? So when you look at the Bible, it is just what it says. The Bible, basic instructions before leaving Earth. That's what that stands for. So this is just the basics. You could have additional knowledge. You could have spiritual knowledge that's beyond any book, beyond anybody's understanding. Because once again, I'm always going to say this. The Most High is never going to send somebody's mail to your address. He's going to give you your own way of knowing and understanding him and what his plans are or what your task is. So however these gentlemen get to that, that's their mail. They're certified mail. We're always going to see people with different intellect. They're going to say that their way is the way because that might be their way, their understanding. But the Most High gives everybody their own understanding. And let me tell you something. There's not a book. There's not a human being that can totally understand the King of Kings. I don't care how smart you think you is. I don't care how many books you think you read. I don't care if you can't walk on water, then you still have something to learn. And I'm just going to say that. So for the individuals, don't interrupt me. I'll let you talk for 2 days. So I feel like in regards to that, when we get here to the Lion's Den, that's why we're here. Because everybody has their divine intervention or their divine way of knowing whatever it is they feel they know, whether it be the Most High, whether it be the stars, the moon, whether it be astrology, whether it be the past gods, or whatever God they say that they follow. The bottom line is everybody has their own path. No one can tell anyone about their relationship and how they develop their relationship with the Most High, whether it be through a Buddha, a Jesus, a Yah, Farrakhan, or whoever you're going through. You have to be able to understand that your way is going to be your way. See, Yah SBTG way, that's his way. El Yah, he got his way. Biddy, you gonna have your way. Karima, she gonna have her way. And I'm gonna have my way. But long as we get there, see, we got different paths. So I listen to the brothers when they talk because that's their path. That's the way that they acknowledge. That's the information that they received. That's the teachings that they've received. See, I stay in my own lane with me and my Christ. Me and my creator. So what's good for them might not be good for me. One person may be a more, I don't want to be no more. So whatever is good for me to where I have a clear understanding, can't nobody tell me anything different because I move by testimony. See, I move by sight, not by what I hear. So I'm moving in spirituality. So he can't tell me what is divine for me if I've seen it myself. He could talk about all the things he want to talk about. But if you got personal, true testimony, they're just talking and I'm just listening. I concur.
And so that's why instead of beating each other down with religions, I try to open it up so we can see many religions. Because I'm not going to sit here and argue about what's in your books when
right, because they might believe in that, you know, like I might see that the Quran is everything. I don't even want to look at no other book. I don't even want to read no other, but I don't want no other knowledge. That's it. So different people, just like I said, are in different parts of this education period. You're not going to be able to teach something in quantum physics to an individual that never graduated high school. You have to be able to have an articulate mind in order to even understand, or to you, it's going to be gibberish because you've never experienced it, or you don't know about it, or you haven't read into what they're talking about, you know, or their knowledge. So the best thing to do is to listen, take notes, and look for your own information, for your own understanding. And that's it. I concur.
Okay, Daryl, get back to it. I know you fell off, and hopefully you can. Okay, yeah, get back to what you were saying, and go ahead.
Yeah, she sounds robotic. I'm not sure if it's her mic, if it's just the connection that I have. How do I sound?
Probably the connection that you had at the time, but you sound cool.
Okay, I want to say that's one thing I'll agree with. The Bible meets everybody. The Bible meets everybody where they are, and that's the beauty in the book. It meets everybody where they are. But I always ask the question, what is the objective of the Bible? So no matter what scripture I read, I always bring it back. What is the objective? And for me, the objective of the Bible is,
it's to fight sin.
Me, the objective of the Bible is to make me into the image and likeness of Christ. I'm saying, so for me, the objective of the Bible is to make me in the image and likeness of Christ. And then once I'm in the image and likeness of Christ, I become the Son of God. And I ask the question, the Bible tells me now, what is the assignment of the Son of God? To destroy the works of the devil. So when you hear me saying what I'm saying, I'll look out in this word and say, that looks like the devil's work right there. And I start trying to destroy it because of what's on the inside of me. And so I try to bring people to that same level of understanding. If you have that spirit inside of you, you should be trying to do what the Bible said, because the Bible said that the sons were made manifest to destroy the works of the devil. And it said the whole world waited on the manifestation, a maturing of the sons of God. Because I believe when they mature, they will then produce this new kingdom that is coming. I believe there's a kingdom here, but I think there's a kingdom that is dormant within certain people. And each one of us have our own instrument. You may be a tuba, Brother L may be a trumpet, I may be a bugle, but I think when we get together, we will make this beautiful orchestra. And I think then, like in the Tower of Babel, if we get on one accord, the Bible said, because the language is one. So what I try to do is find that common denominator that we all have. And if we get on one accord, according to the story, it says that anything they imagine, I need you to understand who said this. The supreme essence, according to the story, say anything they can imagine, they will be able to do. That's how powerful unity is. It says anything that they can imagine. But if we don't get our imagination to a point that we can produce a kingdom,
I believe that.
Then we'll keep our imagination in this world. And that's why I try to get us at least to say, let's agree to do this together so we can at least see what our powers look like together. We don't know what. Let me say this. When Barack Obama was elected president of the United States, I think that's the closest black people ever came to unity. I think we may have had, I think they say 80-some% of black people voted for Barack Obama. We don't know what unity would look like on a grand scale. We don't really know what we'd be able to do because there's never been an idea that we could agree upon. So what I say is the demonization of a concept that somebody else did. Let's change it. Let's just make sure that the world, when the world sees black, it's no longer the definition that somebody else assigned to it. Let me say this, because white people would never let you assign a definition to them and let it just be going on. White means evil. White means wicked. White means people who will steal your land. White means people who will colonize you. They wouldn't let that definition go. And let me show this. When I started saying white was dark, man, you'd be surprised at the number of white people who was coming against me saying, wait a minute. They don't mind black being connected with dark, but they say we be damned if you're going to let white be connected with darkness. These folk will come against you because they understand the power of sound. Sound is energy. You can shatter a glass with sound. So therefore, we have a people have been arrested by sound. Our development has been arrested by sound. Somebody gave us wrong information, and that wrong information has stopped our progression toward being what we were in the beginning, which were gods. But also we wrote that though. The example of that is when Jesus was in the grave, he was still God, but he wasn't powerful then. You can't be God and dead at the same time. So Jesus lets us know that God can be at rest.
That's what the man
God
said
can
from
be stopped for a moment.
Remember Elia? The man from Ghana came and the man from Ghana said the same thing. He said that the reason that Jesus was put on the cross, the cross was like a famine. People wear it around and everything like that, but the cross was a sign of death. So they put Jesus up on the cross, Yeshua up on the cross, because they felt he was a liar. You running around saying you the Messiah, what you bleeding for then? What you the Messiah? What you bleeding out like that for? Because they watched him. They all surrounded him. His people surrounded him, said, you know what? You come here and you starting all this trouble. Talking about you a God. Let's see, since you a God, let's see what we gonna do once we stab you in your hands, put this throne on you, and at the foot of you is gonna be the remains of Adam. At the foot of you. So we're gonna put this at your foot.
Do you know the brilliance in that?
Huh?
But do you know the brilliance in that plan? Here's the brilliance in that plan. If I had a poison gas contained in a bottle, that poison gas is not a threat to you as long as it's in that bottle. Jesus understood that as long as this spirit is in me, it's not in the atmosphere. So as long as it's in that one person, you can say, well, Jesus is over there in Palestine.
Yeah, that's why he put himself there. So the man from Ghana.
Yeah, because at that point, once he recognized, once I let out of me what was in me, I can be in 1,000 places at one time. I can be in 1 million places because everybody that receives me, at that point in time, I'm now there.
Yeah,
that's the brilliance. That's what I'm saying. That's the brilliance.
He knew what he was doing because he had that direct conversation with his father. So he knew what he was doing. But the people around him didn't know what he was doing. They thought that they was the one that was doing something by putting him up on that cross. But see, they wasn't doing nothing because the will was going to be done anyway. Only thing that they showed is that they wasn't loyal to their own. And this is why we've been cursed all these years. This is why the oppressor has his foot on our neck right now. Because we did that. We did that. That's why. So the generational curses go on and on and on and on and on until we realize what we've done. And see, it was written though, so we could have the choice, right? Because if he would have never got up there, or they wouldn't have put him there, we would have never had a choice.
So can I tell an ancient story about the gods? I'll make it as quick as I can.
You saying gods? There's thousands and thousands of gods. I'm talking about the Most High and his descendant. He actually has two descendants, right? He has the one that we call light, and he has the one that we call dark. We just got the education on which one was which, though. So while we thinking that we following this light, we following the demon and his works. Now, when the man, one of these individuals said the people in the tongues talk about this and they shout around in the church, that's pretty much where the white light is at, is in that church, in that building. Yeah, they sanctified us, but as soon as they walk out that door, that behavior changed. I stopped going into that building a long time ago. The man kept taking my money and getting me for everything that he could. And then when I asked him real true information, he was unable to provide it to me because his 501c6 said he couldn't. I asked my pastor, can you be a pastor and a homosexual? Can you be righteous and be homosexual? And the man told me, yes. I ain't never been back.
He needs Pastor Jennings. So can I tell the story?
Of course. That's what we here for, to listen.
Okay, so in Ghana, in the ancient times of Ghana, they had the Oba gods. So one day before the gods have a party, they pick two people, one to make the earth, one to make humanity. They go to the party, and the person who was responsible for making the earth gets too drunk. So the person who was supposed to make the humans makes earth. When the council comes back, the council of God come back, they're like, that's beautiful. But we didn't tell you to make it. We told number one to make it. Now, where's number one? Number one comes stumbling in. He's about to attempt his job of making the earth, but the council tells him, no, he did it. Number two did it. Now you make humanity. The moral of the story is the next time you make a mistake, don't get mad at yourself. God was drunk when he made you.
He's the only one laughing at that one. I'm looking up your information in regards to Oba.
Because
it says that it's I'm just giving information. This is what
yes, ma'am. People get mad at themselves and be too hard on themselves for certain things that might go on in their life. So this was an old time story to relieve the pressure on you if you made a mistake. If you did
something for the recess, they got their own God, so it's not,
right. This right here is known in Latin America. The Oba. He said that it was in Ethiopia, and I'm in Wikipedia. It says Oba, in Latin America, is Orish of the river Oba, whose secures lies near Ligban, where her worship originates. During the wars of the 19th century, her centers of worship moved to the more secure town of Agamosho. She's traditionally identified as a senior wife of Shango, the third king of the Oyo Empire and Orisha. Oba was tricked by Oya or Oshun into cutting her ear and trying to feed it to Shango. She is synchronized with Saint Catherine of Siena. So that's that god, Oba.
Okay. Oba is the Yoruba goddess of the river. She is believed to be the daughter of Yamaya and the first wife of Shango, according to Yoruba mythology.
Oba Dubai or something like that. It's like in between a man and a woman. It seemed like he changed up to be a woman or whatever, but it starts off as a man.
I seen that.
And then
what happened?
Yeah,
it formed into from man to woman, lightweight.
Ejaculate into the river, all this weird stuff.
Do you got Yoruba in what you're talking about? Because you said Latin America, and I'm in Ghana.
Yeah, I'm in OBA.
Yes, ma'am, but I'm in Ghana.
She just
I'm
said
not
a
in
reset.
Latin America.
Yeah, well, this says Oba, known as Oba in Latin America, is Orisha of the river Oba. I'm looking at the
Pull your
definition.
information up, L.
Okay, I'm looking at the definition too. I put Oba gods of Ghana.
Okay.
And then it came up Oba gods of Africa. I pressed that, and now the Oba gods that I'm talking about is the Yoruba goddess of the river. She is believed. Yes.
It says that right here.
Oh,
You guys
okay.
see this?
In Latin America, it says that too. In Latin places.
Yes, it does.
Okay.
So we're on the same thing. We're on the same thing.
Okay.
I'm just on the beginning, and then the worship and the myths about the ear, and then the relationship, and then it has references and stuff, and then it also has bibliography in regards to it as well. And I do see that it's in Nigeria, Cuba, Brazil, and Trinidad.
Okay, so that's an ancient story from this group of things that you're looking at. So I just told the story because I think it's funny.
Yeah, because they say it's the supreme creator and it's a god, Yoruba religion.
Yeah, that's their belief.
We got a brother in here that did a lesson. We got a couple of brothers that's from there, Kanye, and a couple of other brothers. So we well familiar with who they are.
Okay, well, that particular story is funny to me because people always are depressed and stuff like that. But if you put it in the aspect and that story says God was drunk when he made me, you're not so. What did you do? You made a mistake. Fix it. Get over it. Pucker up. Move on to the next level. That's the only reason why I told that story. I think it's funny.
Looks like it has a lot of.
Yeah, I don't take the story. I don't take these stories as, oh, we're supposed to worship this way. I don't take them like that. I take them as they're all lessons to grow on. Every last single one of them to me, they got this thing called giggle mesh. And it's stories to grow on. They're just stories.
Yeah, I get that. I'm with that too. Like, that's why I like to read. Like, yeah, I love that too, just to get a little bit out of it. Because no matter what, you're going to be able to use it. Even if it's not literal. You know what I'm saying? You'll be able to put that in your life in different ways. You know what I mean? Everything that you read, not just that, but just in education, period. Anything that you read, you could take excerpts out of that book, put it in your life, and be able to move it around where you need it to be moved around. For instance, I'm going to give you a prime example. I do business, right? And I cleaned for a long time. Before I opened up my first cleaning business, I said, I learned the ins and outs of how to clean. But then when I wanted to open my own business, that was pretty much the basics. I had something to stand on. I had something to add to and grow on. So I understand and I agree 100% that the more knowledge that you have from reading these books, you don't have to take them literally. But the stories will give you inspiration for your own life to be able to put their ideals into your own situations. You know, that's with anything. You know, you look at the measures that happen in places in politics. These places don't have unhoused people. Usually the places that have a bad population of unhoused get their ideal from a place that don't have that, even if it won't work on theirs because maybe they have a different infrastructure. Maybe so they'll just use that information as a starting point on what they need to do to be successful. And I think that that's what these books do, because me, myself, I read as well. So I have the book of Enoch. I have the full Apocrypha. I have the lost books of the Bible. I have the Book of Mormon. I have the Quran. I have the lost tribes of the Promised Land. I read as well. So the information, that's why I don't really shun information if there's doctrine or if there's reference to that information. Yeah, SBTG, while you was talking, I'm on the other computer because I'm in front of a few of them, looking the information up that you're sharing with us. The reason that I couldn't jump in and say anything to you to stop you is because you were feeding correct information. Once I felt that the information was incorrect, I would have jumped in and stopped it immediately and came to you with counter information to your information. So just like I stated prior, I appreciate the information, because without talking to you, I might not have looked that information up to gain the knowledge. Hell yeah.
Yes,
you
ma'am.
gave information yesterday as well. No matter if we get on you or not, you still provide good information that people can grow on and grab and be able to basically look at their situation in a different light, right? So that's why we all come here to the Lion's Den, to share our truths and also give good information so we can grow, so we won't be basic in spirituality. We can become intermediate or advanced in spirituality. I got that. That wine soap, I got that. Sure did. With
Okay, so I
shell.
want to play this. Yeah, I want to play. Yeah, I want to play this creation story of Dorisha. So
okay, I'm gonna
pretty
put it
much
on mute.
Get an idea of where, you know what I mean, where they coming and how they going, because a lot of people leave this story out. Okay, so let me hold on. Let me make sure I play it. The volume is on. Hold on.
Hands into, then he had.
Hold on, let me fix the volume.
Go back to the beginning, Karima. You see where you
I
at?
am. I just wanted to see if the volume was playing. Hold on.
Okay.
That looked like the defense. One, two, three, four, five. I had to pull that from the bottom.
Yeah. Of course, Obama went all around.
You know, all these extra players up here.
Hold on, give me a minute.
What'd I do? One, two, three, 6, 9.
I might keep going on mute. I was saying I enjoyed the build. I enjoyed acting. I look forward to the appointed time when we're going to get together again. I've got to go back to work now, though. Wait until the time that means made a perfect backup. I'd be with you guys.
Until we meet again, Shalom.
Shalom. Thank you, big bro.
To ask for permission to pursue the idea.
In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth, or something of that nature. Honestly, y'all, I'm not too familiar with the stories in the Bible. Barely read it when I was in the church, kind of just disassociated myself. But that's why on my Patreon, our first book that we're reading in the book club I started is Hoodoo Bible Magic, because of me finding out that my family was hiding the fact that they was doing hoodoo the whole time. I'm discovering the utilization of the Bible in rituals and spell work. So I want to build my understanding of that. So we're reading Hoodoo Bible Magic. It's so good so far. The first chapter is called In the Beginning, but it's explaining the spiritual correlation that's within the Bible, the hidden messages. So that's over on my Patreon. I'll have that link down below if you want to join. But today we are going to talk about In the Beginning, but the Orisha version. So let me set the scene for you. Imagine the world we know today with nothing but the sky, and the land that we know is covered with just nothing but water. So all we have and all we're surrounded by are skies, clouds, and below, water. That's currently what's going on in this story. But the sky was occupied not only by the clouds, but with Olorun. And I have not done a video on him yet, but the skies was occupied by Olorun and his children, which we know today as the Orisha. So all of the Orisha and Olorun was living it up in the sky, except for one, because like I said, there was the ocean. So there has to be an Orisha that's handling the bottom of the ocean, right? Because at this time, there's only an Orisha at the bottom of the ocean. So pop quiz, which Orisha has a territory of the bottom of the ocean? Leave it in the comments below. I'll give you a minute. Correct. Olokun, or sometimes I say Olakun, depending on how casual I am when I'm speaking. But Olokun, if you guys get my I guess I'll give that to you too, because it is involving the ocean. But at this time, at the bottom of the ocean, there's only Olokun. I have Olokun and Yemaya videos. I'll link them down below. But right now, the sky and the water, they were two separate kingdoms at the time. Both of them were just minding their own business. They were satisfied with what was going on. Olorun was enjoying his deluxe apartment in the sky, ha ha ha. And Olokun was glad that he had all of the waters to himself. But there was one Orisha who would spend hours and hours and days just gazing over the clouds onto just water, water, and more water. He was curious as to, okay, it's just water down there. Can't something else be done to add to it? And this Orisha was Obatala. I have not done a video on Obatala as of August 2nd, but eventually we will cover him and I'll update it in the description box of this video. Also, when you hear me refer to the Orisha as him or her, you may hear me use it interchangeably because it honestly depends on the story that's being told. They usually aren't assigned a certain sex because they're spirits, they're energies, so it's fluid. So Obatala knew that this mass body of water had a little more potential. So Obatala is a very curious Orisha. He liked to stay busy and create. He wasn't content with just living in the skies, going day by day. Just like the other Orisha, he had a special gift and he wanted to put it to use. So he looked around and contemplated what could he get his hands into. Then he had an idea. So of course, Obatala went to Olorun to ask for permission to pursue his idea. And Olorun was so pleased and satisfied with his idea, but he's thinking, okay, but who's gonna do that? I'm kind of already booked and busy up here. I mean, I don't know if I could take on another project. I'm kind of already, but Obatala was like, no, 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 this is something that I want to do. Olorun believed his idea was a good idea, but he's like, listen, before you go wandering down there all willy-nilly, I need you to go consult Orumila to make sure you have a little bit of guidance before you start this adventure. Orumila, who is known as the seer Orisha, the psychic, able to see the future. I have a video going in depth on him as well. But just know he's the seer, he's the psychic, he's the all-knowing when it comes to the future. So Olorun, of course, wanted Obatala to seek guidance from Orumila first. So Obatala is like, no big deal. I got you. I'm gonna go consult Big Bro tomorrow and we'll go from there. So that's exactly what Obatala did. So you may be wondering what
we are sponsored by Colin Broom again. I am obsessed with this stuff. I have
what is this brilliant idea that Obatala had? He wanted to populate the water somehow. He didn't know exactly what he wanted to do, but he just knew it needed to be something living down there, some motion going on, some activity. So he wanted to just go down there, see what's going on, see what he could do to add some energy, some flow, some people, some being. He just knew that there could be more utilization to the waters below. So Obatala went to Orumila for guidance. Orumila said, okay, let's get into it. He brought out a sacred tray. He sprinkled some boba tree root on there. He took 16 palm kernels and he threw it onto the powder 8 times. And he studied the path and the marks that the kernels made each time. The This is basically sand divination, which is a form of psychic readings using sand, dust, dirt, anything powdery. Some people use shells, some people use beads. It's just a form of divination. The reader tosses the shells into the sand and interprets the landing and the markings for the receiver. So Orunmila will throw the palm kernels, pick them up, throw them again, pick them up, throw them again, studying the pattern, the markings where each kernel landed. Obatala is just kind of sitting there like, okay, all right, this about your 10th time doing that, brother. Like, what you doing? During his reading, Orunmila told Obatala to prepare a chain of gold long enough to reach the waters. Obatala's like, all right, I got it. And you need to bring a horn of sand, a white hen, palm nuts, and a cat for company. Obatala understood exactly what Orunmila was saying. He knew what he had to gather. He was excited for the journey he was about to embark. But first, he needed to get this gold chain. Now, pop quiz. Which Orisha do you think he went to make a gold chain? Which Orisha gives blacksmith metal? I can heat it up and bend it and hook it, or however you make change. Which Orisha do you think that skill set belongs to? If you commented Ogun, you're right. It was Ogun. So he went to Ogun to make this gold chain. Ogun was like, okay, that's no problem, slight work. But where are you gonna get all this gold from? I can make the chain. I'm gonna just need the gold first. So Bata was like, okay. He went around to everyone in his kingdom, in his area, asking, do they have any gold that they can spare? Of course they did, because they got it like that. So everyone was taking out their gold, anything that they could spare them. I would have gave him my watermelon tourmaline that you can get from blackwoodshaya.com. So everyone was just donating their gold to him because they understood what he wanted to do. So they were willing to help. So Obatala gathered all the gold, went back to Ogun and said, all right, this is what we got. Go ahead and make that chain. Ogun is like, okay, that's cute, but I don't think this is going to be enough. You need it long enough to reach the waters, right? And Obatala's like, yeah, but that's all I got. Just add a hook onto the end and I'll make it work from there. So once the chain was done, Obatala was ready to embark on his adventure. He took the chain, he hooked it onto the edge of the sky. Orunmila came running behind him, saying, hey, this is all the other stuff that you'll need. He had a sack with the horn of sand, the white hen, palm nut. He had all his materials ready for him. So Obatala was starting the mission. He was making his way down the gold chain, and as he got towards the end, he realized, okay, maybe this chain isn't long enough for what I needed. He felt the moist in the air from the ocean, but he was too far off to land safely. And of course, he's going to land in water, so he's like, okay, maybe I should have asked for a floaty. Then Orunmila shouted down to him, throw the horn of sand. That's how I imagine it sounded. Throw the horn of sand. So Obatala was like, okay. He reached in the sack, he took the horn of sand, and he threw it down. Then Orunmila yelled again, throw the hen. And Obatala's like, throw the hen. Then Orunmila's like, yeah, throw it. Nabata's like, okay, I'm gonna trust him. He can see the future, so I'm sure he know what he's doing. So he threw the hen down, and the hen landed perfectly onto the pile of sand and did what hens do: started digging at the sand, trying to dig a hole. But as the sand was shooting up into the air, it started building valleys and mountains and hills and land, basically. So Obatala was finally able to jump down on dry land, and he referred to this land as Ife, meaning the land that separated the waters. So now Obatala is going, okay, this is what I'm talking about. Look better already. We got something going on. Felt like it was a little bland. But he remembered that he has a palm nut. So he's like, okay, let me get a little greenery going on. So he took the palm nut, he buried it into the sand, covered it up, and as soon as he did that, a giant palm tree sprouted from the seed. And the palm tree began dropping a bunch of palm nuts where he was able to plant even more trees. Obatala took some leaves from the tree and he was able to build shelter. So Obatala and his cat was living it up. They had shelter, they had land, they had access to the water, they had a palm tree. They were already making progress, but he remembered that he needed to update Olorun. So Obatala called for his handy dandy trusted psychic, Agirmo, a chameleon. Now let's pause right here because I know you're probably wondering where in the world did this come a chameleon come from. I thought there was no life there. Now there's a random chameleon that's just easily available. So depending on the storyteller in the translation, many people believe that the chameleon is symbolic to different things. Some people believe that Eshu in this story is represented by the chameleon because we know Eshu is the messenger, correct? So with the chameleon being able to communicate with Obatala and send the message back up the change to Olorun, it's symbolic to the messenger, how we send out prayers to no matter who we send out prayers to, no matter which Orisha, it always go through Eshu first because he's the messenger. So some people believe that he's just represented in the story as a chameleon. Other people believe that Oduwa is represented by the chameleon because he's the Orisha that is known to observe all things that happen on earth. And there are some people who believe that the chameleon is symbolic to all versions and translations of the creation story. The one I'm telling now is different amongst different practices, traditions. You're going to hear different versions because it's not an actual event, but a story to better understand the religion of the Orisha, life lessons, to show that the Orishas aren't perfect just like their children. As a chameleon, we must adapt to the new environment, the new translations, the new practices that will take place, and the new generations that are formed and will continue practicing the same religion. I hope that makes sense. So Obatala called for the chameleon Agirmo to give Olorun an update on what's going on. So Agirmo went back up the chain and told Olorun, Obatala doing his thing down there. He doing real good. As you can see, everything looks good.
Yeah, buddy. A change. You know, y'all got anything to say?
Yeah, I wanted to say something. The Eshu, the messenger, right? The one who gives the message. From what I'm looking at, he kind of tricky. He play games sometime. He's like a trickster.
Right.
This messenger. In this region of Africa, you see Ghana, Togo. You see these different areas that this god is, but this god, we don't know if he's light or dark because he's a trickster. He so in regards to the gods, I see also that this Olorun has no gender, so it's not a male or a female, and it's not a human either. It's a spirit. And then I also see that they don't have anything to do with humans. That they don't deal with humans at all. They don't have any shrines. They don't have no scriptures. They don't have anything to do with humans. It's a supernatural entity. So that's all I wanted to say. I'm just reading it as reading some information as the video was going on.
Yeah, no, they be holding shrines and all kinds of stuff. You know, this go back to the African spirituality. You know what I mean? They deal with like principles and different things like that. So like she's saying, but
it says it's
different.
not for the human. But somebody tried to bring it into the human realm, which is one moment. I think it was the Oba. The one myth depicts Eshu as trickling Ifa out of the secrets of divination. Yeah, this Eshu is like almost like a demon. And then when you look up this and you look up the word ESHU religion, it says that it's a dark religion.
Well, then
also, it's a trickster identity from the Yoruba religion or originated from southwestern Nigeria. Isu, which is I guess part of this name, is a spirit of crossroads, thresholds of homes, markets, and gathering places. It's an African diaspora religious, and Isu is called Papa Legba or Legba. When I looked at the religion, the word trickster and stuff like that, It says that it's a God spirit, right? But which one? Because see, the Most High, there's the Most High had two descendants, Yeshua and David. Them two, one heaven, one hell, one good, one bad. So which God does these individuals? Because a trickster would be not of God, not of my God anyway. So I just wanted to say that.
So that's the difference in the stories. There is no attempt. The way that we see God today, there is no attempt ever to talk about that God the way you see God today. These stories are strictly stories, fantastic stories, admittedly made up stories and fables to give like life lessons to our children and to each other, to take things lightly that might seem wrong. They're just stories. And so we used to come together at certain times of the year and we would have contests for these stories and give away prizes and leave stuff to the gods. And so that's where these stories come from. They have no intention of speaking on God the way that we know God. I yield the floor. But since y'all didn't speak, hey, Karima and Sister Tawana, thank you for that video you put on today, Sister Karima. Thank you for going into this part, because this is pantheon of gods that you're looking at right now. And I really appreciate you for being, you went into it. You're pulling it up, you're reading it. I appreciate y'all for that. Thank you. Me and the brothers have never gotten this far. And they cussed me out worse than y'all did. So I thank y'all for going this far with it and sticking in there, even if I wasn't clear in the beginning of what I was saying and I didn't show it, and y'all still came through. And you're putting the videos up there and the message up there. Thank you. And if y'all are speaking, we can't hear you.
The Orisha faith is one that is inherently African. For Orishas, their belief system comprises certain African tribal beliefs. Their belief system is not derived from a dualistic theory, but instead from a cosmological philosophy dealing with the nature of the universe. There are 5 levels in the cosmology. Orisha worshippers believe in a creator who is called Olodumare or Olorun. The Orishas, human beings, human ancestors, and the lowest group, plants and animals. Orisha devotee Andre Lovelace said despite the progress of the Orisha community, there are still many stigmas attached to the faith. However, he said through his business, he sells and promotes African-inspired clothing to help break that stigma and increase African pride.
Some of our ancestors were murdered, the hundreds of thousands, to give up this faith, this way of life.
Andre also explained some of the most popular Orishas in Trinidad and Tobago.
Shango, Eshu, Ogun, Oshun. Oshun is very, very popular in Trinidad as well. Owatala, Oya, some of the more popular Orisha names in Trinidad and Tobago. Orisha that even though you are not an Orisha devotee, you might be familiar with their names.
He further explained that because of the persecution Orisha devotees faced during enslavement, there's a belief that they merged their practices with Christianity as a guise to practice in peace. This new synchronized practice is that of the spiritual shelter Baptist. Lovelace said he would like to see greater attention paid to the Orisha faith.
There's no national holidays attributed to Africans. Because even though I'm proud of emancipation, there's a holiday in Trinidad and Tobago as the first country in the world to recognize it as such. If we go deeper into it, it is not an African holiday. All right, so my chief has been calling for a national holiday to celebrate Shango.
Charlene Lewis, TTT News.
That was good. Are you ladies still there?
Yeah, we still here. What you think about that?
Well, I thank y'all for going as far as you have. Playing that video you played today, thank you. Playing these videos you're playing now, thank you. Because that's really all I was asking for, is that we look at all this other stuff that's in front of us and hear all the different things that are in front of us about what we're existing in right now. And you two have done it. The brothers never gave me any leg room. All we ever did was go up in there and argue. Thank you for the side stars, because they doing a job. They putting the work in for real. And y'all ain't letting us be petty. And y'all are speaking up and telling us where we're not listening to each other. I thank y'all very much.
Well, that's what the Lion Den is about. It's not. It's from all faith, all beliefs. It ain't just Israelites. You know what I mean? We got different brothers from. That's how we started. You know what I mean? A back chat with different walks, different studies, and we've been able to come together on one accord, which is listening to get a better understanding of what our brothers trying to bring out and tell us. We don't have to, convert over to what they saying, but we got to be willing to not be biased and accept some kind of information. That's the first step of unity, as far as being able to deal with each other and hear what somebody have to say without, oh no, and well, my father said this and my daddy said this and you could be able to just hold all that and be like, well, I can understand where you're coming from, you know what I mean? And I could take out, him saying his God or whatever and understand what he actually trying to say, because sometimes it ain't even negative,
It all reverts back to the same thing usually.
Yeah.
Love, peace, and unity. That every book says the same thing. Love, peace, unity.
And that's my point. You know what I mean? You can, if you could tolerate somebody's information, then you could tolerate him, period. You know what I mean? Because there's a lot of things that people gonna say, and a lot of people get mad because what they said. Why are you saying that? Why are you teaching my people that? You know what I mean? At the end of the day, it's up to them to accept the knowledge and then go do the research themselves.
Right.
And they don't have to.
Right. Get the information. Get all information. Depict what you want to keep and what you want to throw out.
Right. You ain't got to argue with this man over his information. You ain't got to try to, redirect him in the information that he got. You know what I mean? Because at the end of the day, he's still learning. You know what I mean? He's just trying to bring the information to you. So maybe you
all
can,
of us are. All of us are. We all
maybe
here
you can
to learn.
bring out. Yeah, maybe you can build with the brother or the sister. It don't matter. And that's where I'm at with. I could sit there and tolerate some things that I don't understand, and some things I'll be like, well, I don't think, I understand that. Or like I said, you can see a L and turn on the other side and see a 7. It's just they way of understanding how they getting it, because they standing on another side where they have a different understanding. You know what I mean? And that goes for 4 different ways. People can see it a certain different ways, but you can see what he's saying and you can understand what he's saying, and then you can let it go. You ain't gotta say, well, I understand this certain way. No, you ain't gotta argue with him. Just build with him and say, well, I can see it that way, and move on. That's how you build and have a great discussion without trying to say, well, I learned this, and I think this is wrong, and I think that is negative. You can hear somebody be like, oh, I can't relate to that, but you can let them finish, and then, you know what I mean, either, change the topic or whatever. It's a way that you can really discuss with your brothers without, tearing their throat down and hating them. Because like the brother, not Babylon, but Benny said, he was like, he didn't study to.
She done called Benny Babylon. I can't with you.
Yeah, I'm seeing a comment, but I'm like, okay. So, but like the brother said, he's studying you. At first he started off a little, now he's trying to build with you and understand, because sometimes, shutting down
That's
the
how it's
information.
supposed to be. That's how it's supposed to be.
Yeah.
But see, when you have a debate, you might even get off the line, off the lion's den. And usually with a debate, I'm a stickler. So you see, I'm always looking up information. So with a debate, it doesn't really matter who's right or wrong. It's the information. It's the information that you could obtain and use,
Right.
in
Right.
regards to, just moving forward, period. There's
Yeah.
there's absolutely nothing wrong with additional education. I don't care what situation you're in,
Yeah.
or
How
where
you
you
gonna
at, or
fight there's some
what part of life you in. If you have additional good information that's feeding the individuals that you are talking to, it's nourishing the people that you're talking to. Now, sometimes, just like in school, you might not understand why you're learning it. You don't even know when you're going to use it. I used to say that about biology and geometry,
Yeah,
right?
because when that
Why
test
am I
comes,
here? I ain't going to use this. I know how to count my money. Give me cash. That's all I need, right? But when you grow, you see that that's hogwash, that you do need to know PEMDAS, and you do need to know how to count, and you do need to know your shapes, and you do need to know what a square root is. You don't, but see, when you're still at the basics, right? You don't look at that. So when in the lion's den, I see that people are at different levels of spirituality.
yes.
Basic, intermediate, and advanced. It's
Yeah, and it's a
good to
lot.
be on a platform where you have all advanced, but it's better to be on a platform when you have all basics, because it gives you a platform to teach.
Right.
So for that, I say to you, Elia, you always hung in there and you stay teaching. Whatever different types of ways that you got the message to where you can release what you need to release, that's real good. No matter how you get it, as long as you get it. You know what I mean?
Yes,
So
ma'am.
that's my point of it. That's my stance, is everybody is going to have a different fingerprint on it, because he made everybody with a different fingerprint. But
Yes,
the
ma'am.
bottom line is that fingerprint belongs to, that fingerprint is just a list of what we have to do, or who we belong to, really. When I listen to these brothers and these brothers, I done seen men saying that they can move stuff. I done been online where a man just made a pencil roll across a thing. So it's different people that do different stuff and have. This is how I feel about the whole thing, Kareem. I'm gonna keep it 100. I think it's levels to it. I think that the more we know, the more we unlock. And just like the gentleman was saying that was just now online, it's like I know for a fact there's 90% more information that we need to know that our brain can't even process because it's not capable of processing it. So that's where I'm at. Like, okay, no one will really have the real, true, divine answer because our brain is not capable of having that information. See, our brain is like a P to the Most High. We're nothing. We're just human, another mammal. We're nothing different than a lion, a tiger, or a bear. We're just mammals. We're the mammals that he put here to run the earth. Other than his angels and David's, well, all of them is his angels, the good angels and the bad. See, we focus on good, 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 good. The Lord, good, 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 good. But we always overlook that he made the bad too. You know what I'm saying? He made both.
Right. And it
You know
was
what
a
I'm
reason.
saying?
It was a reason.
Yes. Yes, and he made both. So yeah, so you say, "Oh, my God, my God." Yes, my God, and I'm the son of the Most High. See, there's two individuals though. That's the sons of the Most High. You know what I'm saying? So sometimes we think that we talking to one God and we representing one God when we really representing the other. The evil ones, he's a trickster. He's very sharp, he's cunning, and he's very handsome. The things he do is very handsome to the eye. Getting the money, getting the flashiness, getting the bitches. You know what I'm saying? All that's all beautiful to the eye because he's a very handsome, loving, and handsome individual. Sexy. You lust over it. Yeah, you lust over it. It's sexy, it's cunning, it's handsome, it smells good too. So we have to understand that. Once you get to understand that, I think that your eyes are open, the glaucoma is taken off the eyes, and you're able to see clearly. Because sometimes we're debating with people and they saying, "My God, how dare you?" But see, their God is the devil. They just don't understand it, you know, because they in their truth. But the truth sometimes the Most High made both of them. He don't have like no favorites like that. He just gave us free will. He don't have no favorites like that. He don't care if you go with David or you go with Yeshua. That's not his concern. That's humanity's concern.
Basically.
Yeah, let me tell you something. Let me show you how I explain the Most High to the kids. Let me tell you guys a story. Okay, so I know both of you guys have seen the animated cartoon called Toy Story, right?
Called who?
Toy Story.
Yes, we have.
No,
Okay.
I haven't seen that.
Okay, well, Toy Story is about a little boy. And the little boy's name is Andy. Okay, Andy has two parents. He has a mother and he has a father. And Andy has a favorite toy. And his toy, he's a cowboy, and his name is Woody. Right? And then he has these other off-brand toys as well. You know, he got Woody, he has a girlfriend or a girl who's a sheep herder. What she do is she keeps hold of all the sheep. She watches them and protects them, right? She protects the sheep. So this is how I explain the story of the Most High to my grandkids. I explain it like this this animated cartoon called Toy Story. The mother is the Holy Spirit. She is the nurturer. The father is the disciplinarian. He really don't care about Andy toys. You know what I'm saying? But Andy, we say Andy is Yeshua. Andy has this favorite toy, and Woody, his name is Woody. But see, guess what? Andy put his name on the bottom of Woody's shoe because Woody likes to get out and go adventure. Right? And Woody got other toys that's with him that goes out with him to adventure. He has a dog. The dog has the insides like a violin because Andy likes putting different heads and stuff on different dolls. See, those dolls we call the Gentiles. They belong to Andy, but they're not his favorite. They still belong to him, but they just not his favorite. Everywhere he go, he not worried about them Gentiles. He's only worried about Woody, the one who has his name stamped on his foot. Now, Andy, there's a whole bunch of Toy Stories. Toy Story 1, 2, and 3, right? In the story, you'll see Andy growing up. And during every single story, oh, Andy even has another friend named Buzz Lightyear. Buzz Lightyear come from the sky. Yeah, he knows how to fly. He has technology. He has stingrays in his eyes and everything. Remember, Woody's just a regular doll. Only thing he does is ride the horse and know how to, get the sheep and stuff like that. He don't got no technology. The technology came from the sky. That came from Buzz Lightyear. Right? So that's how I explain what goes on in the sky, because it says that it's 3 galaxies in the sky and he put different beings in every galaxy. We're seeing different UFOs and stuff coming from one galaxy to another, visiting and going back to their galaxy. That's what Buzz Lightyear did. So during this story, when Woody goes out, he gets hurt. He always adventuring. He always doing something he ain't got no business doing, but he belonged to Andy, and Andy has those parents, the Father and the Holy Spirit, right? So when Andy gets towed up, see, the father would say, you know what, leave Andy. He's all tore up. Why do you like Andy so much? What's up with them other dolls, right? So Andy says, because Woody's my favorite. He belongs to me. See, all those other dolls I put together. They're not the one that could ride the horse like Woody, right? So no matter what, if he goes out and he gets torn up, Andy gonna sew Woody arm back. He gonna put the stuffing back in him. He gonna fluff him back up because that's his favorite. He has his name tatted on his foot. No matter where he go, if he get towed up by the dogs, if those Gentiles, those other little dolls, with their heads off, and one of them got 5 arms on it, one of them got, a face like a Barbie doll, but a body like a dog, because Andy done put them together like that. But see, when Andy grows up into his mature self, he don't care about them Gentile dolls no more. He done put the Gentile dolls in a box and gave them away to the little badass little girl that comes down the street and bothers him all the time. So he gave her the dolls. So the father say, you're grown now. Why don't you give Woody away too? And Andy says, Father, no matter how old I get, no matter what happens, I will always be here for Woody. Woody has had my name stamped on his foot since I was a little boy. So even as an adult, I'm going to take Woody and I'm going to give Woody to my son. Nobody gets to deal with Woody but me. And I tell my son, my grandson, that he's Woody. And Andy is our father in Christ. He's the one that has to get the message to his father or his mother. Because sometimes I go out in the streets and I might not come back the same. And I need help getting fixed. So that's who Woody is that's how I explain it. Sometimes, even though we got that name stamped on our foot, we go out in the world and we play with the Gentiles. Even though we know that we the only ones that got the name stamped on our foot, we'll still deal with them. We'll still play with them. We'll even try to fix the Gentiles. Because, see, remember, one got a dog head with a dog body. So we'll still try to fix them. And now and then we'll get a visit from Buzz Lightyear. And you know what Buzz Lightyear's slogan is? It's to infinity and beyond.
Yeah, I didn't want to cut you off, but when you said Buzz Lightyear,
yes,
I saw
and
the
Buzz
cartoon.
Lightyear is not like Woody.
But
Buzz Lightyear leaves whenever he wants to, because he got wings and he got a rocket. He flies.
I never realized that was the same story. I thought Buzz Lightyear was his own story. Woody the Cowboy didn't matter to me. I could remember with my son watching it, but Woody, I remember Buzz. I don't remember Woody. And
Woody was the main character. He's the one that had the stamp on his foot.
I missed
He's
that.
the one that had the stamp on his foot. And that's why it's a 1, 2, and 3, because without Woody, there would be no more. Right? Without Woody, it wouldn't be no more. It wouldn't be no more Toy Story without Woody. And that's who we are. We're Woody. We got Andy's name tatted right on our foot. Whenever we go out into the world and do whatever we want, we can toe up. We go astray. We get the insides of us pushed out because the devil's always at work. We always can come home. And Andy always he'll fight with his father and say, nah, daddy, we got to fix Woody. I don't care about all these other ones, but Woody's coming with us. And if you don't let Woody come with us, I'm going to start tripping and having a fit. And my mama going to come and say something because she's the nurturer. And she's going to say, you're not going to do him like that. Why don't you just let Woody come? Because look at how Andy's looking in the face because you're not taking care of Woody. That's the story I give to the kids. So they can understand what their position is. See, you can be Woody, but you can never be the father. You may even be a part of Andy because you are a part of Andy. No matter what, Andy will never leave you. But see, Andy's only a part of his father and that mother. He's descendants of him. They had him. They birthed him. We just belong to Andy. And that's it. That's the end. That's the story.
Well, I like the way you taught that story. And you just bring back some good memories. And I want to tell y'all, because at the time when I first met y'all, my son, my 17, he'll be 17 next month. We finally talked to each other after a couple of years. He sounds good. He's learning French and Arabic. He listened to a couple of our stuff and he was like, oh yeah, Dad, I'm gonna listen to this. I like this kind of talk. So he's doing excellent. And for everything between me and his mother, I'm going to say it in public because I said the other stuff, right? I got to thank her. She did a damn good job with my son as far as how that boy is talking to me.
Well, you know what? in regards to these boys, I got a couple of them. I got one that's 31 and I got one that's 21. In regards to the boys, just don't give up on them. No matter if they mad at you, no matter if they're not talking to you, you always give their name to that list. You always, no matter what, try to reach out because your fathering never ends, ever. I don't care if he's 45 years old.
My 35-year, he would be 35 now, but he passed away. He got killed on the streets. You know, he got shot in 2020. When COVID hit, I lost my son.
Sorry to hear that.
And then
sorry to hear that.
My stepson, he's like 30, and we're cool. We haven't talked in a minute either. He's in California, but we're cool. So yeah, what you're saying about not giving up, it was a long road. And then when my son, my oldest one, he was going around being a cowboy. So he got cowboy. So when he passed away, I couldn't have all of that. You know what I'm saying? I love you and stuff, but I'm not going to cry and tell these people, oh, my son got killed on these streets. Y'all got to do something. No, my son was out here playing the game. And even after me and my brothers went out there and saved him a few times with them things
It'd
going
be like
on.
that. My nephew was, yeah, my nephew was like that too. And the thing about it is not only did my nephew get himself killed, he got his baby brother killed with him. Okay? For the stuff that he did. He went and robbed a house, shot the man in the head. The man came out with an AK-47 and drilled him down and ran to the car where my other nephew was sitting in and drilled him in the car too. Both of them had 100 shots.
Wow. Wow.
Trying to get some weed.
Wow.
And this happened in 2020 as well.
Wow.
Yeah, wow. So I know how it is with these hard-headed boys. But see, let me tell you about something about my boy. My boy is hard-headed. He get on my nerves. He's 21 years old. But I was messing with a white woman, let the white woman call me all out my name and everything. And then when I went there, because see, I'm educated, but I could be a little gutter as well as if you take me there. So I went and went there. He ended up leaving her after I prayed over and prayed over and prayed over and prayed over it. Let me tell you this story about what's going on with this boy. This boy gave me hell. I went to jail messing with this boy. The boy thought that he was going to fight me when he was 17 years old. I beat the hell out of him. And they told me he was a child. He was a minor. This boy bigger than me. He's 6'2", about 100, not 75 pounds bigger than me. He didn't have any respect for me or anything that I was doing. So after that situation happened, I ended up going to jail. I prayed over and I prayed over. I did my probation. I did everything that I needed to do. One day I went to the church house because I was asking for help within the community. That's why I'm in a community advocate, because I went to the community as a single parent and found that there was none. There was no real leadership that could, before my son ended up in prison, that could lead him in the right way. Because before I let my son go down the wrong path, I was ready to jump in front of that, but that bullet, that water, whatever you needed me to jump before you dealt with my son. So what I did was I prayed over him. One day I went to the church house. We was all sitting in the church house. I went to the bathroom. I heard the church going crazy. I was in the bathroom. I come out, the boy on the altar. He giving everything. He giving everything. He ain't in front of the pastor. He on the altar. Ain't nobody up there with him. The ushers ain't up there fanning him. They all surprised. Everybody mouth open. He confessed with his mouth. Then after that, he went. The next 2 weeks, he went under the water. Now, that was not at any type of coercion or me saying he need to or nothing. Only thing that I did was ask the Most High to lead him in the right direction before he was led into his destruction. I asked the Most High to take care of him because I was not going to let the devil have him. My son now lives in Santa Rosa, one of the highest places to live in California. He's in college to be a veterinarian. He does everything that he can in order to keep his head on straight. He does not have a jail record. He does not have any children. Because his whole situation, his whole life changed that day. So when people say, oh, no, this cannot happen and that can't happen, I don't believe it because I've seen it. I have real, true live testimony. So I just say that, you know, everybody is different, but that's my testimony. That happened real, true life. Now I'm damn near 50 years old. All the kids gone. I got a 16-year-old. She the last one. Cherish. My love child. 16 years old, going to art school, doing her thing. But all of them, every single one of them, are successful in some sort of manner. I got one that is going to a university. She's a junior in the university. I have one who is an owner operator of a truck company. He makes $15,000 a week. I have another one who owns a hair salon. She do hair. Got a salon. I got one that's in college, and then I got that boy. And he's in school too. So I know that even just being a woman, you can't teach a boy how to be a man, but you can go out and find some men so you can show him how to be one. It don't have to be your baby daddy, your husband. It could be an uncle. It could be a grandfather. It could be his coach on the football team, because that's who I used to go to. The coach to the football team, the mentors, right? The men that's in the stock exchange, educators, individuals that will come and talk to the young man like a young man and let him know this area and what you're doing is only going to get you done unalive, just like your cousin. When he looked at inside that casket, when we had double caskets, okay? Double. Both of them were murdered. When my son came and seen his cousins with all that makeup on in them caskets, that scared him. That scared him. It scared him straight. I tell these women, I see a lot of women out here that have lost their children to either gun violence or fentanyl. That's what we dealing with out here. Gun violence or fentanyl. And 90% of the gun violence comes from an individual that looks just like them.
Yep.
So when we talk about what we need to do, we could talk about the history. We could talk about things that can happen. But what we doing right now, whose feet is on the ground? We on the computer. Who outside? On the corner? Who going in the middle of the ghetto? Where the guns is at? You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm talking about. You got to go to where the guns is at. We sitting right here in the comfort, in the loving part. We preaching, or we not preaching, we teaching in the comforts of our home. But this is not where we need to be at. We really need to be on the block.
I go to the courthouse.
Yeah, we really need to be wherever it is for you to make a real impact. That's where we need to be at.
I go to the courthouse. I've already dealt on the streets. I refuse to stand around and argue all day with grown men who got their pants hanging down lower than the young boys who I'm trying to tell to pull up.
But they don't even understand why they doing that or where it came from. That's why education is everything. That was a symbol in the penitentiary to show that you was with the homosexuality.
So I'll see.
And then it came to the streets, and now all the boys sagging their teeth. I mean, sagging their pants and got a whole bunch of gold that's going right in their teeth, right? They tatting their face up, they tatting their arms up, and then when it's come down to getting the job, they try to say that they humble and the tattoos don't mean nothing, right? I'm an employer. I'm gonna tell you right now, if you got tattoos on your face, I'm not hiring you.
Amen.
I may come up with a reason why I won't hire you. I say I hire somebody else. The position is no longer available.
I'll tell you why. I'll tell you exactly the reason why.
I will.
My professionalism will not allow me to hire you to go out and represent me or this company.
But see, I won't let them know that I'm being biased, because as soon as you say, oh, it's because of this or because of that, you are automatically biased, and that's automatically lawsuit.
But if you're a private company, you don't have to worry about it.
Well, you know what? I'm not a private company, but I done found my way around it. You know, I have a security company, right? I had a man with no arms, no legs coming talking about, can he be a security guard? Now, to me, I felt like, what's going on? Are you serious? But then when I talked to other people, they was like, well, he needs an employment too. You can't be biased against him. If you say that he can't be a security officer because he doesn't have arms or legs, you will be sued because he has a disability, and you are being biased towards individuals with disabilities. That's what the Department of Rehabilitation told me.
Really?
So you know what I said? Yes, they did. Yes, they did. So you know what? So they basically telling me who the hell to hire and who not to hire in my business. So you know what I told him? That the post was a standing post. Period. You can't stand. He didn't have no fake legs or nothing like that. He was confined to a chair.
Yep.
So he was not able to go up the stairs, down the stairs. He was not able, and we did not have the amenities at that particular site for him. So that's how I did it. But I know for a fact that the government would try to run everything. They come and they get my money. They get my money every time I turn around. It takes me everything just to stay focused and to get legal money, because I know how to get illegal money. I took a long time in my life getting illegal money. So it's taking me everything to get this slow ass money, and to stay humble and to stay doing what I'm supposed to be doing, because I'm used to living a different type of way.
Amen.
But they say that slow movement is better than no movement. So I steady, and I'm just moving slow, educating myself and preventing myself from backsliding into the life that I used to have. Y'all got people that remind me of the life that I used to have. Coming and Tawana, what's up, man? We about to come down there to California. You know what I'm saying? We got everything. We need a spot for you to put us on. I have to say, I'm in a meeting, I'm gonna call y'all back, and then block them out my phone. You know what I'm saying? Because that's how I get attacked. That's the devil. You know what I'm saying? He come through people and entities that you're used to. He come through loved ones and things like that. So you have to know what's going on to be able to fight it. Because I fight every day. As soon as I walk downstairs and I go to my corner, because I live in the ghetto still. I live in the middle of Del Paso Heights, California. Right here, they call this the deepest part of hell. This is where I live. This is where Karima from. We from the deepest part of hell. That's where they call our home.
Wow.
Mama, go get the door for Ja. I think that's Jaleel.
Wow.
Yeah, so I think I think that just keeping everybody focused on what's real, keeping everybody focused on what's really going on is like the main thing that we have to be able to, we have to be able to do that. If we're not able to do that, then we're not going to be able to, kind of unite to get everything done. We have to be able to do that. So that's where I'm at with it.
Yes, ma'am.
That's where I'm at with it.
And I thank y'all. I thank y'all for your work. Y'all are beautiful, man. Y'all are beautiful. Y'all did it. Thank you.
Well, I thank you guys for taking the time to hear me out. Karima, I'm gonna go ahead and get up off of here. The baby daddy just now came here. Hopefully he got some gems for me.
All right. Appreciate y'all coming on, tuning in, doing the recap, and then having a great discussion.
Yeah, this was real good. I really enjoyed coming to the den. I try to make it my business to either jump in the chat, where I'm just looking at what everybody talking about, or going to jump in the den, after I get my little words for the day, and I'm saying, and get my studying on, to where I can study with you guys a little bit, and I can look up some stuff, and I can gain knowledge. That's what this is about. I really appreciate you giving me that platform, Karima, because you didn't have to do that. You didn't. You really didn't have to do that. You know what I'm saying? So I thank you for that, because you didn't have to do that. You didn't. Every day I know that you there's people that you don't want to get on there because they troublemakers, or they not talking right, or they being offensive all the time. But you took the time with knowing my crazy ass, put me on there. So
and the only time I'm gonna miss is if it's sunny outside, because then I got work to do in people's yards.
Right. And not just that, getting some of that good vitamin D.
Yes, I am.
Yeah. Getting some of that new good. Yeah, I be sunbathing. I used to wonder why the dogs would sit out there and sunbathe.
It feels good. It feels
yes,
good.
Yes, it do.
And everything. Yes, it does.
Okay, well, let me get off here. You guys, my raffle starting 4 minutes.
Peace and love.
Peace and love.
Peace. Send me the link.
Okay.
Send me the link too.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm a double screen it for you. So send me the link.
Peace and love.
Okay.
All right, y'all. Thanks for tuning in. Sticking out with us. Kicking it with us. Appreciate it.
I'll praise you, Most High. Yeah, that sound good, y'all. Hello. What we doing?
Hey, cook that up, Khalid.
We still getting to the money, got these haters in they field. Lil' homie, let them chill. Most I told me, vengeance hit my enemies, my footstools. We ain't got no beef for real. Just here, this how we live. Look here, homie, we still getting to the money, got these haters in they field. Lil' homie, let them chill. Most I told me, vengeance hit my enemies, my footstools. We ain't got no beef for real. Just here, this how we live. Look here, homie, be still. They said you got the call, they trying to blackball you. Play what they own, bro. You can't blackball a boss. The whole world, they hate Israel. The way you hate your neighbor, might as well pull the trigger on yourself. You know we get excited by the smoke. Every day we casting flesh. Save my treasure stored in heaven, we gon' blow the rest. They disrespected and we check the bank that causing kept it still. They asking others about my business, but I ain't got no instant miss. See, I still deal with ox direct. Cause your person don't mean you respect. Your outlet don't get no credit if the ox ain't in it. Money answer all things and you got all these questions. Playing Vic. Look, I employ slavery. I'll give you broke your head. Yeah, them crews in the hood, Jews in the hood. I caught them clues, now I'm good. I broke it down, he understood my all to you. Filtered through, you found a few, I'm good. We what we sold, this here exclusive. They like, hey, folk, look what you doing. We still getting to the money, got these haters in they field. Lil' homie, let them chill. Most I told me, vengeance hit my enemies, my footstools. We ain't got no beef for real. Just here, this how we live. Look here, homie, we still getting to the money, got these haters in they field. Lil' homie, let them chill. Most I told me, vengeance hit my enemies, my footstools. We ain't got no beef for real. Just here, this how we live. Look here, homie, be still. Most I told me, be still, give a room to work. Know my movie work. Your faith ain't good, don't put the work in. In the spirit flexing, that my day job. Getting the mode out my own, I don't know what they are. Before I got the blueprint, and I'm too legit to quit. Let it spark in the dark, be a light, got it lit. Trying to map my movement, got my haters pondering. The odds set the question there, they wanna know if you still lit. It hit different, you authentic, a lot of odds pretending. We do it for the Lord, got my own motion, who are you to judge? Put most high first, none above. Tech in the spirit, we locked in, they'll come against your plot. You know Judas said, yeah, we spit them scripts, they belly now. came on spaceships, then you not black. You know they tell you every Isaiah 30:20, yeah, we bad. You see what happened when they tried to rail the train up off the track. False witness, hypocrite. We throw shots back, now they feel hit. Must go get it. We still getting to the money, got these haters in they field. Little homie, let them chill. Most I told me, finches hit my enemies, my footstools. We ain't got no beef for real. Just here, this how we live. Look here, homie, we still getting to the money, got these haters in they field. Little homie, let them chill. Most I told me, finches hit my enemies, my footstools. We ain't got no beef for real. Just here, this how we live. Look here, homie, be still.